Hello, hey guys, welcome to the tropical island of Singapore.
Yes, welcome everybody.
So I'm Brian, and this is
Ruben. Hi,
and
nice to meet
we
you.
will be your casters for today.
Yes.
So what are we doing here today, man? What are we casting?
We're going to cast the Singapore National Championship for the trading card game 2024.
2024, indeed. We're really excited to be here, and we actually played day one.
Yeah, so yesterday, let's not do a run through of yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
We had a total of 342 players battling it out.
Yeah.
Total of 8 rounds yesterday. Right, 8 rounds, right?
8 rounds yesterday.
And now we have our top 16 players who are going into day 2.
Day 2. What a coveted spot. So as mentioned before, top 16 players gets into day 2. You would have to have almost a perfect record, 8071.
8071. I think there was 4 players with 6-2 who managed to get into the top 16 as well.
Exactly. So if you were one of the 6-2 players, congratulations. You managed to bubble in.
You got the luck on your side, right?
Luck is a skill indeed, Ruben. So tell me, what kind of format are we going into in day 2, and what's the difference between day 2 and day 1?
So day 1 was a best of 1 match, 25 minutes.
Yep.
In day 2, the players will be playing a best of 3, 50 minutes.
50 minutes.
Yes,
nice.
That's right.
So players, how the BO3 works is basically players will need to win best of 2 out of 3 of the matches.
Correct.
Within the certain time frame, right? So if the player who wins the majority of the 3 games is going to proceed to the next
round.
Correct. So for the players who are in, hopefully they manage to build their deck for a BO3 format as well. As playing a BO3 game is slightly different.
It's totally different. It's a different gameplay.
Exactly.
Right?
It's a completely different gameplay. So, Ruben, I think you've managed to play some BO3 formats before, right?
In the past, yeah, it was in a BO3 format. It's slightly more different because you have to bring in a more consistent deck.
Correct.
You're going to play much more rounds, right?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, like yesterday, we played 8 rounds of best of 1.
Correct.
But imagine you're playing 8 rounds of best of 3. That's, what, 24 rounds?
Yeah, it's going to be a completely different metagame as well. But I believe in the best of 3 rounds, you also have a bit more flexibility in your deck, right?
Correct, yes.
If you want to be able to play cards like, for example, the Regieleki that we've seen
Are we going to see some today?
So well. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see some today. For a player who's brought Regieleki into the BO1 and made it to day 2, congratulations. I believe that is definitely the right meta call.
Correct, yes. So, what kind of decks are we going to see today?
Yeah, so speaking of decks, right, we have the standard, I think we've got a standard breakdown where we have 31% of decks actually being the Zard Pidgeot that we've seen so famously do well overseas.
Yeah, so I think Zard is still the meta in all the tournaments, right?
Yeah, so Zard is definitely one of the biggest meta share right now.
Yes.
And following Zard, we actually have 3 Lost Tinas in the top 16.
Actually, Lost Tina is actually very popular in Singapore.
Very popular in Singapore. We saw a lot of Lost Tinas yesterday as we were walking the floors. And then next, actually, we also saw its brother, the brother of the deck, right?
Yep.
Lost Zone Box.
I mean, it's kind of similar, right? In a way.
Exactly.
They're following the same mechanics.
But slightly different tools.
Yes.
Right? Slightly different attackers as well. Following which, we also have 2 Ancient Box, 1 Lugia, and my personal favorite spice of the day, Arceus Armor Rouge.
Arceus Armor Rouge, that's something new.
Exactly. Arceus Armor Rouge.
I think that was one of the funky decks that we saw yesterday, right?
Definitely, and we actually saw some success with Arceus Armor Rouge overseas in one of the regionals, and not to mention that seeing it on our shores is super exciting.
Yeah. So are we going to see it live on stream in the first round?
I believe that is definitely going to be our match of today that we're going to stream first. We also have Moon Moon. So Moon Moon was taking, rise in popularity recently, right? Yep. So Moon Moon is definitely rising in terms of popularity right now. Moon Moon is basically Ancient Box, but with a Roaring Moon EX build, following with the Dunsparce.
Correct. So I think people actually shifted from using the big Moon, the Roaring Moon EX, they started using the small one, right? The basic version.
Vengeance Fletching.
Yes, that's right.
Such a strong attack.
So, we're going to see who is piloting the Moon Moon deck today. I think we have here OG, right? Gerald Ong. I think Gerald Ong, we have seen him. He's kind of an old player. I've known him since 2014. He's been playing since 2014, right?
Yep, and I believe he goes by the nickname of Old Ginger as well.
Old Ginger?
Old Ginger, OG. One of the classic players in the Singapore scene.
Yes, that's right.
So excited to see him top cut today. He
Correct.
will be piloting the Moon Moon deck.
Yeah.
Exactly. And on the opposite side of things, we have Elkana. He's been playing for 6 years, and he's actually most recently competed in the Melbourne Regionals. Although he didn't make it to day 2, he still showed an excellent showing as well. So congratulations, Elkana, on making it to top 16.
So 2 veteran players.
2 veteran players, and he's actually known for playing off-meta decks.
Correct.
So
piloting this Armarouge deck, right?
Exactly. Arceus Armarouge being one of the, definitely off-meta decks. This is such an Elkana move to play.
Correct.
Right. Arceus Armarouge, I think the deck is that he has a myriad of fire attackers, right? So you've got your Delphox, you've got your Armarouge EX, you've got your
Gouging Fire,
Heatran, and yes, the newly added Gouging Fire
correct,
as
yes.
well.
There's a new card coming in from Temporal Forces, right?
Exactly. So on the other side of things, we talked a little bit about Dunsparce. Can you bring me through the deck, Ruben?
I think what we're going to see today, what OG is going to be doing, is he's going to be trying to set up with all the ancient cards right into this card, using Professor Sada to try and get energy on the board, right? And then trying to use the Baby Moon to try and build up the attack, right?
Yep, definitely. So, Roaring Moon. The reason why it's called Moon is because you got 2 Roaring Moons, right? You got the Roaring Moon
2
EX,
different type of moons, yeah.
Yeah, and you have the Baby Roaring Moon, both of which are very efficient attackers.
So the main engine of this deck is to use the Dunsparce.
Yeah.
Right? It comes on the board, it goes away, and you draw 3 cards.
Exactly. It's a very... the downside is that you have to start with 2 Dunsparce, right? And Dunsparce is a 60 HP Pokemon.
Correct.
Right?
And it leaves you open to being sniped.
It does
leave
you
Greninja,
open
right?
being spliced. And, the thing is, Elkana does play the Delphox V.
Correct. So we might see some... Oh, okay, the game has started.
The game has started indeed. So we're going to our very first best of 3. Once again, we're here watching the Pokémon Championships Singapore for the TCG Masters Division. We're in the top 16 match. We have OG at rank 13 versus Elkana
at
rank 4.
That's right.
So we see some pretty standard gameplay. So on the right side of things, we have the Elkana with an excellent start for the Arceus Armarouge, having the Arceus
I think that's
V
his
on
best
the board.
starter, right?
That is his
Arceus
best
V.
starter. So we have yet to see who's actually going to be starting first here.
I think OG is starting, right? OG is going to start first.
Yeah, okay, so we have OG starting first. He's played the Irvin Vessel. Irvin Vessel requires you to discard 1 card from your hand, and the beauty of it is you can discard any card to find 2 energies from your deck.
I mean, sometimes you don't get energy in your hands, right? And this card definitely comes and brings in the energy onto your hand.
Definitely, and the thing is that with the Moon build, right, he also plays Dark Patch, right?
Yes.
So his start is amazing because he uses the Earthen Vessel to discard 1 Dark Energy to find 2 more Dark Energies, and then he can use the Dark Patch with the energy that he's discarded to one of his bench Dark Pokemon.
With the Dark Patch, I think it's going to be a very surprising thing because you can surprise your opponent with a sudden attack even though it looks like your board has nothing.
Exactly. You can very quickly charge up energies to your bench, and the beauty is that the Dunsparce has free retreat.
Yes,
right?
that's
so
right.
the Dunsparce having free retreat means that you have a pivot, which is essential in the game of Pokemon because what it allows you to do is it allows you to maneuver your Pokemon as and when you need it to be and as and when you need it to be, whether it's on the active spot or the bench spot.
So, I mean, you were talking about it earlier, right? You need two Dunsparce on the bench. So right now we can see 2. We have attached, Gerald has attached an energy to his Baby Moon.
Yep, and I believe this is an excellent start for Gerald, right? Because all he needs to do next turn is have the Dunsparce in his hand. He's able to then retreat, run away, and then draw 3 cards
into his hand. Yeah.
And that's not only that, he also has a free pivot, right?
Yep.
So he can start being on the offensive. Gerald's deck, Moon, is a very, very offensive deck, right? So aggressive deck, I mean. So he wants to attack non-stop. Yes, he wants to build his discard power with more ancient Pokemon.
But it's going to get only stronger over time, right?
Exactly. So the more time that Gerald buys, the better it is for him. But on the other side of things, Arceus Armarouge, right?
Can we just talk about this? Let me see. Elkana, he actually used Ultra Ball and discarded a Professor Turo.
That's interesting. I mean, the Professor Turo is definitely going to be helping him. It's definitely going to help him
in the
ease
late game,
off
right?
some of the... no, actually, I was going to say it helps him ease off some of the aggression that he's going to face from the Moon, right? Because the thing is that when Gerald doesn't have that big discard power full of ancient Pokemon,
he's going to need the 2-hit.
Exactly, he's required to 2 hits, right? So having the 2-hit and then using Turo to bench to pull it up will allow him to ease off some of that aggression. And noting that actually Elkana does not play a Pel Pad, right? So he's not able to...
That option is out.
It's gone. The Turo is absolutely gone. But we do see Elkana, the thing is that Elkana wants to have an energy card.
Yes.
Right? He needs, all Arceus decks require him to have an energy card in order for him to use at least the Trinity charge.
You need to keep on attaching energy at every turn.
Exactly. So he needs specifically the double turbo energy as well, right? So if he's able to now actually use the Trinity charge to attach the fire energies to the back Arceus, it actually allows him to have a game. Because how the Arceus Armor Rouge deck works is that Armor Rouge, Baby Armor Rouge, fire off ability. What does it do, Ruben?
Can you tell me about it? Kind of forgot. We have it right here. Fire off. As often as you like during your turn, you may move a fire energy from one of your bench Pokemon to your active Pokemon.
Exactly. So
it's not something you see every day, right?
It's not something you see every day. And the beauty of it is that by using if he was able to use Trinity Charge, he's able to have 3 energies on his bench Arceus in order for him to move around the next turn. Unfortunately, he was not able to do that. But having one attachment to the back Arceus makes perfect sense, as he can then use the Trinity Nova attack the next turn.
The interesting thing I see, right, for Elkana is, do you actually want... I mean, you have to go aggressive, right? It's your turn 1.
Yeah.
But does benching that Squawkabilly EX actually leaves it open for a 2-prizer from OG?
100%, right? But the thing is that I think Elkana's start was actually pretty bad, and if he did not use Squawkabilly's EX Squawk and Seize ability, he won't actually have a game to play. Because the thing is that we saw the second Arceus V and the Charcadet come down only after he used Squawk and Seize. So I think that was definitely a play that he needed to do. He may not have liked it, but he had no choice at that point in time.
Okay, we see right now the Dunsparce going back into the deck, letting OG draw 3 cards.
Exactly. The Dunsparce's ability once again allows him to shuffle the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce back into the deck and then draw 3 cards. This is an effective draw engine for the Moon. And we'll see what else OG can pull up. He actually used, I think, the Artisan, if I'm not wrong, to find
a basic, right?
To find the Dunsparce back.
Yes. So the good thing about this ability from the Dunsparce is that you don't have to discard it. It goes back to your attack. It's like a infinite loop.
Exactly, it's an infinite loop, and we see OG already, as we mentioned, going offensive, right? Going aggressive, because the thing is that he sees the Turo inside the discard pile, so he knows whatever damage he's going to do to this Arceus is going to stick.
Yes, that's right. For OG, if you were OG, what's your game plan? Taking 2 prize over 2 prize?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? If I know that my opponent is playing an Arceus deck, I'm going to be doing... I'm going to be trying to go for a 2/2/2 prize. And we can see already on the board from Elkana's side, he already has 6 prizes that OG can take.
Yes,
the Arceus
that's
V,
right.
The second Arceus V, as well as the Squawkabilly.
But on the OG side, there's only 4. 4 basics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for those at home who are wondering, how do these players kind of plan their game plan, right? They always look at this thing called prize mapping.
Yes.
Right? So OG is trying to plan how many prizes he needs, how he can efficiently take
that 6 prizes to win the game.
Right? So Elkana has, as we mentioned before, 6 prizes on the board already, whereas OG has 3. 4 Pokemon. So OG can actually potentially win the game in 3 turns, but Elkana requires 6 turns to win.
Correct. Or I mean, OG maybe put down like Big Moon, which that's a 2 prize mapper right there.
That's true, but that's still 4 turns for Elkana to win versus OG's 3 turns. So at this point in time, I would be a little bit scared for Elkana, because he just does. He doesn't have the game.
It's not exactly a good start for him. But as you see, you kind of use the Judge here. So Judge, there's a supporter card that allows both players to shuffle and draw 4 cards. So it's kind of a disruption in a way.
Judge is beautiful, right? Judge allows you to, like you mentioned, shuffle your hand into your deck. So the thing is that the 4 cards you're going to draw are completely randomized.
Yes, that's right.
Absolutely randomized. So you don't know whether you're going to have a good hand, but what you do know is that if your opponent had a good hand,
you can disrupt that hand.
Exactly. It's unlikely for him to have, be able to draw 4 really good cards. But, between in the Pokemon community, we do know that Judge, Iona, and Roxanne is all a lie, right?
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, we used to see Judge being played a lot, but nowadays we are starting to see Judge only being played in Arceus decks for some reason, yeah.
Well, the beauty of it is because of the Arceus V-Star attack ability.
Starbirth.
Yes, I was going to say Star Cronus. Starbirth. Right, Starbirth allows you to, once you use the V-Star ability, you're allowed to find 2 of any card you want in your deck.
And you don't have to reveal it to your opponent.
You have to reveal it to your opponent. So the beauty of that is that, once you judge, right, you randomize 4 cards, you can see what cards you get, and then from there decide what
missing 2
additional cards you need. If I was Elkana right now, right,
what would you take?
I'll definitely be looking at getting a DTE or a switch out, and a switch out.
With a DTE, yeah, actually, we have it right there, the DTE. the Magma Basin. So we know that actually Alcana is actually playing 4 Magma Basins right now.
Yep, we see Magma Basin being used. So, Magma Basin was actually not used this turn, but what Magma Basin does is that it allows you to put 20 damage on one of your benched fire Pokemon and attach an energy there. Right? This in tandem with Radiant Heatran.
Yes.
Makes Radiant Heatran actually viable. Everyone was like, okay, when Radiant Heatran came out, we were like, who's going to be playing this card? It requires damage counters in order for it to have a very high damage multiplier. If I'm not wrong, I think Radiant Heatran actually is 60 times every damage counter that he has on him. Right? So the question is, how do you get damage counters on Radiant Heatran?
Using the Magma Basin.
Magma Basin is definitely your answer. So we saw Alcana take the inefficient knockout using the Trinity Nova on the Arceus
and then building that 3 energy on the benched Arceus V.
Exactly.
Taking that first prize. Looks like actually Alcana is the one going on the offensive.
Alcana does indeed have a lead right now. We see 1 prize being taken to Alcana's for Alcana right now. So it's a 5-2-6. But the good thing for OG is that there's damage on the board on the Arceus already.
But if I'm OG, actually, his engine's running a bit slow.
His engine's running a bit slow. Seems like the judge was super effective.
Yes, that's right.
And
if you were playing a Moon deck, you were trying to get as many ancient cards into your discard pile because that's how you get the damage onto the board. But as you can see here, he only has 2 ancient cards in the discard.
Yeah, you only see 2 ancient cards in the discard as well. And so what we really want to see actually from this Explorer's Guidance is the Dunsparce, right? OG needs to draw more cards at this point, right? The judge was very, very, very effective. It narrowed his card hand size to 4. And if he did have the Dunsparce earlier, he doesn't have it right now.
Yes, that's right.
If not, he would have definitely evolved it right away and hopefully, draw 3 more cards.
He's playing a Trekking Shoe. So Trekking Shoe allows you to see the top card. And if you don't want it, throw in a discard, take the next card.
Away, yep. So OG is thinking really hard. He gets a Nest Ball off the second pair of Trekking Shoes that he plays.
It's not a bad card, but you're not throwing ancient cards.
It's fine. I mean, look, at this point in time, he needs a board, right? OG's board is looking extremely anemic, right?
Yes.
He only has 2 Pokemon, of which both of them do not have energy cards attached. I did see a Dark Patch earlier, so I reckon OG will be able to actually charge out the back Roaring Moon if he does want to use a Vengeance Fletching attack on the Arceus V-Star. However, things are looking slightly grim for him. Using this Nest Ball, which allows you to pull up a Pokemon from your deck to
a basic Pokemon.
A basic Pokemon from your deck.
We see it right here.
We see the second moon.
The Big Moon.
Big Moon, Roaring Moon EX. Roaring Moon EX does require 3 energies to attack.
So he has 2 attacks, right? Both requiring 3 energies. The first one, Frenzied Gouging.
Frenzied Gouging is incredible as it allows you to one-hit any Pokemon on your field.
One hit? Your Pokemon can have like 400 HP. This is a 1 hit.
But there's a downside though.
Yes. Roaring Moon does 200 damage to itself.
Exactly, so it leaves him super vulnerable at only 30 HP. But any Pokemon can kill it with 30 HP.
A baby Charmander can kill it.
Dude, I could use Comfy and Flower and Spinning attack you to death.
Yes. Okay, so you see here, the Roaring Moon is using a Frenzied Gouging, right, to take out the Arceus V-Star.
No, I don't think it was a Frenzied Gouging. He used the Calamity Storm.
That's the second attack.
Calamity Storm allows you to deal 100 damage base, but if you remove a Stadium card, it does 120 more damage.
And that's the best thing, because
220 damage.
Yeah, you want to remove the Magma Basin.
Exactly. You want to remove the Magma Basin. You want to prevent the Radiant Heatran from being able to attack. As you know, once again, Radiant Heatran will be able to up-trade in prizes. And up-trading means he's able to use a single prize to knock out a double-priced Pokemon.
Correct. And we see right here, the next card in that Firebox deck that Alcana is going to pilot. It is the Gouging Fire.
Next better player, Gouging Fire. So Gouging Fire, once again, he uses 3 fire energy. I think 2 fire energies and 1 colors energy.
Correct. To do 260, right?
260 damage. That hits so hard, but he's not able to actually attack, use that attack the next turn unless Alcana is able to find a switch out.
Correct. So Alcana actually use the Iono to disrupt OG's hand again.
So what does Iono do with it?
Iono, shuffle your hand, put it at the bottom of the deck, and then draw as many prizes as you have. So it's better if your opponent actually took many prizes and as has hit. So OG draws 4, whereas Alcana draws 5.
Exactly. I think Iono is beautiful because the thing is that with Iono, you're able to use it both in the early game as well as the late game. Right, so Iono is able to help you cycle through your deck if your hand is actually looking a bit bad.
Yep.
But Iono is also really good in late game because you can Iono your opponent down to 1 card.
Yes. It's such a disruption.
It is such a big disruption. Actually, sorry, looking at the board once again, OG actually has the Ancient Booster Capsule attached to the Roaring Moon.
So that's another 60 HP,
60
right?
60 HP. So Roaring Moon actually becomes really thick right now.
Yep.
Right. So Roaring Moon has a base HP of 230 HP, but with the Ancient Booster Capsule,
290 HP. The Arceus is not going to do that much damage, right?
Arceus maximum can do, 200 damage if he's using this Arceus to start the
that
attack.
gouging fire, 260.
260 damage. The only option that Alcana has to one-hit this thick boy is Radiant Heatran.
Correct.
But guess what?
But does Alcana actually play a Defiance band?
Oh, that is a question. Alcana does not play Defiance Band, but he does play the Choice Belt, which is not going to be effective in this matchup. But he does play with the Maximum Belt.
Maximum belt adds another 50 damage to your Pokemon attack. So that might possibly work, but we can see here, he actually uses the Arceus V-Max V-Star to actually hit into the Roaring Moon.
For 200 damage.
That leaves it wide open for OG to take the next 2 prizes.
Exactly. So OG is actually in a slight advantage right now. Oh, but what he needs to do this turn is that he needs to set up. He actually draws the Dunsparce as well. This is really, really good for him.
I think his hand was dead.
It
was an energy, Artisan, and what was that? An Earthen
Vessel. His hand was dead.
Where's that top deck? That animation top deck?
Top deck.
Top deck. That's right.
So
I mean, the good question is Pokemon a luck game or a skill game, right?
I mean, in this case, there's a little bit of
Lady
both,
Luck
right?
is on his favor, definitely.
It's incredible. He's now able to use the Earthen Vessel as well to find more Dark Energy, as well as to discard existing Dark Energies for future Dark Patches. He's also going to be able to hand attach his turn and have a baby Roaring Moon attach. I said that his board is anemic the turn before. Guess what? It's not anemic anymore.
It suddenly just went from 0 to hero, right?
Exactly. He went 0 to hero. Is this a Palafin reference?
Right.
Hey, this guy. So he uses...
the Dunsparce, draw 3.
Yep, he's drawing 3. He draws it in Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball, as well as another Dunsparce. He has another Dunsparce for the next game. For the next turn.
This engine is crazy. And then he's going to use the Artisan to find back the baby one again. I told you it's an infinite loop.
Look, that's the beauty of it, right? I mean, when the deck runs, it runs freaking hot, right?
Okay, but if you're OG, do you use the big Roaring Moon to hit into that Arceus? Because you might KO yourself.
What OG actually needs this turn is a gusting option, right? He either needs a boss, or I was going to say counter catcher, but he can't use a counter catcher, so he needs a boss. But I don't think he's going to be able to find the boss this turn, as he does not have any further.
But he does play
options.
that Prime Catcher.
He does play the Prime Catcher, but is he going to be able to cycle through his deck efficiently enough, or enough in order for him to find a gusting option? Because if he does have the gusting option, then I would definitely use the gusting option to gust out the Squawk ability, and you're able to take 4 prizes in total with this Roaring Moon, which will put OG in a massive lead.
Let's see. What is it? I saw Professor Sada. He hasn't used a supporter for this turn, right?
I don't believe he's using a supporter for this turn. He does evolve the Dunsparce into the Dunsparce and draws 3 more cards. However, the question is, what 3 cards is he going to be drawing? Is he going to be able to get his gusting option? He's got 2 gusting options in his deck. Oh wait, he's drawn already. Okay, that's my bad. So he does find the Dunsparce. He's going to play the Dunsparce. He's going to use the
Sada is out of the question. Sada, that supporter is going to use 2 energies on the board on the 2 Baby Moon.
Yeah, the question is, will you use Frenzied Gouging on the Moon EX to take out your opponent's Arceus V-Star to bring it down to 2 prizes?
It's not ideal, because you're going to KO yourself.
But the beauty of doing that, right, is that Alcana will be down to 3 prizes. He will be able to take 1 prize next turn because there's no other 2 prizes on the board. So Alcana will get the 2 prizes, whereas then OG is left with 2 prizes on his turn with 2 prize Pokemon on Alcana's side of the field.
That Gouging Fire and that Squawkabilly EX.
I mean,
the price mapping is right there.
The price mapping is there. So you would actually then just do the Frenzied Gouging.
Or do you want to use the Baby Moon instead? Let's see what OG is trying to do.
He has enough damage right now, so we can see thanks to the damage counters on OG's side of the field, we see 7 ancient Pokemon, ancient cards in his discard
pile. So that's an additional 70 damage.
Correct.
Right?
So Vengeance, what the baby Rory Moon does, the Vengeance Fletching attack, is does 70 base damage, but it does 10 damage more for every ancient card in his side of the field. So we see 9 ancient cards on his side of the field.
So that's going to be 160.
10. So we see 170 damage. 170 damage is not enough to kill the Arceus V-Star. So I think OG's only option here, if he does decide to go for a knockout, is to use the Frenzy Gouging attack.
Alright. Frenzy Gouging, then what do you put up there? The baby Dunsparce?
Yeah, I mean, look, you have only one Dunsparce. We do see that Alcana still has the Delphox V as an option, but there's not enough fire energy on Alcana's side of the field to use Delphox's second attack.
Correct. So Frenzy Gouging deals 200 damage to himself. We see a...
Yeah, so it seems like OG has opted
to use the Calamity Storm?
To use the Calamity Storm attack instead of the Frenzied Gouging.
Interesting.
So he's focused on putting more damage on this Arceus V-Star. I think he wants to try to finish it off with the baby Roy Moon at the back. However, this does put his price mapping at an awkward state right now.
Because right now, Alcana takes the 2 prizes from here, then leaves him down the tree.
No, it seems like he announced the wrong attack.
He announced the wrong one?
It seems like he announced the wrong attack because he was about to take the 2 prizes earlier. Oh, so, this is a big misplay on the OG side of the field. This may
but would it cost him the game? I still don't see it for Alcana though. It's still in favor of OG. Because if you start using the baby moon, right, you're just going to have to take another 3 more prizes off go through 3 baby moons.
Exactly, but keep in mind that this is a best of 3 game. So that would mean that if OG wins this game, he wants to win the second game as well. With 35 minutes left on the clock, this is actually enough time for Alcana to play 2 games.
That's right.
Right, so by extending this time duration for the first game, it's going to hurt a little bit.
That was a misplay indeed.
That was definitely a misplay, but it's not over for OG yet. For Alcana, he's able to find a second Magma
If he had used it to Frenzy Gouging to knock out his Arceus V-Star, right? The Arceus V-Star can't build up that energy on the board.
Exactly. Well, but the thing is that there's no V Pokemon, so he's not going to be able to build it up anyways.
Oh, that's right.
But we do see Alcana once again playing the Magma Basing, and he's starting to charge up
that Heatran.
Radiant Heatran, exactly. Radiant Heatran is going to hit super hard, but not this turn yet. It has 3 energy cards for Radiant Heatran to attack.
So, in Pokemon, in your deck, right, you can only play 1 Radiant Pokemon. So, but actually, we don't see that Radiant Pokemon on OG's side.
Yeah, I mean, look, the deck, I don't believe play... no, sorry, the deck plays a Radiant Greninja.
Correct.
And Radiant Greninja is not there to attack. He's there as a draw engine, as a backup draw engine for the Dunsparce or for the Moon.
So, and it synchronizes with that whole deck because the Greninja chose the energy, draw 2 cards, then you use the Dark Patch to get it back on the board.
Exactly. So right now we see Alcana just charging up his back Gouging Fire as well. He wants a backup attacker. The backup attacker is going to be good to hit, but the thing is that he's only good. He wants to use the Gouging Fire to knock out the Roaring Moon EX. But if OG is smart enough and he doesn't bench a second Roaring Moon EX, there's 260 for a Pokemon with a maximum HP of 200 with the Ancient Booster Capsule, right? And you're not going to be able to attack next turn. So
yes, that's right.
On Alcana's side, it's looking a little bit grim, right? It's looking a little bit grim. However, once again, I think both players are not out yet. It seems...
I think there's some conversation happening with the judge now.
I think there seems to be a judge call right now.
Let's talk about this. The Arceus V-Star has 2 fire and 1 double turbo energy, right?
No, it's 3 fires.
2 fires only?
It's 3 fires. 3 fires. Yeah.
Okay. Because I was thinking we were going to shift it away if you had a double turbo with 2 energy.
Yeah, they retreat and then you can shift the fire energy to another side of things, right? Alright, yeah, well, it seems like there's a Dutch decision happening now. So, whilst we discuss, Ruben, walk me through this, right? Moon. What's your take on the deck? Is it a good deck? Is it a fun deck? Is it a deck that you've dabbled with?
We are definitely seeing, I think it's a very good deck because a basic Pokemon who can dish out so much damage, it's always favored in Pokemon.
For sure. And in the history of Pokemon, single prize Pokemon which are able to conduct efficient knockouts of 2 prize Pokemons are always meta, right?
Yes, correct. So I mean, we see like in the vintage times, we had Jumpluff.
I have no idea what Jumpluff does.
Jumpluff do? A stage 2 Pokemon.
Okay.
A basic, right? I mean, the stage 2,
yeah,
one prize a Pokemon, 1 energy.
Yep.
You can dish out like 90, 80, but okay, 90 damage in that past time was a lot. I mean, now we're seeing 260, maybe not so much, right?
So, you know, with Roaring Moon, right, this baby Roaring Moon, Vengeance Fletching, right, is so good of an attacker that it actually appears in 2 different decks. So we have the Moon deck, but we also have the Ancient Box deck.
So Ancient Box is a totally different deck, right?
Completely different deck. Ancient Box has the flexibility of actually playing 3 different attackers, right? So
I mean, hopefully we see it later on stream.
Hopefully we see it later on stream, but the Ancient Box deck plays Roaring Moon, it plays Flutter Mane, and it also plays the Koraidon.
Yeah, so the Flutter Mane is the one that blocks abilities, right?
Yeah, so Flutter Mane's ability blocks all Pokemon's abilities in the active spot. So for example, if your Radiant Greninja is at the back, it's fine. However, if you're using Radiant Charizard and the Flutter Mane's in the field, you need 5 energies on that Charizard, man.
It's going to be a dead weight right ahead at front.
It's a little bit toxic, isn't it?
That's right.
But look, I think the Ancient Box deck is the pros of playing an Ancient Box deck is that you're gonna be able to throw your Ancient Pokemon into the discard pile extremely quickly.
Correct. So the Ancient Box plays 2 type of energy, right? The Fighting Energy and the Dark Energy.
Exactly. Doesn't play the Dark Patch, but doesn't matter if you're gonna be using Sada every single turn.
Correct. That's right. That's the main engine of that deck.
The main engine of the deck is that Professor Sada, and you know it's such a powerful supporter card.
I mean, it's a good thing we get to see both decks actually. The engines are up, right?
Yeah,
the Armarouge,
we actually see a game.
We actually see a game. We don't see that kind of draw pass. That's
true,
not what we
true.
want to see on stream, right?
And that's the reason why we put these 2 decks on stream.
All right.
Right, so going back, to the Stardust Vitality, right? So Stardust Vitality allows you to choose up to 2 of your ancient Pokemon on the field, and you can choose 2 basic energies and attach them. Once you do attach them, so one basic energy to 1 Pokemon, right? You're able to then draw 3 cards.
Correct.
Right?
And the best thing, it's an ancient card.
Exactly. So once you use it, you're able to power up your Vengeance Flashing attack from the Roaring Moon, plus 10 damage, and you're also going to be able to charge up a backup Roaring Moon as well.
Correct. So like I was saying, right, I mean, this card allows you to suddenly spring an attacker onto your opponent because your Baby Moon only needs 2 energy.
Yeah, and not to mention, in a Moon deck with the Dark Patch, you can charge 2 energies, 1 from Dark Patch, 1 from Stardust Vitality, and not to mention you can also use your hand attachment, right? So that's 3 energy cards attached to your Moon EX, and you can swing for the Vengeance Fletching. Sorry, no, for the Calamity Storm. Sorry.
So I mean, looking at OG's deck, there's still a few cards that we don't see. We see a Torton. I see a Torton here.
Excuse me?
Torton.
What?
A Torton supporter card. So that card, it allows you to actually switch a basic Pokemon from your discard.
With this? Matt Lad is playing Thornton?
Yeah. He's playing 1 Torton.
Alright, walk me through Thornton. What does Thornton do?
Torton allows you to change a Pokemon, right?
Yeah, it allows you to change a basic Pokemon.
So, I mean, if he changes that basic baby, the small moon, to the big one, and suddenly swings with a Frenzic Gousing.
Excuse me? That's a free 2 prize?
A free 2 prize.
Surprise!
Yeah, that's right. If OG knows that he can't use that Baby Moon to attack Torton, the big one, into the small one.
Yeah, but that puts him at a risk, right?
Yep.
Because the thing is, if he then swings with a full HP Roaring Moon, that's only 230 that.
Maybe
HP.
he uses it for the last 2 prize. That's game, right?
That would be really good for the last 2 prize. Because if he does that for the last 2 prize, it definitely would catch Arcana off guard. But keep in mind that once again, this is a best of 3, right?
Yes,
so
that's right.
I'm pretty sure OG does not want to show this Thornton super early, as both players do not have full information on each other's decks.
Correct.
Right. So
we also don't see that maximum belt from Arcana yet. Maybe it's priced.
Exactly. So, guys, people listening at home, keep in mind that A-Specs, you can only have 1 A-Spec card in your deck.
Correct. So now, with the launch of Temporal Forces, we actually saw 7 different A-Specs being launched.
Yeah. So, keep in mind, once again, that you have only 1 A-Spec card in your deck, and that you do not want to reveal your A-Spec card
too early.
Too early, exactly.
That's right.
In a best of 3 format, you want to be sure.
But in an Arceus deck, usually they use Starbirth, they find that maximum belt, they start swinging 250 onto
250
Pokemon.
damage, yeah. So that's going to be able to KO a Roaring Moon EX
that's
without
right.
the Ancient Booster Capsule. So it seems right now something has happened with potentially an Iono call, maybe?
Was it an Iono?
I know the Iono was used earlier, but anyways, we'll wait for official confirmation before speculating too much. But as you mentioned earlier, Ruben, we have 7 A-Spec cards right now that's in the current format.
Run me through the 7.
We have Maximum Belt, as you mentioned before, so plus 50 to 50 damage to an attack to an EX Pokemon.
Yep.
We have the Prime Catcher that you mentioned earlier, which is basically for people who've played in the past is Guzma. For people who are a little bit more new, it's Cross Switcher in 1 card. Right, so you're able to switch out one of your bench Pokemon to the front, and you're also able to gust out one of your opponent's bench Pokemon.
It's like an escape rope with a boss order.
Yeah, exactly. It's so super good. In addition to that, we've also got Master Ball. It's an old card, allows you to fight any Pokemon in your deck. Hero's Cape plus 100 HP to any Pokemon.
100 HP.
100 HP. So if you attach to a Zard, as we've seen overseas,
430 HP.
430 HP. So
who can knock that out?
Frenzy Gouging.
Only the Frenzy Gouging, right?
In addition to that, we also got the addition of the 2 future and ancient aspects. We've got Reboot Pod, which attaches a energy from your discard pile to all your ancient Pokemon. So 1 energy per Pokemon, but if you have a future deck, you can attach it to all of them.
That's a very strong card.
Very, very strong card. And you have Awakening Drum, which is more primarily seen in the ancient deck.
Correct.
Right? So Awakening Drum allows you to draw 1 card for every ancient Pokemon you see on the field.
I mean, OG doesn't use that card.
No, he doesn't use that card because he doesn't have that many ancient Pokemon that he wants to see on the field. And then the last A-Spec card that we see is the Neo Upper Energy.
Tell me what that energy does. It sounds cool.
Neo Upper Energy allows you to have 2 energy of every type that's attached to any evolved Pokemon.
So your basic no-go.
Doesn't work on your basic. It gives 1 colorless energy for your basic, but it does 2 rainbow energies basically for any evolved Pokemon. We haven't seen it in play much in this format. We've seen some dabbling with it with the Charizard EX, the one that comes from Mew from the 151 set. But we will actually
the one that does 330 damage.
Yeah, bro. That card swing in the mirror matchup is disgusting. I'm not even gonna talk about that, man. But we will see some new upper energy action coming from Dragapult decks in the future.
Right now, the most decks we see play Prime Catcher, Maximum Belt, Hero's Cape. This 3, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't even argue that Hero's Cape doesn't even appear that much. It's mainly Max Belt and Prime Catcher really that we see a lot more often. But that said, there are actually quite a few new A-Spec cards which are going to be released in the Twilight
set, right?
Masquerade set.
That's coming in next week.
That's coming next week, man.
All right. Excited for it?
I'm super excited for it.
I'm more excited for the Pokemons, though.
No. I'm talking about A-Spec cards here.
A-Specs?
Right?
All right.
Cards here. Unfair stamp.
That's disgusting. That's unfair.
That is literally unfair, right? Unfair stamp allows you, if your opponent has taken a knockout on your in the previous turn, you're able to shuffle. Both players have to shuffle the cards in the deck. Your opponent draws 2 cards.
So that's like a Roxanne.
It's a Roxanne.
But you can use it any time.
There's no requirement.
Yeah, that's right.
The only requirement is for your opponent to take a knockout, which, for them to win the game, they have to be taking knockouts, right?
Do you think we'll see play with that card?
Oh, this card is going to be in like almost every deck.
Okay, but with decks now running, right? Like you can see Alcana running that 1-1 Bibero line. Zards are also running that 1-1 Bibero line, right?
Yeah.
Unfair stamp.
Mate, dude, just kill the Bibero and then you unfair stamp them the next turn when they take a return knockout.
Kill that Bibero.
Yeah, dude. Just boss out the Bibero, kill it, and then you wait for them to take a knockout on the attacker before with the Zard or even, the Arceus. And then they're going to walk straight into the unfair stamp.
You got it all planned out, right?
I have it all planned out, man. I mean, I have to be prepped, right? Heading to Worlds.
All right. Oh, yeah, you're heading to Worlds this year.
Yeah. Heading to Worlds. I'm so excited, man. This is my first year going to the World Championships as
Congratulations on your big achievements this year.
Thank you so much. This year was truly been an amazing season for me. Whether it is casting together with you, Ruben, whether it's doing the podcast with you at the Southern Islands, whether it's organizing events or playing, it's been an amazing season.
Yeah, that's right. 2024 turning out to be a very good season. And let's see for today who will be going with you to Hawaii.
Exactly. So what is at stake here, guys? And for today's national championships, what is at stake is a free ticket a free trip, a free ticket to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii this year.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. You know, you can say alola, or I guess aloha, sorry, my bad.
That kind of takes me back to 2012.
2012, yes, sir. You have competed in the 2012
when I was the national champion that year. I won that free trip to Hawaii.
Free trip. That's an amazing.
12 years later, we are back here
12
again.
Years, we're back to Hawaii.
But instead instead of the table where I'm playing right there, I'm here casting with you.
Exactly. Look, and you know, Hawaii, I think is a really, really popular spot for the World Championships. Hawaii, I think they've done it 3 times already this year.
Yes, 3 times.
But
it's been a while since it did. The last one was 2012.
Last time was 2012, indeed. It's been a very, very long time since we had Hawaii, but I'm glad that my first Worlds experience is going to be in Hawaii. Hawaii has always been one of that spots that I've been looking forward to visiting.
The culture there.
The culture, the food, the surfing. I'm excited. I'm excited. But enough about that. I do want to talk about what else is at stake for today's nationals, right? So first place gets the free Worlds, invite, gets the plane ticket paid for, hotel paid for, but the game, yeah. So basically, what else is there? Second place also gets the Worlds invite. Both of them gets the World. Both of them gets to go compete the Worlds, but one gets a free trip.
But the thing is, you're missing out one big thing. The national champion goes to day 2 directly.
No, they don't. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
There's no such thing as day 2. Mate, you may have been out of the scene for a little bit too long, but you know what the national champion gets? They get 1 round bye.
Oh, they get 1 round bye.
So all across the world, right? And I don't blame you for not seeing this, but all across the world, day 2 invites has been eliminated. So there's no such thing as straight to day 2 anymore.
Nope. So in overseas matches, they fight for points.
Regional champions get 2 rounds buys, and that's it. So
everyone has to compete for day 2.
Everyone is on the same field, you know. So can you imagine, right, going into the World Championships, right? I'm sitting down, playing my first match, right, and I'm facing against Todd Redcliffe.
That'd be awesome.
Dude, I'll be shitting my pants, man.
If you're playing Todd Redcliffe round 1, maybe on stream there.
Nah. But look, anyway, I won't. There's no chance of that because Todd Redcliffe is won the IC, so he gets a 2-round bye. So thank God I will not be seeing him.
But you don't get a bye.
Sorry?
You don't get a bye.
I don't get a bye for winning regionals, but
so you got to go through the full course, right?
Go through the full course, but look, I am there to enjoy the buffet of Pokemon games.
Just enjoy the culture, man.
Exactly.
It's totally different. Imagine going to a place where the whole arena, the whole convention center, it's just Pokemon. Any Pokemon fan would go crazy.
I know. I was so blessed. You know, last year I was able to go to the Yokohama World Championships.
As a spectator?
As a spectator, you know, a bunch of my friends, a bunch of the teammates were able to qualify for the World Championships last year, and we went as a huge group. That was extremely fun. I don't expect that big of a group going to the World Championships this year.
Singapore to Hawaii, it's not a
it's not cheap,
trip, man. It's not cheap.
It's really, really not cheap. But, you know, going to Japan as a huge group, experiencing Worlds for the first time.
You know what they say, right? Pokemon is a game of friendship.
Pokemon is a game of friendship, indeed. You know, I would not have met you if it was not for Pokemon
definitely,
as well. And what a beautiful friendship that we've had so far. Whether it's kissing each other.
The whole community is so nice.
So nice indeed, Ruben.
So we see some news, right? The game has been paused due to some gameplay error.
Yes, so the game has been paused due to a gameplay error. I believe it may have been actually, you know, the Dunsparce which OG benched. I mentioned that he was going to be able to evolve the Dunsparce into the Dunsparce the next turn, but I saw him do it that turn. So I wasn't sure if it was something that I missed.
During that turn, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was something that I misssaw or if it was a gameplay error. Turns out that it seems to be a little bit of error on OG's part.
I mean, let the judges do their course of action, and then we'll return back to the game shortly.
Exactly. But all right, so Ruben, tell me, what do the top 16 players get for making it even into day 2?
What do they get? They get some points, right? Championship CSPs.
Well, yes, they get CSP, correct.
And they win an awesome playmat.
They win an awesome playmat indeed. So check this out. This is a brand new design.
I wish I had one. I don't have one.
Yeah, this is a brand new design. You've got Ogerpon on it.
Only the top 16 gets this playmat.
Only top 16 gets this. And this is
a limited edition.
This is the first time that we're seeing this as well.
Right,
this is the first time we're seeing this as well. And dude, It even has moon. Is it a prophecy?
Is it? But I mean, it's the same design as the sleeve that they're selling, right?
Yeah. So this is the sleeve that they're selling, but the top 16 players also get free pack of sleeves as well. So congratulations if you made it to the top 16, you get this awesome playmat, you get awesome sleeves, but you also get booster packs.
You also get some booster packs.
You also get some
the new
booster
set?
packs. I'm not sure if it's SV5 or SV6, but you do get booster packs. It should be SV5. It should be SV5. Look, I'm not complaining. You know, SV5 has pretty good hits as well.
Yep.
You've got your gouging fires. You've got your iron leaves. I'm still looking for a second iron leaves SIR.
We don't see any iron leaves today.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet?
Not yet, at least. I'm pretty sure we could definitely see some iron leaves. Tina is one of the decks which also has iron leaves inside. It's in order for you to have a favorable Charizard EX matchup. And Charizard EXs, when they place the Tina, they pray to God, hope that they don't see that iron leaves. Because
it's going to be a one-hit KO.
Iron leaves does a one-hit KO, and on top of that, it's efficient.
Unless they have that Hero's Cape.
No, I think even with the Hero's Cape is a one hit. Isn't it? It was 180 times 2.
180 times 2.
Oh, no, that's a big boy. But guess what? Hero's Cape gets countered by Lost Vacuum, which also a lot of Lost Tina decks.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. So, Ruben, tell me, as a player, you've been playing for a fair amount of time now.
I've been playing since 2011, so that's
2011?
13 years.
Quick math.
13 years.
13 years.
Yeah.
How has the game evolved?
Oh.
Back in my day,
the HP of the Pokemon wasn't that high. 200 damage, 200 HP was maybe the maximum.
200 HP was the maximum. But I'm wondering more about from the mechanic side of things, right? Because I think a lot, at least I've heard rumors on the ground that, you know, Pokemon likes to reuse some of the really good abilities,
so
right?
Coming back to A-Spec, right? We saw A-Spec actually being launched, I think, in 2014.
2014, okay.
Correct. So then we had A-Spec, then it went away, and then now it's back again.
Correct. It was announced in the 2023 World Championships that A-Specs were returning, and oh my God, being in the crowd and then seeing the A-Spec reveal.
That red color.
Oh my God, people were cheering like nuts, okay? Like people literally screaming their heads off, and I was like, what's happening? What is this A-Spec thing that people are talking about? You know, and then I was kind of briefed and was caught up, and I was like, oh.
So it's that
okay.
one strong card. But previously, right, there was this A-Spec called Computer Search. I'm not sure if you know about it.
Search. You're able to search, I think,
Discard 2 cards, search any card you want.
That's like Starbirth in an item card?
Yeah, that's it.
Starbirth in an item card is absolutely busted. I mean, we have Forest Sealstone now.
Yeah, we
right?
do. But imagine Forest Sealstone with that Search. With Starbirth.
Four cards. Tutoring is broken.
It's broken.
Right? Tutoring is absolutely broken, especially if the person piloting the card, piloting the deck with a lot of tutoring is able to play at a high level, right? Because you're not only able to find what cards you have, what cards you need this turn, but you're also able to find cards in the future as well, right?
That's right.
But, you know, the cards that A-Specs, right? The A-Specs, were they used a lot previously?
Okay.
Were they used a lot?
I think we've seen a lot.
What kind of A-Specs was actually, besides Search, was used a lot?
Besides Search, there was this card called Life Dew.
Life Dew?
Life Dew.
What does Life Dew do?
If you attach it to your Pokemon, your opponent takes one less price.
Excuse me?
One less price. So imagine in the field of basic Pokemon, one prizers.
Yeah.
You attach that Life Dew. Imagine, let's look into this context, right? You look the Baby Moon.
Yep.
You attach that Life Dew to Baby Moon.
Wait, 0 prizes?
The opponent doesn't take any price. Any.
Well, okay, that actually reminds me of an A-Spec that they're printing out, well, right now, I guess. Legacy Energy.
What does it do?
Legacy Energy also allows you to take your opponent to take one less price from the Pokemon that they knock out with that Legacy Energy attached. It's also a Rainbow Energy as well.
So, I mean, the whole mechanics coming back again, right?
And you see, that's what I'm talking about, right? So, I think Pokemon is a really good game in the sense that they rotate some old abilities which are good, but they always bring it back.
Correct. I'm not sure if you know, right? But EX was in the past, I think every 3 years it brings back that EX, it brings back the V Max, right?
Yeah.
All right, now we're back to the game.
We are back to the game. So there was, so it turns out that we were right. The Dunsparce that was benched earlier was evolved one turn too early.
On the same turn that it was benched.
On the same turn that it was benched, but next game, Gerald will be receiving a penalty in the next game. I don't know why the Dunsparce are upside down. You can't be confused whilst on the bench.
Perhaps that's his way of telling himself that I can't evolve it this turn?
Maybe. It feels that way. So it seems, as we mentioned earlier, Arcana is going to take the knockout on the Roaring Moon EX.
Correct.
And Arcana will be down to 3 prizes.
That's right. So now, what does OG do?
So, okay, right now, OG needs to use the Roaring Moon, the baby Roaring Moon, to take a knockout on the Arceus V-Star. That way, and not to mention, OG also does not want to bench a Roaring Moon EX, because if he does, then the Elcana's price mapping will be really, really easy.
Correct.
Right now, Elcana needs 3 turns to win. OG still only needs 2.
Only needs 2, right?
Yeah, OG needs 2 turns, so this game is very winnable for OG, and
right.
OG needs to win this game, right?
He
OG
needs to.
Especially with a penalty going into the next game, OG needs everything. It needs to do everything he needs to do to close
win.
this game out for his side.
There is it, that Radiant Greninja coming
Radiant
down.
Greninja. What does Radiant Greninja do?
Throw an energy, draw 2 cards. So that stops the Iono coming into play. Imagine if it Ionos him into 2 cards, into 4 cards, and he has nothing, throw the energy, draw another 2 cards.
But he needs to draw the energy though, right?
Yep. I mean, he's playing 9 energy, so it should be okay.
He's playing 9 energies. We see 4 energies on the board right now. We see at least 1 into the discard pile, so he still has plenty of energies. But we will be looking at what OG is going to be doing this turn. Dunsparce, is it going to have that free pivot? Is he going to be able to retreat? I see 3. Wait, hold on. I see the 3 energies on the baby moon. You know what's coming.
Is he going to torture it?
I smell authority. It feels a little bit early. It feels like I don't want to do it
If you're
this
Elcana
game.
and you're looking at this, who put the 3 energy on a baby moon?
It's a little bit sus, you know. I'll be pressing X, you know, because I'm doubting right now,
what's
right?
this? Flag it up, sus.
Guess what OG just benched?
That iron bundle, that little penguin.
Little
Christmas penguin.
The little Christmas penguin. Delibird, but future form. Iron Bundle has the ability, basically, once you bench the Iron Bundle, you may so not once you bench, but when you want to, you can actually discard the Iron Bundle from your bench, and your opponent has to decide which Pokemon to pull up to his active. It's basically an escape rope, but for your opponent's side.
So the ability is called Hyper Blower.
Hyper Blower. That is actually, I think, one of the not attack names, but it basically. Iron Bundle, if you ever played the game. Do you actually play the game?
I'm using Scarlet.
Using Scarlet? I'm using Scarlet as well. Scarlet is the best version.
All right.
But Iron Bundle, the animation, he basically has this little ball that shoots out like icy winds, basically. So that's why it's called Hyper Blower. But it seems that
okay, the Dunsparce going back into the deck to draw that 3 cards.
To the deck,
I mean, it was evolved on the correct turn this time, right?
Yeah, it was evolved in the right turn this time. We saw him flip the Dunsparce back to the
But you don't want to use the Iron Bundle this round because you don't want to put that Arceus V-Star into back.
No, you need... Okay, so the thing is that I'm actually surprised to see the Iron Bundle go down this early. Usually you want to put it later on, but I'm guessing he wants to avoid any kind of Ionos or judges, as he knows that Elcana plays a lot of disruption, right?
Maybe he's worried about Elcana maybe bringing up a tanky Pokemon to stall in front.
I'm sure he's doing that in order for him to actually keep it benched, right? Because if he judges or if he uses Iono, then he doesn't have the gusting option right there.
We see that ancient booster being played on that baby moon in the front. That means that the Heatran can't knock it out this turn.
Heatran can't knock it out this turn, indeed. So if I was OG, I would use the Vengeance Fletching to attack into the Arceus, because not only are you able to take 2 prizes, but you're also able to get rid of 3 fire energies. Right, resources on the board is super important, especially for Firebox, because Firebox only allows you to manipulate the energies which are on the field right now.
Wait. I was saying that he doesn't want to use the Hyper Blower this turn. Okay. We see that Arceus V-Star going to the back, and then Elcana brings up that Bibarel. Okay.
So I mean,
questionable. Let's see where OG is going with this.
Look, I'm not an efficient pilot with the Moon deck, but the barrel being pushed to the front is also not a bad deal for Elcana's side, because the thing is, Elcana's hand is already full. Yes, on OG's side of things, he does not mind killing the barrel as he doesn't have a draw engine, but
that's where it's coming from. We see that Prime Catcher being played down to take, but why do that in the first place though? It was already in front.
Yeah, I don't know if it's misplaced that we're seeing.
I mean, if we get an interview chance with OG later.
We'll have a little chat with OG later, but it feels after he plays the Prime Catcher,
let's see where he's going with this.
Switches out. He's not able to switch out because he's already retreated once with the Dunsparce. Wasn't the Dunsparce at the front of the field just now?
Yes, it was. Where is he going with this? And,
okay, rightfully so. I think OG scoops this game as there's just too many misplays at that point. There's no way that OG was going to be able to come back from this. It feels like OG needs to actually take a little bit of a breather, needs to calm down a little bit.
I mean, if you've played on stream before, right?
Yes, I have.
I played on stream before. It's stressful. It is stressful. I mean, it gets into your head. It gets into your head, right?
It does get in your head, right? So I think my personal advice for playing on stream is that you need to keep calm. You need to keep a cool composure. Because look, you've practiced your whole maybe a month in advance prepping for this event, right? So let me walk you through this. You practiced the entire time. You've pretty much memorized all your matchups, right? You memorized all your matchups. You know what to do. You know your deck in and out. You've been playing it for at least over a month, 2 months.
Yeah. With that one deck.
With that one deck, right?
To pilot it to perfection.
You can pilot it to perfection, correct. But what players often do when they're on stream is that they panic.
If you were on stream, right, I know players actually wear this headset.
Yeah.
Because we are casting, right?
Yeah.
There is that TV there showing the casting, right?
Yeah.
The stream. So players have to wear this headset where there's white noise constantly being blasted into your ear.
Yeah.
Would that affect you?
Well, I mean, I've played with the white noise before, and honestly speaking, it does actually throw you off a little bit.
It does,
but the players today are not wearing that headset.
They're not.
They're not wearing that headset because we're not in the same room as them. So we're actually casting from across the side. So if you guys want to come say hi, we're right here. We're definitely going to be saying hi back as well. But going back, I think, into the game, tell me, Ruben, what does OG need to do to win?
He was doing perfectly. He was. It was just that the Dunsparce, that mistake, that Prime Catcher, the Hyper Blow Prime Catcher mistake, it wasn't needed.
Yeah. So basically, OG needs to calm down. He needs to do less actions.
Correct. But with this, Alcana taking game 1, and with a penalty for OG into game 2, it's not looking good for him.
Hey, but look, I mean, technically, OG is already playing with a slight advantage, right? Because look, OG is playing a single prize deck. Right, so it requires Alcana more turns to win.
Correct.
Right, but within, I think by turn 2 or turn 3, OG will be able to start swinging with the Vengeance Fletching, and in turn will be able to take 2 prize knockouts very, very quick. But we do see, however, Alcana not having a great start. So this is exactly what I mean. OG can capitalize on slow starts like this. We see the Charcadet, we see the Delphox V, but we do not see an Arceus.
We see right now, if he's going to take down with that Nest Ball, being able to find a basic Pokemon onto your bench, we see that Arceus V. So let's talk about a bit on this Delphox. Delphox 3 energy, right?
3 energies, and you're able to snipe 2 Pokemon. So what that means is that you're able to attack 120 damage to the front using Magical Fire, and then you're also able to do 120 damage to one of your bench Pokemon. However, you do need to put 2 energies into the Lost Zone, but it's a small price to pay for being able to take 2 prizes efficiently.
So he could technically, in this situation, he could take out both the Dunsparce.
Exactly, and we see that OG does not play the mana fee.
It does not, so it doesn't block that 120 onto the bench.
Exactly, so it's actually a little bit dangerous for OG right now. He wants to get rid of the Dunsparce from the field as quick as possible, as he wants to, not have a 2 prize liability or a 2 prize turn, or allow Alcana to take a 2 prize turn, because that just negates the advantage that OG already has.
Yeah, that's right. So Alcana, we thought it was a bad start, but he's back to normal again.
He is
with that Iono, earlier game Iono, right?
He's back to normal indeed. He does play the switch earlier, so he's able to switch out the Delphox and use and push out an Arceus V. Right now, what Alcana is looking for is a double turbo energy. However, we see that double turbo energy is not in his hand.
We see that ace spec in his hand, that maximum belt, and we see an ultra ball. Is he gonna throw that ace spec away? Do you want to throw that? And we do. We see it. So no maximum belt this turn. Does he actually need it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel he does, right? I mean, I guess
250 into that.
The reason why, I can understand why he's throwing this max belt. He throws the max belt because he knows that OG plays the Ancient Booster Capsule, right? So the moment he attaches an Ancient Booster Capsule, he's not going to be able to take the one hit. However, on the flip side of things, right, maximum belt plus a DTE plus the original base attack, you're doing 230 damage. So
that's enough, right?
Is this enough to take a knockout on a Roaring Moon EX without the Ancient Boost Capsule? Right? So it seems like Arcana is really trying to go fast. He's trying to find the Squawk ability. He uses the Squawk ability, Squawk and Seize ability.
Discard your hand.
Discard your hand and draw
6 cards.
6 cards.
6 cards?
6 cards, yeah. So he draws 6. He still does not get the DTE, but he has 3 fire energies attached. So we should just see a regular play on his side of the field. He's going to just attach the fire energy and pass his turn. It should be in the back Arceus V. I'll be very surprised if it's
It kind of looks like his hand is stuck. It kind of looks like. Let's see.
We'll see how it plays out. Because it seems like on the other side, the Arcana's Iono actually helped OG.
Yeah.
We see the Radiant Greninja on the field. We see a Nest Ball being used to find the second Roaring Moon right now. OG seems to be chilling right now. But we will see if he agrees with us. He has a boss. He has the Dunsparce. He also has a Radiant Greninja. He draws 3. He sees the Artisan. Man is having
find it back again.
game.
We got into that loop.
He better not evolve his Dunsparce into another Dunsparce.
He's not even shuffling his cards.
He doesn't need to shuffle his cards. He's
searching. He's keep on searching.
Exactly. Search after search after search. And guess what? He finds 2 Darkness Energies. And, I really wonder what he's going to use those Darkness Energies for.
Oh, it's kind of obvious, right? But I mean, knowing that you lost game 1, you have to rush into game 2 to win game 3. You can see here OG picking up the pace.
OG is definitely picking up the pace. He knows he needs to win 2 games in 29 minutes. If not, he's gonna be losing. We see actually the Roxanne. We don't normally see Roxanne in Moon decks, but this is one of OG's techs that he has decided to include.
Correct, but he's not being able to use the Roxanne now because it only works when your opponent has taken 3 prizes or more.
Exactly. But definitely, I think with this beatdown style deck, oh wow, he plays the... okay, that is really smart. So you see, he plays the boss's orders to pull up the Delphox, not only to stall the Delphox, but also to be able to take a knockout on it next turn. But in saying that, right, he uses his only boss. He does not play the
plays
Pal
one boss. So basically, he has to use the Prime Catcher if he wants to catch any Pokemon on the bench later.
Correct, if he wants to gust out anything. But Delphox does have 2 retreat costs, right? So Arcana needs to play a switch. But
does he play a switch?
He used his earlier switch. So
he threw it, right?
He threw it. So the only way for Arcana to get the Delphox out of the bench right now is
to manual retreat.
Or Turo. Arcana can use the Turo, but we saw earlier that by using an early Turo, you're unable to tank and soak up the damage. And yeah, with that, well, Arcana just attaches energy and
his hand is stuck.
His hand is stuck. This is a chance ball for OG right now.
But can he capitalize on it? I don't see any energy in hand for him.
He uses Radiant Greninja already, so he discards the Darkness Energy. What OG needs at this point is a Dark Patch.
Attach and Dark Patch.
He needs a Dark Patch, he needs a Sada. So he's going to Sada, draw into an energy, attach it, and he's going to swing with that Roaring Moon. However, he does not have enough damage yet. There's only 4 ancient cards in his discard pile.
So he's only doing 110.
110, but it's fine. Look, we mentioned earlier that Arcana's only way to tank damage.
He draws into 2 Dark Patches.
2 Dark Patches. Man is on fire. Man's on a roll. I really hope for his sake that he does not, throw this chance away. But we see 2 Dark Patches on the field. This allows OG to definitely swing for an attack, but without, it may actually force Arcana to play the Turo very, very, very early.
Correct. Yeah.
But it's not a bad opportunity for sure. And
he has that big moon in his hand as well. Do you want to use it?
Using a big moon? Yeah.
Early game?
I mean, look, Delphox does not have that much HP. If I'm not wrong, Delphox has a 210 HP. So Moon is actually able to swing using Calamity Storm for 220, knock out the Delphox, and get rid of the Artisan so that Arcana can't use it.
Correct. And you know that Arcana's board isn't set up yet. He has to use that Arceus V-Star to build the energy on the board. Exactly. So that leaves you with another opportunity to swing again.
Correct. Because the thing is that with the Arceus V-Star's attack, he's on Trinity Nova, you're only dealing 200 damage. That's not enough to take a knockout.
Or with the DTE, 180 only.
Yeah, and we saw the maximum belt go in the trash already, so there is no way for Arceus V-Star to take a knockout on the Roaring Moon EX on Arcana's side of the field as of this point. So OG is in a commanding position. So he does get the Stardust Vitality as well. We see a Dark Energy,
but only
Dark
one
Energy being attached onto the Roaring Moon.
Opting to leave maybe one energy in the discard for this Dark Patch.
For sure, that's definitely the case. We do see the Dark Patch being used. We see the Baby Roaring Moon being charged up. And we see the hand attachment coming from the Baby to the second Baby Moon. He's charging up 2 single prize attackers. We still have yet to hear confirmation about how many prize penalties he has to receive for the earlier misplay. But Roaring Moon, Baby Roaring Moon, Vengeance Fletching is going to be swinging for 120 damage.
Yeah. So it's going to be a 2-hit. Definitely, right?
Yes, it's 100% going to be a 2-hit for the side of OG. But Elcana needs a Turo. I see a DTE in his hand. I do not see the Turo.
I think he drew a Pokemon.
Yeah,
just
so we
slide it down, Elcana, slide it up.
But I think enough about speculating, right? So he finally manages to get the core of his deck, the Armor Rouge with the Fire Off ability. Armor Rouge with Fire Off is going to be able to switch his energies around. He's going to be able to manipulate and have different attackers. So we do see, Armor Rouge using Fire Off ability to charge up the Delphox. Elcana needs 1 fire energy to attack, but he opts to just do a manual retreat into an Arceus. It feels like he's going to use Trinity Trinity Charge from the Arceus V, which is perfect for Elcana's game plan, as it allows him to charge 3 fire energies to any of his V Pokemon in whichever way he likes.
So that's his standard build energy. But the problem with this Trinity Charge is that there's no damage being done.
But that's perfectly fine. We know what OG's plan is, right? We know that OG wants to take that 1 hit later in the game, or 2 hits if possible. We know that Elcana is going to want to use the Turo to eventually pick up a damaged Pokemon. But with him making this play, right, it actually opens up for OG to opt which Pokemon he wants to finish off later on in the game with the Prime Catcher.
Okay. I mean, in the first match, OG probably saw his Elcana's Turo being thrown over, right? So he knows that it's still in the deck. He doesn't know it's prized or not, but it's there. It's an opportunity for Elcana to actually take back that Delphox into his hand. So maybe OG does need to actually map out his prizes. But we do see 2 Arceus V, 1 Delphox, and 1 Soccerbilly EX.
There's 8 prizes on the board.
So that's 8 prizes right there. OG-wise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Pokemon.
5 Pokemon, 5
no
Pokemon
EX.
indeed, 5 prizes. Elcana is going to need to take, once again, let's talk about prize mapping. 5 turns in order for him to take a knockout. OG only needs 3 turns. Or if he's going to 2-hit, well, then 5 turns, I guess. 4 turns.
5, yeah. I mean, we'll talk about it, right? The Roaring Moon building up its damage from the ancient cards in the discard.
Exactly. So right now we see only 5 cards still in the discard. So this is the problem with the Moon deck, right? Versus the Moon versus the Ancient Box. Ancient Box, you're able to accelerate your Ancient Pokemon in your discard pile extremely quickly. Whereas Moon, you're a little bit slower because you just don't play as many Ancient Pokemon.
Correct. So that damage build up isn't that as fast.
Yeah, you can't ramp, right? I think if there's one way I would put it, Ancient Box is a bit more of a ramp deck. Whereas Moon allows you more versatility in your matchups.
I don't know. Maybe I'm an aggressive player, right? I would have loved to see that Roaring Moon EX come down and swing it hard into the Delphox.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was definitely the right play, but it seems like Elcana's actually opting to use his Squawk ability to motivate attack. We don't see this that often, but Motivate allows you to do 20 damage to your opponent and allows you to charge 2 energies to any of your Pokemon.
But I mean, you're not using it for the damage, right? You're just going to use it to charge energy onto your board.
As we mentioned earlier, Elcana is able to function only because of Armor Rouge's Fire Off ability, right? This Firebox is the core of this Firebox is this Armor Rouge, and honestly speaking, what I want to see OG do is actually take this knockout on this Armor Rouge. If you take the Armor Rouge out, Elcana is on a really big back.
He has that Prime Catcher in his hand.
He has a Prime Catcher in his hand. Okay,
OG has that Prime Catcher in his hand. He can catch any Pokemon from Elcana's bench and bring it up.
We see a manual retreat into the Dunsparce. Probably because he wants to evolve his Dunsparce into the...
No, he needs that energy in the discard.
Oh, because he's trying to charge up the Roaring Moon. This makes perfect sense. He's using Prime Catcher to take out the Arceus V with 3 energies, so that's perfectly fine because there's only 3 energies on Alcana's side of the field. Yes, he's going to use the be able to use the Fire Off ability.
What a play from OG right there. Taking off not only that V Pokemon 2 prizes, but he's also taking out 3 energies off that board.
Exactly, right? As mentioned before, energy is a resource that Alcana desperately needs, but he does have the Squawk ability of 1 energy attached, so he's going to be able to have a pivot option if he needs. Alcana scoops.
We are going into... Are we going into game 3?
We are going into game 3, and keep in mind that OG does not have a penalty this time.
He does not.
Because the penalty was only for game 2, so penalties aside, OG is in the clear with 20 minutes in the game.
20 minutes left.
Both sides are going to be able to finish it.
Anyone takes it home.
Anyone can take it home.
Who do you think will take it home? We've seen Alcana take game 1. We've seen OG take game 2.
But even in game 1, right, we saw that Alcana was able to set up, but he wasn't able to actually take out the prizes on the OG side.
He wasn't dominating in sense.
He was not dominating. I mean, to be fair to OG, right, Alcana was only won that game because of OG's misplays.
Yes,
right?
that's right.
We saw 2 misplays coming out from OG's side, and eventually it was just way 2 misplays too many for OG to come back, so OG rightfully decided to scoop this game.
So,
Speaking of scooping,
yeah.
Right, speaking of scooping, what is scooping and what is there strategy behind it?
Essentially, you're just surrendering your deck.
Yeah, but the thing is, scooping scooping is important because the thing is in a BO3 once again, right? You need to finish 2. You need to win 2 games, right? Or you need to be or you need to play to your time. Right?
Correct.
50 minutes is actually pretty short from a BO3 perspective.
Because we had 25 minutes for 1 game yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
So I mean, if you're looking at today, you're supposed to have 75, but we only have 50 minutes for 3 games.
We only have 50 minutes for 3 games.
So if you know you're losing that game, scoop.
Yes.
That's
our biggest advice. So if you're planning on playing BO3, you're planning on going overseas to compete in regionals, or if you're competing in the World Championships, keep in mind if you're losing and you don't see your way to come back, scoop. If not, your opponent is going to drag the time.
Have that time on your side.
Your opponent is going to be super happy. He's going to be like, oh yeah, look, he's going to keep playing the game. I'm not even going to slow play. I'm just going to keep playing, right? And I'm going to drag the time out as much as I want.
So usually players who win game 1 try and drag out game 2.
Exactly. So
because if game 2 doesn't conclude, the game 1 player wins.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm actually pretty surprised to see Alcana scoop super fast. But you know what? Alcana should be super confident, I think, in winning this final game.
That's right.
Or either that, he just wants a full 3 games. Either ways, the viewers at home, we are also benefiting. All right, we have our first match of the day. We're going into game 3, day 2 of the Singapore Championship Singapore for TCG. OG starts second.
It's not a good start for Alcana. I don't want to see that Mew EX on the bench, on his field.
Mew EX is such a good
This is the
card
first
to
time we're
have.
seeing that Mew EX on the field.
Yeah, this is the first time we see it. He must have started with it, and it feels so darn bad.
And it's weak. It's weak to Darkness Pokemon.
Weak. So all OG needs to do is swing with the Vengeance Fletching with only 2 ancient cards in his discard pile.
90 times 2, 180, and it's
the
out.
Mew EX is out of here. Get him out of here. We see 1 energy attached. OG needs 1 more attachment of either from hand, because I believe he used the Sada to attach to the Roaring Moon. We see a Dunsparce come out. Will OG be able to find his second Dark Energy?
You know what's interesting?
Don't hold us in suspense, man. Come on, shuffle the deck.
Let me tell you about this. OG plays 3 Artisan. Alcana plays... What do you see?
We see the Dark Energy. He uses Trekking Shoe to find the Dark Energy, and he discards it.
He already attached for turn this turn, right?
Didn't he play the Sada? Anyways, regardless, OG is unable to take the swing on this Mew EX. On Alcana's side of things, he wants to find the Turo, right?
Let's figure out this out later, right? But
it's super essential for Alcana to find the Turo in order for him to pick up the Mew EX. Right now, Mew EX is a huge liability on his board.
Correct. So Mew EX, it's good against Zard deck maybe, when the Zards are left with 1 prize.
Tina as well,
right?
Yep.
Being able to copy any of your opponent's Pokemon attack.
Yep. Exactly.
Do you want to copy? Are you going to copy?
Vengeance Fletching?
Yeah, no.
Hey, 70 damage. Okay, 70 damage is significant.
Correct, but it's not going to do much. Okay, but let me tell you this. It's something interesting I saw today. OG plays 3 Artisan.
Yeah.
Alcana's plays 4 Magma Basin, but most of the time, it's that Artisan on the bench, on the field.
It's true. You know, I think stadiums has always been a very interesting mechanic for Pokemon, right? Because the thing is that you can only have one stadium on in the game active at one time. So if your opponent plays a stadium first, you want to be able to bump it into a stadium that was just advantageous for you. Because the thing is that Magma Basin not advantageous for OG, but correct. Artisan is advantageous for both players. So Arcana is actually benefiting right now from seeing the Artisan
to find a target, right?
To find a target, exactly. But you know what? I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. But we can see that Trinity Charge being used by Alcana to find that 3 fire energy onto his benched Arceus V.
Yep, as we mentioned before, we see more fire energies on Arcana side.
5 energies on the board, right?
What?
5 energies on the board right now.
5 energies on the board, and more is always better. More better, as we like to say. So going back to OG's side of the field, we see that he has managed to find his Radiant Greninja. The question is he going to be able to find an energy to be able to swing with the Vengeance Fletching attack from the Roaring Moon? He does not see an energy card, but he does get the Dark Patch,
right? So he plays this Explorer's Guidance. Look at the top 6 cards, choose 2.
Yeah, choose 2. So he opts to keep the Dark Patch versus the Dark Patch as well.
Okay, he has an energy. He can start swinging this turn.
He found the Dunsparce as well, so he's gonna be able to use the Dunsparce to draw 3 this turn. But it seems like there may be another gameplay error here.
The Dunsparce was the previous turn.
Dunsparce was definitely on this previous turn, so no more of that false evolution line of play.
So viewers at home, you can only evolve the Pokemon on the next turn.
Yes,
you cannot evolve a Pokemon that was played down on this turn.
Exactly. So keep in mind that if you are evolving, and you can only do it from turn 2 onwards.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
guys, if you guys are doing it, that's definitely not the right play. Please re-look up at the rules, or you can approach either one of your friendly classes here, and we'll be able to help you sort that out as well.
So right now we see 6 ancient cards in the discard for OG. It's much faster this turn, this game.
Yeah, a lot faster this game. OG is going to be able to swing 430 damage for this attack. But once again, I see the Prime Catcher. I want 2 energies attached on this Baby Roaring Moon and back for a 2 price swing on this Mew EX. The question is, he does not have energies in his hand. He does have the Dark Patch, so he's definitely going to be able to attach one. But he has... That is beautiful because he hasn't manually retreated yet, because he's going to be able to play the Dark Patch to attach to the Roaring Moon, and he's then...
And we talked about it, this liability right here, that Mew EX. It's a 2 price for OG.
2 price swing for OG indeed. OG is in the lead, and this is what OG wants. Alcana, though, is not over for him yet.
It's not over. It's definitely not over. With that 5 energy on board, it's a myriad of options right there for him.
Exactly, but the thing is that Alcana needs to find the Baby Armarouge in order for him to have a game. He does judge, and he's hoping, he's praying that yes, he's disrupting
OG's hand into a
dead hand, but he's also hoping to see the Armarouge, right? He needs
that Armarouge.
Correct. Or even better, Arceus V-Star.
Arceus V-Star, he hasn't used his Star Birth ability yet. Find that 2 cards, you can find that Armarouge.
Not to mention, you're also able to accelerate the energy using the Trinity Nova.
But I do want to see another V Pokemon on the bench.
We see the Arceus V-Star in his hand. He's going to be able to evolve it and use the Star Breath to be able to find the Baby Armarouge.
We also have an Ultra Ball.
Ability. He has the Ultra Ball. He has a myriad of options. If I was Alcana, Delphox is immediately one of my priorities.
Take out that 2 Dunsparce.
Exactly. I want to be able to find a Delphox, gust out the Dunsparce, hopefully.
Stop that whole engine.
Actually, hold up. He does not have a gusting option. He only plays the bosses, so he's only plays the bosses,
and he's
already played the judge, so he's unable to gust out the Dunsparce this turn.
So maybe only take out 1 Dunsparce, leave 120 damage on the Baby Moon in front?
That is one possibility, but I see Alcana is opting to stop OG's Dunsparce engine by using the Lost Vacuum to remove, I believe, the Artisan, and he opts to also bench the Bidoof because he wants to keep his hand healthy as well.
Or maybe he can bump that Asian Booster Capsule.
Oh, bumping the Ancient Booster Capsule would be big because Actually, no, it doesn't matter because the thing is that with 3 Fire Energies, Arceus V-Star swings for 200 damage, which is able to knock out that Baby Moon even with the Ancient Booster Capsule on board.
So it does bump that capsule.
It does bump the Ancient Booster.
You know what's annoying about playing against Baby Moon? Bumping all this, you can't KO a Baby Moon, it adds damage to that Baby Moon.
That is very, very, very true. But you know, by lost vacuuming the Ancient Booster Capsule, the beauty of it is that there's one less card in his discard pile, right?
Yeah,
so there's 10 less damage that the Roaring Moon is going to be able to do, which is probably what Elcana was aiming for.
So limiting his damage, right?
Sorry?
Limiting his
damage, correct. Minusing 10 off. And for a Moon deck, that's significant, right? Because Moon does not, as mentioned before, play a lot of ancient Pokemon. So one less ancient card is 10 less damage for him to deal. On the other side, we do see Elcana actually using Trinity Nova to charge that 1 energy to the Arceus V. Arceus V currently has 4 energies.
That's not what you want to see,
that's
right?
That's not what you want to see. On OG side, boss, knockout, the 4 energies gone.
Yeah, that's right. You do want to see the energies being charged onto a different Pokemon.
Correct, but the thing is that Vengeance Flashing right now is only dealing 100 and I think 440 damage, so that's not even enough to knock out the Arceus.
Do we see that big moon being come down? He has it in hand.
He has it in hand. He's thinking about it. We see he's thinking about it. If I was him, if I have a way to charge up this moon,
Sada.
I will definitely want to swing, right? I mean, Frenzied Gouging here would be huge.
Yep. So draw that 3 cards. Energy Dark Patch. He hits everything.
He hits everything. So
he has that energy onto that big moon to Frenzied Gouging away that Arceus V-Star.
Hey, wait a second. If Moon has charged up, he's going to be able to use Calamity Storm on the back Arceus V. Question is, does OG still have his boss? He used his Prime Catcher earlier, so we know that that's gone. Oh, no, but the thing is, he just played Sada, so he's not going to be able to gust. So I think OG's
he's going to take a knockout on the front Arceus, right?
But you see, if he takes a knockout using Frenzied Gouging in the front Arceus, the Elcana is going to be able to take a return knockout. But you know what? I think that's in the cards because if Elcana takes a return knockout using an Arceus V, that's the last 2 prizes that OG needs.
That's all in the mapping.
Prize.
The boss order is in his deck, though.
So the boss order is going to be used next turn. OG uses a V.
We can see
uses Earthen Vessel to draw 2 energies to basically open up more, to thin his deck out and to open up more options later in the game. OG right here is probably wanting to find the Dunsparce in order for him to get rid of the front Dunsparce so that he has a free pivot option.
I mean, he has the KO right now already. But what we want to see, right, is actually him thinning his deck because when he goes down to 2 prizes, it leaves him open to an Iono.
Yes, it will definitely leave him open to an Iono. So he wants to thin out his deck, but he also he
please
wants
announce the correct attack this time. Frenzied Gouging, who's being seen play here, knocks out that Arceus V and deals 200 damage to itself.
Yep, he announces the right attack this time. No misplays here from OG. OG has learned his lesson. So we see him go down to 2 prizes. Elcana has no choice but to promote the Arceus V. He does have the Arceus V star, so he's going to be able to take a return knockout. OG, will we see the Thornton being played?
I do want to see
I want to see the Thornton being played. Thornton would be huge. And
it's insane if we do see that.
I love how OG actually played the Dunsparce but did not opt to use the ability this turn.
So, like I was saying, right, Iono forces you into 2 cards. You use the Dunsparce to draw 3 cards. You find a supporter from there. Maybe we see that Thornton.
Maybe we see the Thornton indeed. It would be an amazing way to end off this best of 3 series. We see the Delphox being played though.
If the Delphox comes in, right, 120 to the front, that's 2 prizes. You take a knockout or maybe the baby Dunsparce.
And the Dunsparce as well.
Can you?
Elcana needs a boss.
Can you?
Yeah.
The Dunsparce has 140, right?
Hey, but look, regardless, I don't think that's going to be... Oh, regardless, I was going to say that we don't want to see that play because if we see that play, OG has the game in hand with the Roaring Moon being able to swing on the Delphox. So we rightfully see Elcana play the Professor's Research to fill up his hand once again. He's weighing out his options. Elcana knows that if he has to take the knockout using this Arceus V-Star, you know, it's going to really make it a little bit that much easier for OG to win the game, as all he needs to do is charge up another Roaring Moon EX. With 6 minutes and 54 seconds on the clock, OG has heaps of time to wrap this game up.
We will see a winner from this match.
We will definitely see a winner from this match. I'm excited once again to see a best of three, full best of three being played out during this first match of today. We see a Fire Energy being charged up to the secondary Char Cadet using the Magma basing.
We haven't seen that Armarouge EX yet, right?
We have not seen the Armarouge EX. Armarouge EX is typically used to swing big. Right?
Swing big, right?
It needs to hit those big attackers. So rightfully so, I don't think Alcana wants to use the Armarouge EX just yet. We may see it later on. We do see a retreat to come up for...
okay.
Because Char Cadet has the Amber attack. If I'm not wrong, you discard a Fire Energy from the armor from the Char Cadet and you're dealing, I believe, 40 damage.
That's the problem with Frenzied Gouging. It leaves you open to this small kind of Pokemon taking that KO.
Yeah, but look, I think that's it's worth it, right? You're able to swing 2 prizes. Yes, you return 2 prizes, but you have such a big prize lead, right? Alcana, even if he takes these 2 prizes on this Royal Moon, he will be left with 3 prizes. OG is left with 2 prizes, and guess what? OG does not have a 2 prize on the board, so OG gets to dictate when he's going to play his 2 prizes.
Yeah, that's right. But that also leaves it open because OG has to find that boss order to find that 2 prizes, the last 2 prizes.
Yeah, so OG will not be able to use the Thornton that game, but OG does have the Iron Bundle ready to go. We do see the Ember being played. We see the knockout on the Royal Moon.
I mean, it's kind of nice to see small Pokemon be able to take out big Pokemon, right?
I mean, mate, I've used Comfey to spinning attack.
To
spinning attack at the Roaring Moon for the knockout. I must say, it's one of the best feelings I've had.
I mean, using a nice little Charmander to do 30 to that
tackle.
Yeah.
All right, so what does OG need for game? Spell it out, Ruben.
Boss order into Baby Moon. What do you see there? Okay. A fist bump and it's done.
Confused. We don't know who won this game. We will wait to hear confirmation from the desk as to who won that game. But regardless, that was a really, really good game, best of 3 series. We're happy to see a full best of 3 series being played. And once I said, like I said, best thing to see, a best of 3 being played.
Okay,
for the first match of the
we
day.
are in suspense. Who has won that game? I just saw a friendly fist bump.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, what's
fist bump game?
What's the result of the game?
What's happening?
What is happening indeed? Well, whilst we wait for confirmation on the desk, I think this is definitely one of the more interesting matchups to see, right?
Yeah,
not
definitely.
every day we see a Moon on the field. We don't usually see Arceus Armarouge.
I think this was the only Firebox we saw yesterday among that 342 players.
I believe so. I believe so,
right?
I mean, I didn't see any other Firebox. We have to wait for Cash the Statsman to report on us on that.
Yeah.
But, wow. I mean, after seeing these 2 games, right? Arceus Armarouge.
I'm tired.
You're tired?
I'm tired.
I didn't expect game 1, man.
I didn't expect Firebox against the Moon to go into 3 games.
Well, to be honest, I expected a beatdown from either side. I think both decks have the capability to constantly just keep destroying the other side of things. But you know what? Well, 3 games. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm still waiting in suspense to see who won.
Yeah.
All right, so we have confirmation that OG has won using Moon.
Moon has taken this best of 3.
Has taken this best of 3. Congratulations, OG.
Congratulations as he moves on to top 8.
Yep, OG has been promoted to top 8. So top 8, the difference between top 8 and top 16 is that top 8 gets 9 additional booster packs, bringing in the grand total of 18 booster packs that the top 8 players get. We'll see whether OG can take it home. As he is the only representation of Moon in the top 16 today.
Correct. So, I mean, it's quite sad. We didn't get to see that Armarouge EX being played from Alcana.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the Armarouge EX, but like I said, I don't think Armarouge EX was necessary for this specific matchup.
Correct.
Armarouge EX would have been...
We didn't get to see the Thornton.
Oh, we didn't get to see... Hey, maybe we get to see OG play the Thornton if he gets to the finals, maybe.
Maybe.
All right, well, moving on, some of our other decks that we see for today... we see Zard Pidgeot being
the most popular deck,
today.
right?
Most popular deck, 31%. We see 3 Tinas, we see 2 Lozenge Blocks, 2 Ancient, one Lugia, one Moo, one Arceus Armor Reach.
Yep. So, I mean, we got to see what the other games are being played out, right?
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what the matchups are going to be. So we could just bring up the matchups for today as we will run you through what decks we feel are going to make it to potentially top 8.
Maybe we have a caster's prediction.
Sorry?
Caster's prediction?
Caster prediction? Yeah, we can definitely have the caster prediction. So as we move into the leaderboard, we have the first bracket, first and 16th place. We have Lugia versus Mill, by the way.
Mill.
Great Tusk Mill. My favorite
deck that wins through opponent's deck out.
Yes,
so
the deck with the alternate win
the
condition.
first place yesterday, Lugia bot. We don't need to say what deck he's playing.
Exactly.
Obviously, he's playing Lugia.
So Lugia bot is also, his name is Bjorn. Bjorn is known for playing Lugia. He has one of the most consistent Lugia history in the Singapore scene right now. And his Lugia...
I think he's only played Lugia though.
Yeah, he's known for playing Lugia, but when you're so good at one deck, you need to play any other deck.
That's true.
But that being said, right, Lugia, he doesn't always play a standard Lugia. I love his text, I love his ideas, I love his ingenuity. So I'm
the good
excited
thing about
to see
Lugia is because
later.
it's box. You can put anything you want inside. You can play with Snorlax, you can play with Minchino, anything.
Exactly. Well, we see the rise of Minchino. Definitely, Minchino is a very, very good attacker with the special roll attack. But hopefully, we'll see him on stream later. Next up, we have Kaiser versus Dennis. Kaiser is playing the Lost Zone Box deck, and Dennis is playing the Tina deck. On 12th place and 15th place, we have Brian QSY playing against the Davey. It's a Lost Tina versus a Zard deck. And then, of course, we have the matchups that we see on stream just now. We had OG Moon versus Firebox.
So once again, OG moving forward to top 8 for the viewers who just tuned in, right?
Definitely. So Ruben, bring me on the other side of the bracket.
Okay, on the other side, we have Ben, that's me, in 3rd place. He is playing the...
Ben is playing the Lost Box.
Lost Box, right?
Yep.
Versus S2Nini, who is playing a Zard deck.
Yep.
Right? And then we have Min Collects, also piloting the Zard deck against Fukano Desu, who is playing the Ancient Box. And then we have...
I love this name. 2024 National Champion.
This guy is confident.
Look, he's either confident or he's stupid.
Let's say he's confident, all right? Let's say he's confident. So 2024 National Champion, also running the Zard deck, and he's playing against Zakardi. Zakardi is then playing Tina.
Yeah, he's playing the Super Tina. He's playing the almost exact 60 that I was piloting for Regionals Volume 3.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, and then we have Jordan against I Love Bunny. So Jordan is playing the Ancient Box, and I Love Bunny then is playing the Tina.
Yeah, I believe Jordan. No, sorry, I think Jordan is playing Zard. Sorry, my bad.
So Jordan's playing Zard.
Yeah, I think he's playing Zard. So I think
predict. Tell me.
We see so many Zards. I predict Zard's gonna win.
You think Zard's gonna take it home?
I think Zard's gonna take it home.
I think that actually Lugia is gonna take it home.
Sorry?
I think Lugia is gonna take it home.
You think Lugia is gonna win?
Yeah, I think so. Lugia has a good matchup against Zard.
Lugia has a good matchup in Zard. That is very, very true. But we do have updates from the desk. So we do have the updated brackets. We do see Lugia bot winning against
That's it.
Igloo.
Let's look at the bracket, right?
Yep. We see Kaiser beating Dennis.
All right.
We see Kaiser beating Dennis Scoop. We see Dave beating Brian QSY. OG once again, congratulations, beating Alcana. And then on the other side, we see Lost Zone Box beating Zard. Wow.
That's okay. That's one Zard down.
There's one Zard down.
Are you still going to predict Zard?
Yeah, I'm still going to predict Zard. Because on the opposite side of the bracket, we see Zard beating African Destiny. We see Zakard beating 2024 National Champion.
So maybe he wasn't that confident after all.
Wow, look, 2024 National Champion is is a player that goes by the name of Gerard. He is one of the players that has actually represented Singapore playing in EUIC. He actually went top 64 in a 2,300-man tournament.
That's impressive.
That is very impressive,
right?
So it's sad to see him go down during this early in the bracket. But we do see on the other side, I Love Bunny.
I love Bunny.
Bunny.
This guy loves rabbits.
The guy loves rabbits, but he also loves Tina. This man is a mad lad. He's been super consistent with the Giratina deck. And this is actually a familiar matchup. Zikard versus I Love Bunny have played against each other in Regionals Volume 1.
It's gonna be...
It's a rematch.
It's a rematch.
It's a rematch of the two Tinas.
So let's look at what decks are left. We have a Lugia left. We have a
Lost Box.
Lost Box.
Yep.
We have, what's Davey playing again?
Zard.
Zard. Okay.
We have
Moon moving forward. And then
Lost
the Lost
on
Box. Then
Zard.
Zard again. Lost on
two
Box.
Tinas.
2 Tinas.
Dang! Look, we are in for a fun time. I'm very excited to see which game is going to be streamed next as we're down to our top 8.
Top 8.
Top
right.
8.
2 more games for them.
3 more games now.
So top 2 wins.
Top 8.
Yeah, you got top 8, top
But
4.
if
you win 2 games,
okay,
you're
if you win 2
automatically
games,
going
you're
Hawaii.
automatically getting your Worlds invite.
Yeah.
That's just for sure. But
that's the aim.
But you want your ticket, your travel invite.
Oh, you want a free ticket?
You want a free ticket, man. I mean, dude, I paid out of pocket and it hurts, man, okay? Going down a couple grand paying out of pocket is a real
That's painful,
bug.
that's painful.
But as you see on the screen right now, the updated leaderboards, we'll just quickly run through it again. We have Lugia versus Lost Box. We have Zard versus Moon. And then on the opposite side, Ben That's Me is playing Lost Box versus Zard. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, we see Tina versus Tina. That being said, you know, Tina versus Tina is not just a mirror match.
It's not.
It's not a mirror match.
When it comes down to same decks playing each other, right? It always comes down to skill.
Sorry?
It always goes down to skill.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just skill because Tina versus Tina is Zakard is actually playing Super Tina.
Ah.
So Super Tina versus regular Tina.
It's different.
Super Tina is going to be an advantage because they play that lightning box.
Is it called Paradox?
No. It's
a different deck.
That's a different deck.
That's a different deck.
Super Tina, that's the term that we've coined it. So let it be, man.
We'll see on stream later.
Or maybe we'll see it later. But anyways, regardless, guys, we're going to be going for a short break. We'll see you guys back in about 45 minutes or so. Catch you later.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes. I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose.
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck. Have fun. Rock, paper, scissors.
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu.
Riolu is a basic Pokemon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right.
Oh, look! You have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just one energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach one grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing one card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have one Nemona and one Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only one supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokémon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokémon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with low sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokemon trading card game. Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only 1 stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be 1 in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only 1 tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea. Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokemon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck, have fun. Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes!
And we are back.
We are back.
We are back. We are back. We had a great lunch break. I hope you guys had some time to go and eat some food as well.
Definitely. I mean, we had a bit of chance to talk to the players out there, right?
Yeah. So we had a chance to talk to the players out there. I think some pretty intense gaming going on. We heard some rumors about shouts and whatnot, but
I mean, it's an intense game, right? Pokemon.
It's true. It's an intense day. But moving on, I think the Masters aren't the only ones that are playing today, right?
Right. So in one section, we're having our top 16 matches. But on the other side, there's also juniors and seniors playing their matches.
That's true for TCG.
Yeah, so the winner of those matches also goes to Hawaii.
That is true. But not only do we have TCG action happening today, we also have VGC action happening. Our VGC co-casters are actually all across the other side of the field. So, hey guys, hopefully they are having some good games on their side as well.
Yeah, so tune in onto their stream as well if you are interested in VG.
Exactly. But speaking of which, right, I think the matchups for today, we have a spicy one coming up for you guys. We have Ming Collects versus Ben.
Right, so Ming Collects, he's going to be piloting the Zard deck. And then Ben
is piloting the Lost Zone box deck.
So you are a master of the Lost Zone box, right?
Apparently so.
Right, and I have been playing Zard.
True.
So let's take each one.
Sure. So let me run it down real quick, all right? So Lost Zone Box is a very, very flexible deck. Your main engine is Comfey. Comfey has the flower selecting ability, which allows you to use it once per turn on, if this Pokemon is on the active spot, you may see the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 card goes to your hand, 1 card goes into the Lost Zone, right? And this deck is built around the Lost Zone because at key numbers 4, 7, and 10, remember this because we're going to be bringing it up a lot later in the game, they activate different abilities. At 4, Lost Zone, you can activate Cramorant's ability, which allows you to attack for free. At 7 in the Lost Zone, it activates Mirage Gate. Right? Mirage Gate allows you to search your deck for up to 2 different energy cards and attach it to your Pokemon in any way you like. Very powerful deck, and for this specific deck, this relies a lot on the Lost Zone box.
Right.
On the Mirage Gate. So then, for your side of the field?
So my side of the field, Ming is going to play the Charizard deck. So Charizard, an extremely popular Pokemon, but not only popular, very, very powerful because it's a stage 2 Pokemon. You reckon these up from Charmander. Once it's evolved, it can actually find 3 fire energy and then attach it to any of your fire Pokemon.
Yeah, but you talk about the Charizard, right? But we also talk about the Charmander because the Charmanders play a very, very pivotal role in this deck. You have 2 different types of Charmanders. You have the first one, which is Ember. 70 HP is a promo card, but it's really, really, really good because what it allows you to do is that for 2 fire energies, it allows you to discard 1 and you're doing 40 damage.
Yep.
The 40 damage is super, super good. But on the other side, you have the 60 HP Charmander.
So less 10 HP, right?
Less than 10 HP, but
1 energy, deal 30.
Exactly. Heat Tackle Charmander. You do 10 damage to yourself?
Yes, 10 damage to yourself. So do you want that damage? I think it's still okay.
It's so worth it, man. I mean, we saw earlier, right? Just now, Elkana used the Char Cadet for 1 energy to take a knockout on the Roaring Moon. Yep. Hello, Charmander, 1 energy, 30 damage. Wait, how much?
Hit that Roaring Moon.
How much damage does the Roaring Moon have? How much HP does the Roaring Moon have left after using
30
gouging?
The magic number is 30.
Magic number, guys.
Yeah.
So the
moving back
Charmanders.
to the deck, right?
Yep.
The deck. This deck is interesting because it allows I can let your deck take more prizes, but my damage increases.
Exactly. So what does Charizard EX's attack do?
So the attack does a base damage of 180, but for every prize your opponent takes, adds another 30 damage. So if your opponent has taken 5 prizes, that's 330. Right?
That's 300, man. Is it 330? 330. Holy cow, that's a huge number.
That KOs almost anything on the field right now, except if you add in the Hero's Cave, right? Yeah,
that's
so
right,
that's the thing. So the Charizard deck also plays with Pidgeot EX. So another stage 2 Pokemon. The ability lets you find any card you want. You don't have to reveal it to your opponent.
Yeah, Pidgeot EX is so good. Quick Search. I mean, we've seen Pidgeot before having Quick Search, and it's back.
It's back again. So there was this thing in the past, right? People think, do you play Bibarel or do you play Pidgeot EX?
But the real question is, Why not both?
Why not both, right? So now we are playing both. We're going to see Pidgeot EX and also a Bibarel line in this Zard matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they took inspiration definitely from the Japanese, right? And the Japanese started playing both Bibarel and Pidgeot. I think they were like, just play both because both works, right?
Yep.
And I love the concept for that. I mean, I played a lot of Zard as well, prepping for regionals. And Zard, with just Bibarel, sometimes you're missing that one specific piece that you're looking for.
You need to find that one.
That one, right? And then with Pidgeot, sometimes you need to find two pieces, but it only allows you to find one.
So do you want one? Or do you want 5?
Do you want 5? Why not both?
Both.
Exactly. So that is the concept for Charizard. And we briefly talked about the concept for the Lost Zone blocks. I was missing out one vital piece, which was a Sableye. Sableye had 10 Lost Zone cards in its Lost Zone. When you have 10 Lost Zone cards inside the Lost Zone, Sableye will be able to use this Lost Mine attack. Lost Mine attack for 1 Psychic Energy allows you to put 12 damage counters. 12 damage counters.
Anywhere you want.
Anywhere you want. So it's extremely strong because what it allows you to do is spread damage. So you can either take knockouts on smaller Pokemon, or you could actually plant all 120 damage on something like the Bibarel.
That one hit kills the Bibarel?
One hit kills the Bibarel, exactly. So it eliminates that. So it'd be interesting to see how both players play around each other's strengths and weaknesses, right? So Ming definitely is looking at trying to get his Charizard up and running as soon as he can. But Ben, with his Lost Zone toolbox, has a few tricks up his sleeves.
I mean, I was talking about this, right? This is the Paradox deck, right?
This is the Paradox deck.
So what is the Paradox deck? Paradox deck is the one that plays both future and ancient Pokemon. Both the Roaring Moon, we saw it in the OG deck previously, and also Iron Hands. Iron Hand has this sick damage that does, it's called Amp You Very Much.
Amp You Very Much indeed.
For 4 energies, 1 lightning, 3 colorless, 120 damage. If a Pokemon is knocked out by that damage, take another prize.
Take another prize? Dude, that thing sounds broken. Okay, well, to be fair, I play it in my deck too. Super Tina loves this card because it allows you to skip prizes. And skipping prizes is essential if you want to prize map properly.
Correct. So if we're going to see an Iron Hands knocking out a Pidgeot EX, how many prizes are going to take from there?
3.
3?
3 prizes on an EX Pokemon. As the Singaporeans like to say, 1. As in, like, great, right? You love seeing that.
All right, moving into the match. Shall we move into the match right now?
Let's move straight into the match. We see both players have finally started the game. There was a few mulligans here, but we see Ben starting first, and he has the best possible start with the Comfey.
All right, and then we see on Ming's side, one of the worst possible starts you can have, which is to start with that Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, man, Radiant Charizard is painful to see at the front because he also has 4 retreat costs, right? So having 4 retreat costs on the Radiant Charizard is really, really, really painful, as you probably have to manually retreat it. And the thing is that most Zard decks do not run a switching option now, right? They either run the Prime Catcher, which you probably don't want to burn super early, or they run the Turo.
Yep. So to get that Radiant Charizard out of the deck, out of the active spot, right? You're going to play either Turo or that Prime Catcher. The thing is, you don't want that Radiant Charizard so early in the game.
Exactly. Radiant Charizard is more of a late game attacking option. But enough about Radiant Charizard. We are looking at Ben starting off the turn extremely strongly with a Buddy Poppin, which allows you to search for up to 2 70 HP Pokemon or lower and bench them. In this case, it works perfectly fine for finding 2 Comfeys. And Ben's deck, Lost Zone deck, is also known as a Turbo Lost Zone. The reason why they call it Turbo Lost Zone is because they want to start with 3 Comfeys and get turn to 7. That's what the players call it, turn to 7.
What I heard yesterday was he had a turn to 10 in the Lost Zone.
Turn to 10 is rigged, right? Because the thing is that with turn to 10, you're able to start attacking with Sableye. And beauty is that if he starts first and he turns to 10s,
he's going to start dropping on a small Pokemon.
Dude, Charmander is going to die, right? Pidgey is also going to die. I mean, look, as Ruben, as a Charizard player yourself, like how big of a nightmare scenario is that going to be?
It's going to be a very big headache because we are not. If I'm going to put down Charmanders, I'm going to be so worried about that Lost Mine attack, dropping damage. My Charmanders are going into the discard. My Pidgeys are going to discard. My Bidus are going to discard. So that's a very big problem. But we can see here, right, Ben, using that flower selecting, and then the Iron Hands is actually going into the Lost Zone. So we will not see any Ampu very much this turn. Okay, so now moving back to Ming. he plays the Arven. So Arven allows you to find any item card and together with one tool card. Right?
Yeah, Arven is super strong, and we see it actually being popularized over in LatAm. We saw the birth of the 4 Arven build. Yes, I don't think many Charizard players actually play 4 Arvens anymore. We see them cut 1 Arven for more flexible options like the Airy. But Arven. Airy, yeah. But enough about Airy for now. Let's talk about Arven. Arven allows you to find a tool card, allows you to find an item card, which is perfect for what Ming wants to do. Charizard likes to go wide.
It definitely will.
Right, Charizard likes to go wide. Charizard wants to build up the board. If Charizard is able to set up this early, you've got a game on your hands.
Correct, definitely. So we can see that Buddy Puffin taking down Charmander and that Pidgey.
Charmander and Pidgey, this is a very, very standard build. Ming collects. I do want to see him either play the Manaphy or the Jirachi or both at this point because Ben's board is super threatening. You've got the Greninja, you've got the potential for a Sableye, but no, he opts to take the less safe option and he decides, look, hand cards is more important. I'm going to find the Rotom V so I can use instant charge. Similar to what Ben has on his side of the field, actually.
Rotom V looks like that's a stable card in all decks.
So Rotom V was actually only super popularized in the past 3 months or so. But since then, we've seen him as an addition to a lot of decks actually. For the draw 3 power on turn 1 is absolutely insane. Typically, you only see a draw 3 ability happen on a supporter card. So that's like basically getting a free supporter for a 2-price Pokemon on your side of the bench.
I'm not liking what Ming's bench looks like because there's only one Charmander. If Ben can use that 4 cards in that Lost Zone, Cramorant up, take out that Charmander, I mean, that's your main attacker gone.
Exactly, and Ben has just way too many options. I mean, look, he's used the 4 Seal Stone. He's going to be able to find the chorus from this. And when he finds the chorus, I mean, I'm guessing it's the chorus. If I was him, I would have probably found it. At least he had an existing chorus in hand. He finds the chorus indeed. It's as if I played this deck.
You have it all planned out in your head.
Exactly, because I mean, look, Lost Zone Blocks is, like I said before, incredibly flexible, incredibly strong, and we can see the power of this deck coming out from Ben. Ben uses the Town Store to find a rescue board, and he has a free retreat. Rescue board allows Pokemon that have it gives 1 less retreat cost for basic Pokemon.
Or Comfy only has one retreat cost. It's free.
I mean, so he has a pivot option now, a permanent pivot option, by the way, unless Ming decides to Lost Vacuum the rescue board. And look, all Ben needs to do is hit 7 in the Lost Zone. You've got yourself a Moonlight Shuriken.
Oh, that is dangerous. Tell me, what does the Moonlight Shuriken do?
Alright, so Moonlight Shuriken, we talked a little bit about the utility of Greninja just now. We saw that utility come out from OG's deck, right? We saw him use concealed cards to basically discard an energy card to draw 2, but we haven't seen Moonlight Shuriken being used. Moonlight Shuriken for 2 water energies, right, and 1 colorless, allows you to discard 2 energies from this Pokemon, and you can put 90 damage on 2 of your opponent's Pokemon anywhere. So you're able to either take out the knockout of the Radiant Charizard in the front, which you should not be doing, or taking the knockout of the Charmander and the Pidgey.
Correct. So, I mean, Ming does play that Manaphy that actually blocks the Moonlight Shuriken ability, but we do not see that on the bench right now.
I'm truly puzzled by this play, but I'm probably thinking that Ming probably prized his Manaphy, which really sucks.
Yes, with that Radiant Charizard in front, no Manaphy, it's going to be a uphill battle for Ming if he wants to win this game.
Yeah, exactly. An uphill battle is truly the name of the game for Ming. But I think on his side of the I see an Iono, which is a very, very, very possible option next turn to disrupt and hopefully he recovers himself or buy some time for him to come back in the game. And as we see, Ben definitely doing the right option, taking out both the Pidgey as well as the Charmander.
That's right. You see that you called it right. That 7 energy, that 7 cards in that Lost Zone, that Mirage Gate onto the Greninja and the Moonlight Shuriken.
Remember what we said earlier, folks. Magical numbers for Lost Box. 4, 7, and 10. These are not total numbers. I would not recommend them.
We are at 7 now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are at 8.
Congratulations, Ruben. We can count.
Right. So we do see Ming now playing the Iono, forcing Ben to only draw 4 cards.
Yeah, look. Iono hurts for Ben.
Definitely.
Right? Iono hurts for Ben. The thing is, Lost Box, they are able to draw it up to very, very, very huge hand sizes, and with the Rotom, exceptionally so.
Yep.
Right? But the thing is that there's very little ways for you to kind of recover that hand unless you have a Comfey on the board. Right? But Ming saw that coming, and he did the correct decision in actually busting out I think the Rotom using a counter catcher. I didn't really see the counter catcher in play, but I'm guessing so.
Yep.
Oh wow, Ming actually does use the Lost Vacuum on the rescue board. He does not want Ben to have that pivot option.
So now he can see that he actually plays down that collapse statement, which is locking down the bench to 4 Pokemon only.
That's so smart.
It's locked up. He has no other attacker. He cannot put out any. Ben can't put out any more attackers.
But see, the thing is that on Ben's side, all he needs is one switch out option and a Mirage Gate. And he can attack again on the Charmander and Pidgey. So Ming is actually kind of blocking himself as well, right? I would have. I mean, look, even if you could bench Charmander,
it's still gone.
You don't have an attacker.
Where's his Manaphy? I think it's priced.
I'm praying that it's priced because I mean, this game is going to go it's hugely in favor of Ben if this keeps going up. But in that said, Ben did manage to get a chorus, but nothing more. I see the switch. And there we go. All he needs to do is that switch option. So we go back into the flower selecting. We see 2 cards. We show one in the Lost Zone, and Ben does get one of his precious Super Rods. Sorry, he plays another switch card, and he continues moving on.
His Lost Zone is big. It's more than 10.
It's more than 10. So all we need to do is a save live, but we also want to see him get rid of the Collapse Stadium. Ben does play that 2 copies of the Lost Vacuum, and I haven't seen a Lost Vacuum come out from his side yet. So we do. That's probably what he's looking for. He's looking to get rid of the Collapse Stadium, and then from there, bench a Sableye, attach, and then follow through with a Lost Mine. Ben still has not done his manual retreating yet. We do see him use the Concealed cards to get rid of the Psychic Energy in his hand. He probably hoped to keep that in his hand so that he can manually attach it to Sableye. We actually do, see the Lost Vacuum in his hand. So we see the Prime Catcher coming out as well to gust out the Pidgey.
Yep.
And it's
a good thing for Ming, right? His Radiant Charizard back onto the bench.
But thing is, Ben is going to be able to take 2 prizes this turn.
Definitely. He's going to Moonlight Shuriken again.
Moonlight Shuriken again is definitely the name of the game. All right, Ruben, tell me, as a Zard player. Yeah, there we go.
I was going to say this. Let's go next game. There's no point. There's no way you can win that game. Even if you're going to swing with that Radiant Charizard, you're going to take only 1 prize on the Comfey.
Yeah, exactly. It's not worth it. And, you know, the Radiant Charizard being stuck there for so long really hurts. But you know what? It's fine. Make the right thing. He scooped super early. There's 44 minutes left at the clock. And there's plenty of time to finish 2 games. So good on you, Ming, for recognizing that you needed to scoop that early. I know this is also his first time actually cutting. First time cutting in such a big event. I believe the guy only has played for about a year now.
Oh, a new player cutting into nationals this year?
Yeah, so we actually have 3 brand new players who have actually cut into nationals this year. We've got Ming, it's Davey, as well as I believe the Mill guy that was playing against Bjorn earlier.
I see. But moving on to Benjamin. Benjamin is not a new player.
Benjamin is not a new player indeed.
Not.
Ben has been playing for at least maybe 2 to 3 years, so still fairly new.
2 to 3?
No, longer?
No. He's been playing since 2012.
There you go. Ben has been playing for a very long time.
Back then, he was a senior.
There you go. So I do know that Ben did manage to cut nationals last year as well, so we've seen very consistent results from Ben. And fun fact, Ben actually cut using Lost Zone Box as well.
So he's a veteran in that sense.
He's a veteran in that sense indeed. Lost Zone Box has been, I think, has exploded on the scene ever since its release, ever since its conception. I joined the game, I joined the Lost Zone Box gang a little bit later, but it's such a strong deck for its versatility.
I don't like that deck.
Really?
I don't like playing against Lost Zone Box.
Why is that so?
I'm a Zard player, man. I don't want to flower selecting every turn. It's boring.
Well, says the guy who, involves Charizard, attached to energy,
I want to be swinging
face.
big damage, 330.
Well, look, Lost Zone Box, as mentioned earlier, has exploded in the scene ever since its conception. We've seen multiple variants of Lost Zone Box, of
many.
Turbo Box. Many variations. Right now, I think in this current format, we see it being split into two different sides. We see the Tina side of things as well as the Turbo Box or the Blossom Box side of things, right? So typically in the Tina variant, we see Giratina V as the core of the attackers, right? So you see Giratina V, and then the supporting cast is still going to be your Comfey, your Cramorant, your Sableye, right? On the Lost Zone Box side of things, we have a multitude of attackers, right? We have Iron Hands, we have Roaring Moon, we have Raikou. Actually, Ben is playing the Raikou variant, and I know in some other decks they play the Hoopa as well.
The Hoopa? Hoopa's an interesting card.
Yeah, Hoopa's an interesting card. Energy Crush, I believe, does I think something like 50 times the number of energy on your opponent's side of the field.
Yep.
And it's meant to counter the Arceus.
Yes, definitely. So, who do you think will win this game? I'm the Zard player, you're the Lost Box player.
Well, I mean, look, so we've seen a commanding start from Ben earlier in the game one, and we see that Ming actually opted to choose to go second yet again. However, Ming has such a good start right now.
That's the best start you want. That little baby Pokemon.
The little pink ball.
Cleffa, 30 HP. 30 HP. The attack lets you draw until 6 cards, right?
7 cards.
7 cards. And it doesn't need any energy.
It doesn't need any energy, and guess what? It's also a pivot, my friend. It has 0 retreat cost.
It's free.
It's
but I mean, it leaves you open. It leaves you open to Moonlight Shuriken. It leaves you open to that Sableye, which you can see on Ben's active. Do you as a Lost Box player, do you want to start with that Sableye?
Look, I don't hate it. I don't love it either. You know, ideally for a Lost Zone player, you always want to see Comfey in the front, but starting with Sableye hurts because, I mean, it doesn't hurt too bad because, you know, you have a lot of switch outs, right? You have, Ben in this case is actually playing 4 switch cards, 3 switches, as well as the rescue board. So if desperate times call for desperate measures, you can use the rescue board to switch out your Sableye if needed. But Sableye also only has 1 retreat cost. So you can easily hand attach, retreat, and it's totally okay. It's not like the Raiden Charizard where you require like 3 energies to retreat, right?
Yep, that was a heavy Pokemon to start in the active, and knowing that Ming doesn't play any switch cards, only that 1 Prime Catcher, that was for game 1. It was downhill from there. So we can see here, he actually manually retreated the Sableye, right? So now the Comfey does flower selecting. We already see 3 cards in the Lost Zone, so just 1 more.
We see 3 cards in the Lost Zone. That's right. I wonder why there's 3 though. We only see 1 Comfey. Unless Ben is going second?
Is Ben going second?
Ben is going second. Oh my, that is a disastrous start from Ming.
He has nothing.
He had nothing.
So, in the Pokemon, we have this thing called a donk. You know what's a donk?
A donk is that you only start with 1 Pokemon, and if your opponent is able to take a knockout, he's gonna and he takes a knockout, he just wins the game, because one of the win conditions for Pokemon is that if you do not have a bench Pokemon when your active is knocked out, you will lose the game. But it seems like Ming is safe. Ben was not able to take a knockout, as Cramorant, as we said earlier, requires 4 in the Lost Zone for him to attack with no energy. So Ming escapes with literally a hair's width. Oh, he discards 3 Pokemon of the Pokestop. Is it just over for Ming?
He has nothing. His hand has nothing.
He's drawing so dead. This is so unfortunate. This is the let me remind you folks that this is the top 8 match of the nationals in national finals in Singapore. We really this is
I see 2 fire, 1 Zard, 1 counter catcher, and 1 boss order. It's dead.
It's dead. And very soon Ming may be dead as well. Ming just passes over. He uses Grasping Draw, and unfortunately, if Ben is able to switch out, he does have to switch out. He uses the switch to find a Comfey flower selecting. He's just confused right now, and he's trying to throw 1 Pokemon, and he has a game. Top 8.
That was
over.
Fast. That was fast. We are 12 minutes in, and Ben has taken this series.
That is so unfortunate for Ming. He only started the Cleffa, which is exactly what he wanted to see, but his hand was absolutely dead.
I'm speechless, honestly. I want to see a proper Zard game. I never see.
I am stunned.
What's going on?
Well, look, I mean, I think this is the day telling us, look, we gave you a very, very fulfilling round one, match one. You know, we went all the way best of 3. We saw 2 very interesting decks playing against each other.
Yeah.
You know what? We're gonna allow you guys to have some rest. You know, here's
we're gonna take a break. Yeah. we have it all written down nicely.
But look, all right. So the thing is, Lost Box. Right, that's the power of Lost Box. You can be very, very aggressive, or you can play for the late game. We saw earlier on, Ming, I think definitely still made the right decision, right?
Yep.
There was no way, there's very, very little way for him to come back, having been Moonlight Shuriken twice to the face, without finding the Manaphy or the Jirachi.
Yep.
But the second game, man, it feels so bad when this is your top 8 run.
So that's the problem with Zard. Okay, Lost Box full of basics. You can start swinging with Cameron. You can start swinging with the Royal Moon, the Iron Hands later in the game, right? Zard, you need to rare candy into that Charizard, or you need to evolve into that Charizard.
That's right, that's right.
If you do not have the Charizard, you technically have no other attackers besides that Radiant Charizard.
But I mean, look, how unfortunate is it, right? Because Ming, right, Charizard decks, they have quite a few basics.
They do.
You typically run 4 Charmanders. You typically run, what, 2 Pidgeys?
2 Pidgeys.
Then you have your Manaphy or Jirachi, so that's what, 4, so that's 8.
1 Bibarel.
Right?
One Bidoof, sorry.
One Bidoof, so that's 9. Then you have Rotom, which is 10.
Yep. Then the Lumineon.
And then the Lumineon, you have 11. You have 11 basic Pokemon.
They even have, yeah. But you only had that one Cleffa.
Oh, so we didn't even include Cleffa, so that's 12. That's 12 basic Pokemon that you could start with, or that you could naturally draw into.
If he had started with that Pidgey, right? Pidgey has an attack.
Call for family.
Call for family.
Yep.
Same thing. I'll call my family. I'll call for 2 basic Pokemon.
Call the Gaylong to come in.
Correct. Then you can get things started. But just that Cleffa, even the Cleffa it couldn't do much.
Cleffa typically is one of the best starts that you can start with, right? I mean, Grasping Draw allows you to fill your hand cards once you've depleted it. But the issue is, Cleffa alone
Doesn't do much.
And the thing that's horrible is that Ming had 2 turns to set up. And this is hugely unfortunate.
I'm looking at the list right now, okay? He plays 3 Puffin.
3 Puffins, 3 Nest Balls, 4 Ultra Balls. He had everything that he needed.
He only played 1 Nest Ball. Is that the problem?
So there's 1 Nest Ball.
1 Nest Ball, 3 Puffins, 4 Ultra Balls.
That's what? 8 outs, 7 outs?
8 outs.
Plus the 12 plus the 11 other Pokemon? That's like...
Almost 20. All right.
He had almost 20 outs, yet he was not able to draw
3
a single
Arvin,
one.
3 Iono.
Such an unfortunate game. But once again, congratulations, Ben. Congratulations, Ben, for winning your top 8 match.
Moving on to
even
top
though
4.
It was a bit of a stomp. Congratulations on reaching top 4, man. Well deserved. I'm happy to see Lost Box reach top 4. Even though it was a little bit of a one-sided stomp.
Correct. So I do hope we get to see a better top 4 match, right?
I hope we do. But, you know, top 4, let's talk a little bit about what top 4 gets. Top 4, once again, gets this...
this playmat.
Beautiful playmat. I mean, look at that. All right, so you have this beautiful, beautiful playmat. You also get your sleeves, but you also get a box of, I believe, SVO5.
So 1 full box.
1 full box of SVO5, man.
That's nice.
That's very, very nice.
That's
indeed.
almost double of the top 8, right?
It is double of the top 8. You don't have to rub it in, man.
I'm not rubbing it in. But this is the way to get. Moving back, is Pokemon a luck game or a skill game? We saw that skill-based gaming from Ben, and then we saw that bad luck from Ming Collects.
I mean, it's a little bit of both.
It's both, right?
Let's keep it real. It's a little bit of both.
Correct.
Right. I think skill is definitely a base requirement. You need a certain level of skill in order for you to cut. You cannot attribute your top cut win to pure luck.
True.
Right. But at the same time, you need a little bit of luck in order for you to not draw like Ming did.
Correct. I mean, Ming, he's in top 16. He's best 16 players of yesterday out of 342.
And he won his top 16 match as well. Don't forget.
But to start like this,
it feels so bad.
maybe the thing is, right, maybe Ben is the one that's lucky.
Oh, maybe. Right. Maybe you should go ask Ben what total numbers to get for for later on in the stream. But anyways, enough from us, guys. We will be taking a little bit of a break, and we will be back featuring the top 4 match of the day.
See you.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes. I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose.
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck. Have fun. Rock, paper, scissors.
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokemon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with Low Sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokémon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea. Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokémon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Learn how to play the Pokémon card game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokécard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokécard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. Oh, I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
are back.
Welcome back to the stream.
Welcome back to the stream. We have a pretty exciting game for you guys. We finally get to see Mr. Mysterious Lugia Bot 168.
So the guy that went 8-0 yesterday, undefeated, and he's still undefeated now. Right?
Undefeated throughout an entire tournament run is extremely, extremely hard to do. Trust me, I've tried.
Have you done it before?
No, I've only gone, my best score I think was 7-1.
7-1?
7-1, yeah.
I've not gone undefeated before as well.
Exactly. So congratulations, Mr. Lugia Bot 168, aka Mr. Bjorn.
Bjorn, so no question about one deck he's playing, right? Lugia Bot 168.
Lugia Bot has been playing Charizard, right?
The Lugia deck.
What?
That Charizard deck?
Is that no?
No?
Lugia?
Lugia.
Oh, well.
That's it?
That's awkward.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. So, anyways, Lugia Bot 168, Mr. Bjorn. Bjorn is known for playing with his Lugia. He's been playing it since its release, and this player has only been playing for actually only about 2 years now, 2.5 years now. He's very, very new to the scene, but very strong player.
Only Lugia. I have not seen him play any other decks before.
Well, I think he's actually experimented with a few, but you know what? He's had the most success with Lugia, and I really have to give him credit for experimenting a lot with Lugia. Lugia has a lot of flexibilities because all you need to do is use the Summoning Star to summon out the 2 Archeops, and there you go. You have your attacking engine.
Correct. So that engine runs on that 2 Archeops, right? But that's the problem. If you can't get off the Archeops in time, the deck does not work.
Well, I mean, you still have Lugia's powerful attack, right? With 220 damage, and you get to discard a stadium as well. I think it's Tempest Dive is the name of the attack. Tempest Dive is still incredibly strong. You can do 220 damage whilst removing a stadium. So at least if you're not able to get out your Archeop super early, you can stall for time using super beefy 280 HP Lugia V-Star as a wall as well as an efficient attacker.
But that's a problem. Takes 4 energy.
But look, 2 DTEs is all you need, my friend.
2 DTE. But you know, DTE takes away 20 damage from your main attack. So if you put in 2 DTEs, you're only going to do 180.
Well, look, 180 is still a significant number. You're still able to take out smaller, or rather utility EX Pokemon. But you are, you know, if time is really crunched down to the kind of, you know, scenario, it's completely okay because I'm pretty sure you should be able to get your Archeops at that point in time.
Okay, let's just hope we don't see that scenario where there's no Archeops on the bench and just attacking purely with Lugia Vs.
Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario. We do want to see some really good gameplay. You know, we want to see more of Game 1 instead of more of Game 2 happening in this stream today. And we go straight into the game. We have Lugia Bot 168 piloting the Lugia deck. He is the #1 seed going into day 2. And on the other side, we have
OG again, piloting that Moon deck that we saw in the first run when he fought against Alkanaf, right?
Yeah, so OG was fighting against Alcana. I believe they've switched sides, so they will be switching it. They'll be making it accordingly to the players. But whilst that's being done, we do see OG going second this time.
Oh, he's going second?
Yeah, we see OG going second this time. So as a Lugia player, typically you do want to go first.
You do want to go first because you want that first turn so you can evolve into the Lugia V-Star in the second turn. Then you use this ability to get out the 2 Archeops.
Exactly. Now that I think about it, right, Lugia has a myriad of attackers.
Yes.
Right. So let's touch a little bit on that first. So first of all, you've got the Archeops itself. Archeops can actually attack and for dealing 130 damage for only 3 energy costs. All right. In addition to that, you also have we see here the Flutter Mane.
Yep. So the Flutter Mane is actually not used as an attacker, right?
Flutter Mane actually attacks really well as well. So for 3 energy costs, you have Hex Hurl, 90 damage and 20 damage to any of your bench Pokemon.
To be honest, I haven't seen anybody use that to attack me before.
Hex Hurl is very painful because the thing is that for only 2 energies, 1 DTE and 1 regular energy, you're actually able to take out your opponent's Comfey as well as spread 20 damage anywhere. I think you old players used to refer to this attack as like for Darkrai, right? Dark Spear or something?
Night Spear.
Night Spear, there we go.
Yeah, that was just 90 and then 30 on the bench.
30 on the bench, that's even more broken than Flutter Mane right now.
But that was a 2-price attacker.
Oh, dang. Moving on, we also have the Snorlax. Snorlax with the Unfazed Fat ability allows him to be unaffected by effects of attack, and his attack thumping snore does a whopping 180 damage for only 3 energy costs.
But he goes to sleep, right?
But he goes to sleep, but you know what? it doesn't matter because the deck runs therapeutic energy.
So he can't go to sleep.
He can't go to sleep. So you combo therapeutic energy with this unfazed fat Snorlax, and you have a Pokemon of 150 HP, by the way. Basic Pokemon of 150 HP.
I mean, it's a Snorlax, right? He's fat.
He's fat, but he also deals fat amount of damages.
Definitely. Now talk to me. Bring me through the main attacker for Lugia Bot 168 today.
Yeah, and the main attacker, the star of the show, the reason why Lugia is back in the meta is because of Minccino. Minccino from Temporal Forces has the wonderful special roll attack. He does 70 times the amount of special energy attached to this Pokemon.
Very powerful. If you stack and stack and stack all the special energies onto that Minccino, going to KO anything in the format, right?
Exactly, but wait, how are they going to charge energies?
With the Archops. That engine. That Archops ability allows you to find 2 special energies to attach to any of your Pokemon, right?
Exactly, allows you to attach to any of your Pokemon. Primal Turbo is an incredible ability. We've seen it super flexible in being played with other types of decks. In fact, Lugia, I think, rose to dominance because of the Rainbow variant back when the colorful Pokemon, what was the thing called again?
The colorful one?
The Raikou.
Raikou.
You know, no, not Raikou V. The Raikou with the
Prime. Prism.
No, it's not Prism.
Sorry, the casters here are a bit.
No, but
it's been a long day.
It's been a long day indeed, but we are seeing what's happening on the game right now. We see both players have set up, but the game has not started. Probably figuring out what's going to be happening soon to come. But meanwhile, walk me through, remind the audience once again, Ruben, what is OG's deck supposed to do?
So OG's deck, playing that Moon deck, right? So the Moon works based on having ancient cards inside his discard because the Baby Moon uses the attack 2 darkness energy, does 70 damage plus 10 damage for every ancient cards in his discard. He also runs the Big Roaring Moon, which the main attack is Frenzied Gouging. It allows you to KO any Pokemon, but it also has a side effect. It deals 2200 damage to itself. It also has Calamity Storm, 3 energies, 2 darkness, 1 colorless. It does 100 damage, and if there is a stadium in play, it does an additional 120 damage. So OG is also running this engine that is called the Dunsparce, where it is a stage 1 Pokemon. It allows it to go back into the deck, but draw an additional 3 cards. So this is what we are going to see from OG. From Lugia Bot 168, we are going to see him try to get the Lugia V into play, evolve it into the Lugia V-Star, then use the ability Tempest Star, right? Is it Tempest Star?
Oh, it's adorable. Summoning Star
Summoning
is the
Star,
ability,
my bad,
is the
my bad.
V-Star ability that Lugia V-Star has.
I mixed it up with the attack.
Yes, the attack's name is Tempest Dive. So you had a myriad of... you did remember correctly, just
mix it up, yeah, all right.
But don't worry about it. What Bjorn has to be worried about, though, is whether he's able to do the coveted Ultra Ball Archeops play. Will we see this meme come to life today?
That would be the dream for him. But he's also running that one supporter card called Jack.
Jacques.
J-A-C-Q. Jack.
Jacques.
Yeah.
Yes.
It allows him to find 2 evolution Pokemon, right?
Yes, exactly. 2 evolution Pokemon. But the real question is, or rather the real interesting thing about his deck is that pink color card that he has there.
The pink one?
The pink color card.
You mean his A-Spec?
Yes, his A-Spec.
Let's talk about his A-Spec. This is the A-Spec we haven't seen in any of the decks that we have streamed today. So his A-Spec is running. You want to say it?
Nah, Hero's Cape, man. Hero's Cape. It's the A-Spec that we touched lightly upon just now, where you plus 100 HP to the Pokemon that is attached on. Super chunky tool card. You're able to attach it to your Lugia V-Star, and it then becomes a 380
That's
HP
insane,
Pokemon.
man. But do you want to attach it on the Minccino?
Sorry?
Do you want to attach it on a Minccino?
Yeah, so that's a beautiful thing, right? It's super flexible because you're able to attach the Hero's Cape onto the Minccino, and then suddenly it becomes from 90 HP to 190 HP. But the thing is that it's 190 HP still allows it to get knocked out super quickly. It's still a very achievable number. So typically they want to attach it to the Lugia V-Star so that it actually buys enough time for them to either collapse Stadium it away if he plays a collapse, or Turo. But he doesn't play either, so he's playing a very aggressive variant of the deck.
Yeah. I do want to see the meme though. You
meme?
attach the heroes came onto the Snorlax.
Oh my god, 280 thick boy.
A hero Snorlax.
A hero Snorlax. Maybe he does need that hero, the Snorlax, to be his hero to carry him to the World Championship in Hawaii. Once again, guys, restating the stakes for this match. Top 4 already guarantees you a Champow, if we are not wrong.
Champow promo card,
right? Yep, with the national stamp stamped on it. But if you win this round,
World's invite.
World's invite, baby.
Going to Hawaii.
Going to Honolulu, Hawaii, where you fight for a bigger prize.
To be the coveted world champion.
The world champion.
I mean, Singapore is still missing its world champion, right?
Singapore is indeed still missing its world champion. We'll hopefully have 6 representatives going up this year. And hopefully we have 6 chances out of maybe, 300, 400 people?
Yep. I mean, the best showing that a Singaporean has had was top 4, right?
Top 4, indeed. Mr. Clive Au, he was actually in our top 16 today as well. Unfortunately, got knocked out during round 1.
His nickname is S2 Nini.
S2 Nini, indeed. Speaking of which, Clive had a wonderful performing. I think that was probably 2019.
The one he went top 4?
Yeah.
That was 2018 in Nashville.
There we go. Yep. So 2018 in Nashville, we had a Singaporean who got top 4 of the World Championships. But in fact, last year, we had a Singaporean who went top 8 in the world.
Top 8? Oh, that was our previous national champion.
Exactly. Previous national champion, Mr. Deonches Lee, managed to get top 8 with his Mew V Max. Mind you, by the way, he used my Ice Cube. Mine.
Your Ice Cube. You lent him the Ice Cube.
And he was the one that he managed to get a dunk with that Ice Cube.
Oh.
I gave it to him.
Oh.
You see, I'm glad it went so far in life. Just like how you lent me your Mr. Hawaii pin from 2012.
Ah, nice.
So, okay, so speaking of which, guys, we just want to give a little bit of update to the viewers at home. We will have a swap of players on stream. We will be streaming the other top 4 match. One of the players weren't feeling too well, but I believe they're still going to be playing it off, but just playing it out off the stream. Yeah,
so let's just hope that he's feeling okay. Everything's okay. We don't want anybody too stressed out because of the game, right? It's still a friendly Pokemon game.
It is still a friendly Pokemon game. The stakes are extremely high, as we mentioned before, but I don't think it's high enough for someone to be risking himself.
Yeah, that's right. Health is important, right? Health is wealth. That's what I say.
That's a good one. Never heard of that, but
so let's take a moment. I mean, they do have to reset up the whole stream because they're changing the players, right? Already.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about the other side of the bracket. Let's talk about the other top 4 match. We have Lost Zone Box that we saw Ben playing. Right?
Ben again.
From
the previous game.
But we also have Super Tina.
You were talking about the Super Tina earlier, right?
Okay. So guys, mind me for a bit. I'm gonna be ranting on.
He is the Tina fanboy.
I love this deck. Super Tina is an incredible cooked up creation by, I think, a couple of locals here. Yes, I think the original list, I have to give credit to Mr. Todd Redcliffe. The original list was from him, actually. It was given to one of his students.
He is the best.
He is the best for a reason. But thanks to that skeleton and to Singaporeans has given a bit more of their flavor to it. So not only does the Tina deck run Iron Hands with 2 copies of Lightning Energies, it also now runs a Raikou. Right? So let's take a pause for a second. Okay. Super Tina. You've got Tina.
Yep.
You got Tina V-Star.
Okay, that's the main part, right?
No, the reason why I'm actually mentioning Tina V is because Shred is a super useful attack. It allows you to ignore all the abilities or any effects on your opponent's Pokemon.
3 energy.
3 energy. 1 Psychic, 1 Grass, and 1 Color. So all you need to do is 1 Gate and 1 Jet Energy, and you can shred away.
Yep.
Right? So then the second attacker that you have is Tina V-Star. Right? It allows you to use Lost Impact. For 280 damage, you have to send 2 of your energy cards to the Lost Zone, but you can choose any of the energies on the board. It doesn't actually have to be on the Tina V-Star.
So 1 Leaf, 1 Psychic, 1 Colorless, right?
Yep.
280.
Same thing with the Shred from the earlier Tina V. The second attack that the Tina V-Star has is the Star Requiem. You know, we talked a little bit about the Frenzied Gouging from the Roy Moon.
Yep.
Right? 1-hit knockout, right?
Yep.
Imagine doing that without taking damage.
But that's the setback, right?
Look, it's a V-Star attack. But look, come on. I'm willing to use that attack once per game and just like knock out this Charizard the Hero's Cape. What can you do about it? Absolutely nothing.
It's too strong.
It's just too dang strong, and that's the reason why it's been in the format for so long as well.
I mean, it kind of dropped off maybe in October last year.
Maybe a little bit.
A little bit, but it's back strong again.
It's back strong. Actually, no. October last year, I was second finalist for the regionals, man. Dude, what are you tripping on, man?
You won it with it?
I was a finalist with the Lucina.
Whenever you win, I try to forget things. Yeah.
Well, anyways, moving on to some of the other attackers, right? So you also have Raikou V, which was actually an addition. Thanks to someone's misplace.
It was a misplay.
Thanks to the misplace of a single faithful person. Gerard, shout out to you. Thank you so much for adding the Raikou V. As Raikou V is an efficient attacker for 2 energies, you're able to take out Pokemon with 220 HP or lower, assuming that both your bench spaces are full.
Yep. So it has his partner, right? NTV.
NTV, that's true. We see NTV actually had a whole archetype of a deck previously.
Yep.
But now I think it's slowly gone out of style, out of flavor. But once again, I do want to shout out to the Raikou V. The Raikou V was also huge thanks to Mr. Clifton. Mr. Clifton Go, Mr. Coach of the Year for Singapore.
But one of the best players in Singapore.
One of the best players in Singapore. Been to Worlds 10 times in a row. You can call him for coaching if you want to find him. But look, Clifton added the Raikou V as an answer to the Lugia we were about to see on stream just now.
Yes, correct. So if we do see any of them moving up and Beyond actually moves up into the final, that would be a problem.
That would definitely be a problem, as the Raikou V will be able to take out the Lugia V before it evolves to a V Star. And even if it evolves to a V Star,
it's still one hit.
It's still one hit. So Lugia is then forced to bench 2 Vs. And once the Lugia player does that, remember we're talking about prize mapping, 4 prizes are on the board.
Yeah, and they can just take out 4 prizes very easily. The Raikou can take out the 4 prizes very easily.
Exactly, right? So once again, second attacker, the attacker that we want to mention, we have Tina V-Star, we got Raikou, we also have Iron Hands. We mentioned a little bit about Iron Hands just now. I'm hoping that we see it in action just for the next game.
I do want to see that Iron Hands taking out a Lugia, with the Ampu very much.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to see the Iron Hands probably take Ampu very much attack on the Comfey, right? Because it's Super Tina versus Lost Zone Box. Right, so, and the last but not least, the attacker, the Zard Killer, as I like to call it, Iron Leaves itself.
So Iron Leaves, a new card coming in from Temporal Forces, right?
Yes.
So the ability is quite strong.
Yes, the ability allows you, once you bench Iron Leaves to the bench, it allows you to shoot it up to the front, right? And you can shift any amount of energy. It doesn't even have to be basic energy. Any amount of energy to the Iron Leaves.
It's like a magnet. It absorbs all the energy. Yeah, into the front.
Exactly. And you're able to do 180 damage with the Prism Edge attack. And 180 damage when you're hitting it for weakness deals enough to knock out the charge at EX.
360, right?
360, exactly. I'm glad you can do math, man.
Of course. So let's go into the game itself. We can see it started. Ben starting first.
Yes, so we have the top 4 match of the day. We have Ben, Lost Zone Box, a Turbo Box, versus Zakard Rag, playing the Super Tina deck that we were just covering. Ben starts first. He's able to instant charge for 3 and only get 1 in the Lost Zone, but it does not matter. His hand size is thick. And from what we can see on the side of Zakard is that he has only 2 Disruption cards.
Correct.
Yeah, it's 2 Disruption cards. So he plays the Iono and he plays the Roxanne as well. So what Rag is going to try to do right now is that he's trying to use his Buddy Popping, he's deck checking to ensure that he has 2 Comfeys that he's going to be able to use Flower Selectings for as you want to build up your Lost Zone. So the 2 Comfeys are going to be super essential, but as you can see, actually, what Rag is doing isn't that he's just finding the 2 Comfeys, but he's also actually looking at his deck. This is what we call deck searching. Deck checking or deck searching is super, super important as it tells you which resources are actually prized in your prizes, right? So it allows you to make informed decisions like which energy are you going to throw if you're Flower Selecting, or if you're using Chorus, which card you can afford to put in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, so usually when you do a deck search, right, you actually only have 30 seconds to do it. But on your 1 minute?
Yeah.
So on your first turn when you're looking through your deck, you actually have additional time to look through.
Yeah.
Right. That's 2 minutes, right?
I don't think so. Generally, people aren't super strict on the first deck check as everyone understands the importance of deck checking.
Yeah.
Right? And especially when you're playing Super Tina. Man, Super Tina has so many different variations.
It's a lot of one-offs.
You're playing 4 energies and then 1 special energy.
Yeah.
Right? When people ask me how I pilot the Super Tina deck, the #1 most important tip I always share is deck checking. because you need to know exactly what energies are priced. Because, for example, if you price 2 psychic energies and you throw 1 psychic energy into your Lost Zone,
it's gone.
The game is so hard for you to come back. Thankfully, you have other attackers.
But you can't use your Sebai. You can't use your Tinas.
Exactly.
It's out.
You need to take it from the prizes. And keep in mind that you have 6 prizes, right? So if you start taking from the bottom and you price your 2 psychic energies at the top, it's such a tough game for you to come back from. But speaking of which, Reg is playing this very well. He has attached the Jet Energy. Jet Energy allows you to move one of your bench Pokemon up to the active spot.
I mean, it's a very good switch card, right? It's kind of a switch card.
It is one of the switch options. That's why the deck runs 4 Jet Energies and only 1 switch and 1 Prime Catcher. It also runs 2 switch cards, right? So in total, you only have realistically, without the Jet Energies, 3 switch options, 4 with the Prime Catcher. But with the Jet Energies, it's 8 options for you to switch out from, which is why you see less counts of active basic switch.
So we see that there's already 4 cards in the Lost Zone for Zachardi, which you can use the Camera Attack 110 onto the Comfy, right?
Innocently, or rather spit aggressively in this case, because he's taking the first prize of the game.
So the thing is, when Lost Box versus Super Tina, right, does going first actually make a difference?
Yes, in fact, going first is pivotal in this matchup.
Right.
It is so important. The reason why, especially on a, let's say both players are having a regular start, right? You are racing to see who can put 10 in the Lost Zone first, or actually 7 is actually the key number in this matchup.
So you can activate the Mirage Gate.
So you can activate the Mirage Gate. Mirage Gate is super, super key in this kind of game because your for example, on the Super Tina side, you're going to want to be able to charge up your Tina to hit any of the potential 2 prizes that Ben has on his side of the field.
Which we can see right now. There's 1 Rotom V on that field. That's the potential 2 prizes right there.
Yeah, I was actually referring more to like the Iron Hands or the Roaring Moons that he may have to bench early.
But I don't think he'll bench that early though. Because, but I mean, the Iron Hands does work in Ben's favor because seeing so many 1 prizes on the deck, right? If you use the Iron Hands with the Amp you very much, you're going to try to take an extra prize cards off those Pokemon, 2 prizes. Do it 3 times. That's game.
Do it 3 times is the wish that you could do. But look, Amp you very much, let's remind the crowd that you are required to have 4 energies, right? So to break it down to you, you're either going to have to manually attach 1 energy on the Iron Hands, and then next turn manually attach again and then Mirage Gate, in order for you to attack with only 1 Mirage Gate, but that puts you at risk of getting gusted out.
Yes,
right?
That's the problem.
Or, what's the alternative?
2 Mirage Gate.
Yeah, but that's 2 out of 4 of your gates that you're using on 1
On
Iron
just
Hands.
1, right? And if it's knocked out, then...
Alright? It's a little bit tough for you to come back from. And the thing is that with Iron Hands, if you can attack it once is fine. But if you try to set up a second one...
It's difficult.
It's resource intensive.
Yeah.
Right? It's super, super resource intensive. So keep in mind that I think both players, they both are playing the Iron Hands and they're likely looking for an opportunity to use it. However, I think the person who uses it first, especially on Ben's side, is actually, let's be honest, Super Tina is extremely favored.
Yeah, definitely. But we do see both playing that Radiant Greninja, right? So are we going to see an exchange of Moonlight Shuriken?
An exchange of Moonlight Shurikens, I believe, is unlikely at this point, as Reg has correctly identified the importance of putting Manaphy. You know, Ming, if Ming had put the Manaphy earlier, he definitely wouldn't have suffered from a double Moonlight Shuriken. So Reg rightfully has seen through this and has placed the Manaphy with great importance and great urgency as well.
Yeah, but Ben doesn't have a Manaphy. I mean, that Moonlight Shuriken option is open for Reg, right?
Ben doesn't have a Manaphy? This spells disaster because Reg has so many different options and different lines he can take. Ben has also benched both Comphys as well as the Sableye.
Yeah. It's wide open. Imagine taking 90-90 on 2 Comphys. The engine towards that Lost Box, towards that number, it's gone.
Oh, wow, that's... Okay, so here's the thing, right? So Ben has played the Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher for the Manaphy forces Reg to actually have to use Super Art early. If not, Ben is saying, hey, look, if you don't Super Art early and get the Manaphy back on the board, I am going to Moonlight Shuriken your face.
Yeah. But, I mean, Reg can also do the same thing. I'm going to Moonlight Shuriken your face now.
Yeah, and look, because that's the priority, right? If you're able, Reg is actually starting second, so we talked a little bit about starting first. Starting second is not a bad thing, because you're able to take the first attack with Cramorant if the stars align. And the stars are definitely aligning for Reg as he plays the second chorus of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you go in second, right? You can use a supporter on that turn. Chorus, that's 2. 2 in the Lost Zone. Then 2 Comfy, that's 4. 4.
Quick math.
Spit, because someone's going to spit at you.
Spitting indeed. Spitting is not normally socially acceptable. Spitting in the
Please
game.
do not spit at people. Yeah, it's not nice.
If you spit innocently, it's not too bad though.
So we do see Rag having 6 cards in that lot. So now 7. Mirage Gate is open.
Mirage Gate is open indeed. And do we see the hand attachment on the Radiant Greninja for the following the Mirage Gate? No, we instead see the Raikou. We see a Prime Crusher as well. It seems like Rag is going on the offensive on the Rotom V.
It's going to be a straight KO.
It will 100% be a straight KO. This is the beauty of the Raikou V. We talked about how Raikou was good for the Lugia, but look at Raikou putting in the legwork outside of the Lugia matchup.
It punishes because Ben now flooding his bench with all the Pokemon. It enhances the Raikou's V attack.
No one is prepared for the Raikou. When you see a Tina, you're like, yeah, okay, even playing Super Tina, yeah, you know, I'm ready for the Iron Hands. But the Raikou, damn! You know, thank you, Clifton,
right
for
straight
adding, for coming, yeah, exactly, for adding the Raikou. It seems like Rag is reaping the benefits of that one addition. Not to mention, the Raikou actually also has the fleet-footed ability.
That free pull ability allows you to draw 1 card if this Raikou V is in an active spot.
Exactly, and with its attack Lightning Rondo.
20, right?
Lightning
20 times.
Rondo, it's 20 times the number of bench Pokemon that you have, that both opponents have, both players have on the field. But it seems that Rag prioritized killing the Greninja instead of the Rotom.
Okay, maybe it makes sense because now, okay, looking back at prize mapping, right? Rag is now down to 4 prizes, right?
Yeah.
So that leaves, you can take 1 Rotom. Ben has to actually put down a bigger Pokemon to try and knock out this Raikou V.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe use the Moon, the Big Moon, right? Or, yeah, the only thing I can see here is to use the Big Moon.
Yeah.
So if you put the Big Moon down, that leaves your Giratina V-Star to be able to take it out. So that's 2. Then you take the Rotom V. That's the game. If you think about it that way.
So, no, but Rag is at 4 prizes now.
Yep.
Rag needs to bring it down to 2. He doesn't have game. What do you mean? They're 4-4 right now.
No, but Ben has to put something down to knock out this Raikou V. What's he going to knock it out with?
Okay, so let's say he put... So, and you see what the players decide to play right now. You know, Ruben definitely made a really good point. He's likely going to... The only thing that he can do to take a knockout on this Raikou is using the Roaring Moon EX with the powerful Frenzy Gouging ability or Frenzy Gouging attack or the Calamity Storm attack. But no, Ben opts to replay, to use the support to shuffle back the Greninja in order for him to use the Moonlight Shuriken. It seems like Moonlight Shuriken is the play right now, and he wants to keep the Raikou on the board.
I see. Maybe my predictions are wrong.
No, I think you definitely were having the right train of thought. But Moonlight Shuriken is going to be huge for Ben here. If he takes 2 prizes, the last 2 prizes is going to be super easy with the Roaring Moon EX. You see, right now, if Reg had actually taken the Rotom V earlier, you know, he would be in a much safer position because he would be down to 3 prizes. 3 prizes.
Yeah. So now we do see that Psychic Energy on that Sableye, right? So Lost Mine is already active. There's more than 10 cards in Ben's Lost Zone.
Yeah, more than 10 cards in Ben's Lost Zone, so Lost Mine is definitely active. It seems like Ben's opting for the Lost Mine play instead of the Moonlight Shuriken play because it requires less resources.
So we're going to see what? 70 on 1 Comfy?
If I was Ben, realistically, it would be 60-60 in the Comfy. Bench, because since Reg is bench locked, it seems like there was a slight error in terms of the prize showings, rather. So actually, Ben is at 5 prizes to 4 prizes of Reg. So this actually puts Reg in a slightly advantageous situation right now. Ben is going to use
the Lost Mine
ability.
All on the Raikou?
We'll wait for confirmation on this, but Lost Mine on the Raikou would make sense because it's setting up damage for an Amp you very much.
That's... Raikou gives up 2 prizes. Right. Amp you very much. Plus 1?
3. Exactly. So there'll be 3 prizes on the Raikou V, and that's I see Ben is planning ahead, and he has found his opportunity to come back in the game.
Yeah, but that leaves the Raikou V open for another attack on this Sableye.
Yeah, but look, Rag at this point is trying to he wants to go for the Rotom, right? Because if he goes for the Rotom, whatever attacker Ben sends out next is going to spell doom. But Rag is playing very smartly. He's attaching onto the Radiant Greninja.
We're going to see it. The Moonlight Shuriken onto that Comfys.
No, Moonlight Shuriken to disable line the Comfey.
Ah, yes, disable line the
You're
Comfey.
removing the Lost Mine from the board. Your opponent does not have an attacker which is online. At this point, things are looking slightly grim for Ben. As it seems like Reg has found his way to the victory.
So we can see here 2 water energies on that Radiant Greninja, trying to get... Is he going to manually retreat out the Raikou V?
Look, manually shooting out the Raikou V is perfectly fine here, right? Oh, and he plays the Iono as well.
So we were saying, right, the Iono is actually very important to disrupt a lost box opponent's hand. Right? Flower selecting makes your hand so big. With the Iono, disrupt him. Ben is going to draw 5. Even though Rag's going to draw 4 only, it's still a very good disruption.
For sure. And as we see, as we rightfully corrected, Raikou manually retreat into the Greninja. The Greninja is going to use his Moonlight Shuriken attack to knock out the Sableye as well as the Comfey. Comfey is also not a bad choice, but as predicted correctly, Comfey, Sableye was the play, and Ben is going to go straight into well, he's on the lifeline right now, right? So Rag has 2 prizes left. He's going straight into his Comfey for more cards into the Lost Zone. As we see if Ben is going to finds a way out of this.
Yep, so Rag down to 2 prizes, right? That Rotom V, such a headache.
I mean, look, right now Ben doesn't have an option to attack with. Because the thing is that if he benches the Iron Hands, right, even with 2 gates to take a triple prize knockout on the Raikou, he is 1 turn too late. Because he'll be left with 2 prizes and then the Tina at the back can swing. Using dude, he still has his V-Star online. The Forest Seal Stone was not used this game.
Yep, the V-Star still there. But what can Ben do right now? He does have to actually try and disrupt Rag's hand.
Oh, okay, I see the way that Ben is looking at it right now. So Ben is trying to use Moonlight Shuriken onto the Greninja to kill the 2 Comfeys at the back and then take the last 3 prizes on the Raikou. I wonder if Rag actually sees this. If Rag sees this, he needs to get rid of the Raikou, but he has no way to pick the Raikou back up. So the 3 prizes is permanently on the board. But Ben needs a lot of cards for his next turn in order for him to secure the victory using his Iron Hands.
Yep, so he does play a Koros though. Let me see what he draws from this. I do see a Super Rod, which is important to get the energies back into his deck. Let's see. Now we have it.
We have the hand attachment with the water energy, and we see the switch card. Ben thankfully does not bench another 2 prizes. His Rotom is still there, so victory for Rag is still available. But we will see if Rag is able to find a gusting option.
I mean, Ben is using that Revenge Moonlight Shuriken onto Rag.
Yes, we see the Revenge Moonlight Shuriken onto Rag. Ben is actually still ahead, still behind in prizes, so the counter catcher in Rag's hand is completely useless.
Actually, is there any way that Ben can get that Rotom V out of his bench? But he doesn't play a Collapse Stadium in C, right?
No, Ben doesn't play a Collapse Stadium.
No
he doesn't
Turo?
play the Turo. So once the Rotom is down, he's down for good. So it is a 2-prize liability, but I think the trade-off of playing the Rotom allows you to accelerate your hand cards even faster, and for a turbo deck, it's exactly what you need.
Correct. And especially when you're stuck. Find that 3 cards, right? And your turn.
Yeah, but not to mention, right? I mean, this deck already allows you to see multiple cards during your first turn. It allows you, assuming that you have your Chorus, you have your 2 Comfeys and Rotom, you're effectively seeing 12 cards in your first turn.
So we do see that Moonlight Shuriken onto 1 Comfey and also that Raikou V. So Ben takes 3 prizes. It wasn't that 2 Comfeys. It was 1 on the Raikou V, 90 on the Raikou V, 90 onto a Comfey.
Which is really smart because right now it puts him down to a 2-2 price and it doesn't put a lot of pressure on Ben for finding the 2 Mirage Gates that he was required. Now all he needs is 1 Mirage Gate, but in his hand he has the 2 Mirage Gates. Is this going to be the game? This is definitely the final turn of match 1.
Definitely. So the thing is, right, when I'm looking at the deck list between Ben and Rag, right, Ben actually places 4 Super Rod.
As a turbo deck, you do need to play 4 Super Rods because you play the copy of Pokestop. Right? So by playing Pokestop, you're effectively chucking 3 cards off the top of your deck into the discard pile, and if you hit an item card, it goes back to your hand. But everything else stays there.
So the important thing is, right, Moonlight Shuriken, you need to throw 2 energies. You're at least going to throw 1 water energy, right?
Yep.
So with that Super Rod, it's going to bring back those water energies into your deck.
Yep.
Mirage Gate again. There you have it. That Moonlight Shuriken onto the 2 Pokemons that you want again.
Okay. We see Rag playing the chorus, so he does not have that boss or boss's orders right now. He gets the boss's orders off the chorus. So it literally is anyone's game at this point. Ben will definitely be able to secure it if he has a gusting option for this first game. And we see from his hand, I don't believe I saw the boss's orders. It seems like Reg is in a slightly tight spot.
We haven't seen his prime catcher yet, though.
For Reg?
Yeah.
No,
the
he
first
used it
turn.
earlier.
The first turn, yeah.
He definitely used his ace pack earlier. So unfortunately, Reg does not have the option to prime catcher, and he cannot counter catcher as the prizes are even. Counter catcher is only active if you are behind in prizes.
So 2 prizes each. No way. So he does throw that boss order into the lost zone. What do you think of that?
Boss's orders was essential for him closing out the game, but I think Rag has identified that he's not going to be able to close this game out this turn, and if he doesn't, he's trying to... he can't even find the Roxanne anymore because he used the chorus. So this is... do you realize how seesawy this game is? It was back and forth, back and forth. This is a game that we were looking for.
Yeah, Ben was definitely looking like he was going to lose at the start, but right now he looks like he's in control.
For sure. I mean, throwing the boss's orders is signals to Ben that, hey, look, Ben knows this deck, right? Ben has played against Super Tina multiple times. He knows that Reg only has one gusting option left. And it seems like he's just going to use the Cramorant to spit innocently 110 damage.
That does not knock out the Radiant Greninja.
But you know what it does?
It leaves it open for Moonlight Shuriken.
No, it leaves it open for Lost Mine.
True.
Lost Mine is going to secure Rag the game, but we see 2 Mirages coming in from the Roaring Moon. We see the 3 energies attached. We see the retreat, and it's going to be GG. We see a failed fist bump as well, but it's all good.
So the first game going to Ben. That's me piloting this Lost Zone box, taking over the Super Tina.
Exactly. Ben, that's not me, but Ben has definitely got the first game in the bag with 34 minutes left in the game. It seems like Ben is set up for victory.
Is it a thing? Comfy players like to use the same sleeves?
Look, I prefer to use Forest Green, but Mint apparently is hot between Ben and Rag.
So what does Rag have to do differently this game?
All right, so if I was Rag, I would threaten a lot more with my Lost Tinas. Right, I think Rag played really well early game, but during the mid game, he seemed a little bit shaky. He seemed a little bit unsure about what he needed to do to close up the game on the Lost Box. Because I'll be honest with you, I've tested this matchup 1,001 times. Not even an exaggeration, by the way. Tina actually is strongly advantaged.
It is,
against Lost in Box.
Yep.
Because if everyone just closes your eyes, right, and you just imagine, right, if
okay, I'm going to close my eyes now.
Okay, close your eyes. Okay, just imagine this, okay? So let's say you exchange prizes. Yeah, okay, Cramorant takes a knockout on Cramorant returns the knockout. You know, you whittle yourself down. But once the 2 prizes start coming on the board, for the Lost Zone Box player, right? What are the attackers?
So the Iron Hands, the Roaring Moon.
What can take What can take a knockout on the Tina?
The Roaring Moon.
The Roaring Moon, right?
Yeah.
But what does it do to itself?
200.
200. So it's left with
30.
30, and that sets up for
Spit. Or Lost Mine.
Exactly. Right? And even with the Iron Hands, if the Iron Hands comes out to take the knockout on your Cramorant or on your Comfey, that's 2 prizes that he takes, but he's leaving 2 prizes on the board, which Tina can respond to. So the thing is that when you're going very aggressively, Ben actually played it beautifully.
Yes,
right?
definitely.
Ben played it beautifully. Ben used Radiant Greninja. He correctly identified that Manaphy was a problem on Rag's side of the field, got rid of it as soon as he could. Rag needed to re-bench the Manaphy sooner rather than later.
Yeah, so Rag playing only 2 Super Rods, right? So that's the thing. Super Rod gets you back your energies into your deck, gets you back Pokemon to your deck, but you choose 3 Pokemon, right? We do see that Manaphy, just talking about it, right? So Ben now opting to put that Manaphy down straight away because we know that Moonlight Shuriken is a problem. But attaching an energy to the Comfey though.
So attaching the energy to the Comfey makes perfect sense because, I mean, the thing is, it allows you to pivot, and there's nothing else on the board that you need to attach it to. Yes, you may risk getting spat at, but then if the thing is that if you do get spat at, it's pretty much game over for you already because you're not able to put anything left in the Lost Zone. The question is, Rag found the chorus. Rag found the chorus. Will he be able to find a Buddy Puffin to get 2 more Comfeys? And will he have to switch out all the Nest Ball for the Cramorant? That's 1 piece down, 2 more pieces to go.
Yep. Do we see that Buddy Puffin?
We see the Buddy Puffin. We see
2 bread puffs trying to find 2 Pokemon.
1 bread puff for 1 Pokemon. Dude, have you seen the artwork of the new gold Buddy Puffin?
It's huge.
It's
huge.
It
looks like garlic bread.
It looks like garlic bread indeed, but is the garlic bread worth $90 right now?
just play the 50 cent one. This normal version is 50
No,
cents.
it's $4, dude.
It's $4.
This Buddy Poffin is nuts. I mean, but look, it's $4 for a reason. It's really, really, really strong, right? And it's very pivotal in almost every deck right now.
Every deck almost plays it, yeah. So this took over the previous card, Battle VIP Pass. That was our favorite card, right?
But VIP Pass is the best high roll card ever. Look, some people hate it. We love it. But the thing is that Battle VIP Pass, you're only allowed to use it during your first turn. Buddy Poffin, however.
Anytime?
Anytime you
But
like.
you have to take Pokemon below 70.
But like I said, this meta, almost every Pokemon is below 70.
That's true.
Right? At least every essential Pokemon.
Yeah.
Core. So moving on, we see Rag play the Buddy Poffin to find the two comfies as predicted. He's going to find 4 in his Lost Zone, but the question is he going to have to switch out and the Cramorant? If he does, this is going to be huge for Rag. I see he has the Forest Seal Stone.
His hand is huge.
His hand is huge. He needs to attach a Forest Seal Stone. He needs to use it to find either to switch out the Cramorant if he has either piece. But the question is he going to use, is this too little too early? Sorry, too much too early? He has a Cramorant, but does he have a switch out?
I think he does. I mean, he's playing so many switch cards because of the Jet.
He's already used his Jet though. He needs one more switch card.
If
he has to switch, he has to switch. Okay, so this is huge for Rag. He's gonna win game 2. All right. Okay, I may be calling it a little bit early. I need to calm down a little bit. But you know, Ben having a Manaphy on the bench only is absolutely disastrous.
Leave it. We gotta see what Ben actually does. But the thing is, Rag opting to Lost Vacuum his own Forest Seal Stone because the Forest Seal Stone is already used, right? So that adds another card into his Lost Zone. That put it up to 6.
Yeah, it adds the card that you vacuum away, and Lost Vacuum requires you to put one more card into the Lost Zone as well. It seems like Ben did top deck the Buddy Poffin, so he's still in the game.
I mean, he's safe.
He's safe for now. But we do, on the other side of the field, see that Giratina V-Star, 2 of them are in the Lost Zone. So my question is, Rag must be very confident that the last V-Star is in his deck and he's going to be able to draw it out because he does not have any other way to find the Giratina V-Star.
Yep. So we all know that he does. Okay, looking at the deck list, he plays 3 Giratina V, 3 Giratina V-Star. That leaves 1 option available.
And there's no way for you to search out the Tina V-Star, by the way. There's literally no way.
There's no Ultra Ball?
There's no Ultra Ball. You don't play Ultra Ball in this deck.
So he has either to draw into it, cross into it,
or
flower
even he
selecting.
has it in his hand. Right? Like, I'm honestly slightly shocked that he has thrown the second V-Star in his hand because typically when I'm piloting the deck, I like to keep the first V-Star in my hand because I know that it's very hard to find. Right?
So it's kind of a guarantee that you can evolve it
the next turn when you need it, right? Because right now, the second bench is a 2 prize, which I believe the way he played just now, he knows how to play this line. He's not going to bench a 2 prizer, but if he does, that's an immediate opportunity that Rag cannot let out.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we do see that Ben now has 4 cards in his Lost Zone, allowing him to spit.
Spit innocently is indeed active. It's not the attack. It's not the ability name, but he's Lost Provisions is the ability name. And so Lost Provisions does get activated, and he can spit innocently for free. That's no problem right now. Both players are at a 5-5 prize, so game is looking pretty even.
So let's see what Rag actually does. Oh, we do see that card. Iron Leaves now, opting not to use it because we're not in a Zard matchup. So Iron Leaves now also in that Lost Zone. And that is 7. So we are talking about, right? Brian, you were talking about it? 4, 7, 10.
Yeah, 4, 7, 10 is a magical number for the Lost Box players. As we see when Mirage Gate go online, we're going to see what Rag is about to do. I don't see Radiant Greninja on the field, and Radiant Greninja is not going to be able to take 2 prizes because now Ben does have the Manaphy protecting his bench. Rag opts to charge 1 Grass and 1 Psychic Energy into the Giratina.
So maybe he does have that V-Star in his hand.
Or maybe he just wants to shred. But if he goes to the shred play, I do want to see him bench a second V-Star. A second Giratina V. Because if he doesn't bench a second Giratina V, it's a little bit hard. He looks like Rag is opting to use Giratina to shred, and this is going to be a chance ball for Ben.
Oh. Okay, he takes out that Radiant Greninja using the boss's order to catch it from the bench. So that leaves Moonlight Shuriken out of play unless Ben can Super Rod it and find back the energies.
Yeah, Super Rod. Ben has 4 Super Rods, so this is a very interesting choice from Rag's side of the field. I think Rag decided to get rid of the Radiant Greninja because he wants Ben to see less cards, right? So the thing is that Radiant Greninja, remember, even though he has the Moonlight Shuriken attack, he has the Concealed Cards ability as well. Yeah. So
Ben, looking at his Lost Zone, right? He only has 5 right now.
5 is okay because all you need is 1 chorus and you're gonna hit 7. Right? 1 chorus allows you to see.
There we see it. The Super Rod back with the Greninja and 2 energies.
Yeah.
Was that a good play?
Okay, I'll be honest with you. You know, I'm a little bit confused by Rag's use of the boss because typically the deck only plays 2 boss's orders as well as the Prime Catcher. So the boss's orders is a very valuable resource, right? I understand the concept behind taking out the Radiant Greninja. You want your opponent to draw less, but you also know that your opponent plays like 4 rods. You've seen at least 3 last game, so you know he's playing a heavy rod count.
Yeah. So
right?
again, someone who's playing so many rods, right? It's not an option to try and take out that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the thing is, you not only have to utilize one of your Gus options, which you only have 3 in the deck, right? You're leaving your Cramorant up there, right? He's an attacker, by the way. Radiant Greninja needed a Mirage Gate to attack.
Yes.
So you were burning his resources. Not to mention that Ben did not have a heavy Lost Zone. So I'm really confused as to why Rag decided to opt for the gusting play. With that, Ben has been able to promote the Cramorant and deals 110 damage to the Tina V.
Yep. So we do see 110, right? So that leaves it open for another attack by the Cramorant to knock it out. Or, he has it in hand.
He has the last Giratina V-Star in hand, and he opts to use Lost Impact onto a Cramorant, which has 110 HP. With the Lost Impact, after putting 2 energies into the Lost Zone, Rag is at 10, I believe.
10?
Oh, 9.
9. He's at 9.
9.
So 1 away from that Lost Mine.
Lost Mine is a very important ability, but it's not essential in this matchup as it's quite difficult for you to take 2 prizes. You can set up damage. You can set up damage for a very big Amp very much, as we saw potential Ben leaving that window open in the game earlier. However, Ben is right now seems to have a very difficult decision as to what flower selecting choices he has.
It does not look good for Ben, to be honest. But let's see. I mean, previous game, right? It wasn't looking good for him.
Yeah,
but he came back.
Ben is no stranger to games like this. He's more than happy to play from behind. He has different ways for him to come back into the game. He also, by the way, plays at Defiance Band.
Yep. So I mean, Lost of Box actually is one of the decks that can actually come from behind many times.
Yes, Lost of Box does has that option to play from behind with the counter catchers as well. Ben does not opt to play that, but Rag does.
Yep. So Ben actually plays this chorus, throws away the Buddy Puffin and the Comfy.
And look, Ben also threw away the Iron Hands, right? That's kind of significant because it prevents him from skipping prizes. Skipping prizes is in taking 2 prizes on on a 1-prize Pokemon, or 3 prizes onto a 2-prize Pokemon.
It wouldn't work this way because even if you want to take an extra prize on that Giratina V-Star, 120 doesn't knock out that Giratina.
But with a Defiance Band, it also doesn't. It's okay.
It doesn't.
110, by the way, 110.
But this Raikou does. This Raikou could knock it out.
Yeah, Raikou definitely can take a knockout on this, and without Rag actually having bench Giratina V, this is the danger that I was alluding to, right? Without a backup Tina V, you only have the Iron Hands as an option, and Iron Hands can get knocked out by a Roaring Moon that we saw Ben play. Ben now sees the opportunity to attack with the Lightning Rondo. He a little bit of revenge from the game earlier. He also draws into the Forest Seal Stone.
And he knocks it. Okay, not opting to use the Forest Seal Stone right now, and taking the knockout on that Giratina V-Star. Now,
Ben doesn't need to use the Forest Seal Stone because there's no Pokemon on the right side of the field that can take a knockout on the Raikou.
I mean, he does know that Rag actually used his own Lost Vacuum on his own Pokemon just now, right? So that he does know. Lost Box only plays 1 Vacuum.
Yeah, he knows. Not only does he know that, he sees his bench is his active Pokemon is completely safe. Nothing on Rag's side can deal 200 damage. This is the punishment I was speaking of earlier. By not benching a second Tina V-Star, you're opening yourself for your opponent to use a variety of attackers.
So the Raikou V is here to stay.
Raikou V is here to stay with a Forest Seal Stone, by the way. So you're not only able to just swing for 220 damage, you also have your Defiance Ben, which is about to be active if he wants to opt to use Ampere very much. Rag does not have a way for him to use Moonlight Shuriken. It seems like Rag is now cornered.
Is he? Let's see what he can pull off from this chorus. The Prime Catcher is inside.
Yeah, look, even if he Prime Catches a Hand Attach Energy Mirage Gate, he's going to take 2 prizes onto his onto one of Ben's single prize Pokemon. But Ben is just going to respond with a gouging, with a frenzy gouging from the
Roaring Moon.
Roaring Moon. And actually, if he does that, Ben's going to lose. Wow, it seems like this game is really close.
We can't conclude who's going to be the winner for this game, right?
At this stage of the game, I reckon that it's literally down to how the players are going to be drawing and how the players are going to be sequencing. Sequencing is super, super key here. We do see Rag going to opt for the Mirage Gate onto the Iron Hands and probably going to Prime Catcher out. I think either the Manaphy or the Greninja. Manaphy would not be a bad choice, but knowing that Ben plays a heavy count of Super Rod, he should definitely count how many Super Rod Ben has used or thrown in the Lost Zone for sure before deciding what Pokemon to guess up.
I do think maybe, Ben does not have a Super Rod in hand. Maybe it was the previous turn. But let's see what does Rag Prime Catcher out this turn. Artisan being
Rag
played.
still has the Artisan and also played the Artisan to bench the Cramorant that he had previously used Super Rod on. The question is, what is Rag? There we go. Okay, I believe the Sableye is definitely the better player.
He took out the wrong card.
He did take out the wrong card. His opponent very graciously let him remove. Let him reverse the play. Iron Hands all charged up, ready to go, ready to amp you very much.
So, Prime Catcher on that Greninja? Manaphy?
He's deciding right now. Rag.
I reckon if you take it out, the Greninja would be better.
Like I mentioned before, I think it really depends on what Super Rod count Ben has, how many Super Rods Ben has used so far. But this is definitely not a bad play. It removes one draw option for Ben.
Yep. So I think this is Ben's last turn because if he passes it over back to Rag is going to use that Sableye Lost Mine to just drop it on that Comfy and to take the last prize.
Yeah, Ben is in a very, very tough spot. Ben is required to actually take a knockout on that Sableye with likely the Raikou or the Roaring Moon. Taking a knockout on the Sableye right now is super, super key. Let's see if Ben sees a line of play.
Yep. Frenzy Gouging is not an option here, though.
No, Frenzy Gouging is definitely not the option, but you definitely need to KO that Sableye. The Sableye is more of a threat than the Iron Hands at this point, as Sableye can guarantee the game if he doesn't get knocked out. The question is, does Rag actually have a gusting option to use the Iron Hands to take another second knockout?
Yeah, we saw that Prime Catcher being used, right?
Yeah.
Boss order, not yet.
No,
we
saw a boss being used earlier. Remember to take out the Greninja.
Yep.
So you see one boss option. You see one Prime Catcher gone. Rag only has one gusting option left in the deck.
Will he have it though?
Will he be able to draw in it? Is the other question that we have.
Yep. Okay, so we do see that Ben has that Prime Catcher. Will he choose to knock out that Sableye?
He has to. That's the only.
That's the only way, right?
Yeah. So we see Ben using the Mirage Gate to charge up the Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon does require 2 Dark Energies to attack using either of his attacks. The question is, can Ben take the last Dark Energy? We saw him cycle 2 of his 4 Dark Energies into the deck. And with 1 out of the field, we need to see whether he'll be able to pull the second one out. We see the Sableye. Sableye is also another option that he can use to take the opponent's Sableye. But the thing is that if he does that, he'll be vulnerable to the Iron Hands return knockout.
Yep. So
Ben needs this Dark Energy.
I think opting for either the Roaring Moon play or the Raikou V play is better on that Sableye.
100%. 100%. We do see a switch out onto the Roaring Moon. Does Ben have the last energy, or is Ben just going to tank and hope that he doesn't have a gusting option? We see Roxanne.
But is he going to hope to draw into... Wait. Prime Catcher. He had a Prime Catcher in the hand. So is he going to try and knock out this Iron Hands instead?
But if he takes the knockout on the Iron Hands, Rag just needs to top deck his Psychic Energy.
He can use the Calamity Storm, right? No, it doesn't knock it out.
Yeah, it doesn't knock it out. This is a gamble indeed, but if Ben does draw the Dark Energy, Ben can use the Calamity Storm to do 220 damage onto the Iron Hands for a setup for his Sable Eye for the next turn. The question is, did Rag draw the Psychic Energy from the Roxanne earlier?
One Psychic Energy is all he needs, right?
One Psychic Energy is all he needs, and one Psychic Energy is all Ben needs to secure his place to World Championships in Hawaii.
The Psychic Energy
draws
is...
the Psychic Energy. It seems that we're going to a Game 3.
It's there. It's game.
It should be game.
Let's see.
Where's the fist bump?
Does he draw it?
That's the game.
That's game.
We are going to Game 3.
Game 3, boys.
Game 3.
So he off that Roxanne into 2 cards. He draws into that Psychic Energy. With the prime Ben, let's look back at Ben's hand. Ben had that Prime Catcher in hand.
Yep.
Before the Roxanne.
Yep.
Would you have opted to Prime Catcher up that Sableye, put up a Raikou, Roxanne your opponent?
Yes.
You would?
Yes. I was. Ben was definitely trying to bench lock, I think, his opponent, but in doing so, I don't think there was a reason for him to bench lock, right? I mean, logically speaking, that was definitely a misplay coming out from Ben's side of the field. As if you were to Prime Catcher the Sableye, take a knockout of Sableye, there was no way that Rag could have taken a return knockout with only one boss left in the deck.
Correct. And the Iron Hands can't knock out anything. You can't knock out the Raikou. It can't knock out the Roaring Moon.
Not at all. So whilst that was a slightly confusing play, we do see we're happy to bring this to Game 3. Your top 4 is not a pushover to get into, so I'm glad to see that we don't have any more donks happening.
I mean, hopefully.
We almost saw a donk actually just now, eh?
Yeah. So, moving on to Game 3. Anyone's game right now. Ben 1. Yeah, Game 1 taken by Ben. Game 2 taken by Rag.
I think for Ben, right, all we need to see Ben do is not make a misplay, and I think he'll be fine. Both players are very, like we mentioned earlier, very seasoned. So not seasoned, but very confident with the decks they're playing. Rag has been playing Lost Tina all year round. He was a little bit frustrated with playing Lost Tina, I think, during Regionals Volume 3, but then he realized that he made a mistake and Lost Tina is definitely still king. So we see him up back into it for Nationals, and now we see him back in the top 16.
Yep. So, getting on with Game 3, we see all the mint sleeves again.
Mint fresh,
mint
as they
fresh
say.
sleeves.
I want to talk a little bit about Rag. We talked a little bit about Ben just now, but Rag is a player that's actually pretty new to Singapore, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah, so Rag has studied in Singapore, and he's now worked in Singapore for, I think, studying and worked about 3-4 years, I believe. But he actually just got into the game. He's recently started going to Goodness Gracious Games. Shout out to Boss. And he's been playing there for about a year now. So he's 1 year into
the game.
The competitive format.
Welcome,
right?
welcome.
So he's 1 year into the competitive format, and we see him having a fantabulous run to the World Championships. And if I'm not wrong, this game doesn't actually even matter to him because he's already qualified.
He's already secured 2 points, right?
Through his points, exactly. So he's played very well. I met him actually in the top 16 during the first regionals. Actually managed to beat him in order to get to the finals. So he's no stranger to the top 16 for this year, piloting the very similar deck back then as well.
Tina?
He was playing Lost Tina back then. There was no such variant as Super Tina. Same as me. But the key difference is that now you have the Super Tina variant. We see Ben opting to start first and having a very strong start.
So Flower selecting, throwing 1 card into the Lost Zone. That's Super Rod, right? Second one now, Buddy Buddy Puffin. So that's 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Rotom V, that's the problem with Rotom V. There's no way to get the Rotom V. We talked about this, right? It leaves it open, but yes, the ability of Rotom V, instant charge, right? Allowing you to draw 3 cards and end your turn. So technically, on the first turn where you can't attack, Rotom V, that's your solution.
Yeah, Rotom V is a very, very smart choice in the turbo. As we mentioned earlier, Rotom V allows you to accelerate your hand size extremely quickly, and that's exactly what you want to do as a turbo lost box player, because it gives you more options in terms of what you need to use in your following turn.
Wow, Rag does have that chorus for the turn 1. His turn 1. Immediately, his Lost Zone is up to 3 cards. Can we see 4?
He chorused into the Comfey and the Jet Energy. Or at least the Comfey. He didn't have the Comfey in the start, right? So
that's everything.
Yeah, that's all you need, right? All you need is Comfey and the Jet Energy, and then you can get your game going. As we see right here for Rag, Mr. 7th seed for day 1 going to day 2. You see the standard Lost Zone things, you know, comfy, plastic,
Yeah.
you know, probably rinsed and repeated this enough in my head. So he's lost vacuum the Artisan. Very smart.
Okay. Yeah.
A 6 into the Lost Zone right now.
Not allowing Ben to use that Artisan. But Reg doesn't have that Cramoran to take one prize on the Comfy, Ben's Comfy. So just passing it over. Ben now opting to use the Pokestop. Draw 3 cards. Looks like that's a bit. See 3 cards, sorry. Not take 3 cards, you see 3 cards. Any item, then you put in your hand, right?
Exactly.
Pokemon, discarded. Energy, discarded. Supporters, discarded.
Exactly. So it seems like
there's a bit of a commotion.
So it seems like there's a slight discussion in terms of player. I think this could potentially be whether or not Ben maybe drew for the turn.
Did he? I think he drew.
I believe he did. So not sure why the Pokestop isn't being used. Maybe seeing a sequencing issue, whether he wants to Lost Zone, whether he wants to flower selecting first, because I believe the Comfy was not tapped. No, it was used already. Comfy was used already. So it's probably deciding whether or not he needs to use the Pokestop. But speaking of which, the decision needs to be done quickly as there's only 11 minutes left on the clock.
I think we can conclude the game though.
You think we can conclude the game?
I think.
Oh, we see a massive Pokestop. 3 cards, Nest Ball, Switch, and Switch card. All going to hand.
Pokemon, right? If your hand is big, options available all around. Let's see one.
Options available all around. He's at 3. I'm just trying to think, is he able to hit 10 this turn?
Second Comfy, one more Comfy, that brings you up to 5, right?
4. One more Comfy, 5.
4 more Comfy, 5.
Chorus, 7.
7.
Lost Vacuum, your own stadium.
8.
8, 9.
8,
so you
9.
need one more. You need one more.
One more Comfy.
Okay, so I think aiming for 10 is a little bit too ambitious.
Okay, but aiming for 7, right? We're talking about 7 is that checkpoint.
But the thing is that right now, 7 is only useful if you want to charge up your big attackers, right? And at this point in the game, there's no big attackers on the field. But Ben is licking his lips right now as he knows the second a team that gets dropped on the field on the side of Reg, he is definitely going to chase for it. Or right now is actually, if he's able to guss up the Manaphy, he does.
Boss.
He is going for the kill.
Okay, so opting not to play that chorus, but to boss up the Manaphy instead. So that leaves the option for Moonlight Shuriken to come down.
Which is huge, because you see, we were so focused on the magical numbers of 7, we forgot about the magic number 4 first, right?
Yep. So 4 first, then 7, right?
4 first, and then 7. Indeed, he has 6 now in the loss, so he's aiming for the Manaphy. Ben is going for the kill. Everything is benched. Everything is ready. Everything is ready to go. But great play. First of all, plays the chorus.
So chorus will bring it up to 8 cards in that Lost Zone, checking that point of 7.
Checking that point at 7 indeed, but Reg needs to be able to use a 2-prize Pokemon right now and cycle the Manaphy. Actually, opted to throw the lightning energy into the Lost Zone.
He only plays 2 lightning.
He plays 2 lightning. He has the Iron Hands on his hand. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit puzzled right now.
Okay.
So we see 8 cards. We see 9 cards in the Lost Zone. On Reg's side of the field, he opts to play.
Okay, Moonlight Shuriken will open for Reg as well, right? There's no Manaphy on Ben's side. But
Moonlight Shuriken is indeed available. That is definitely one of the options he can play. And he has the water energy as well, so all he needs is 1 Mirage Gate, which he does have in hand.
Yep.
But the question is, does he have enough water energies in his deck?
I'm sure during the first deck check, he would have found the energy.
We hope so. But Reg does go immediately into the deck check, and we see one water, we see one grass, we see the Greninja being charged up for the Moonlight Shuriken. Reg is not afraid of a return Moonlight Shuriken, and he goes, you know what, it's fine, you can spit, you can Moonlight Shuriken, but I'm going to Moonlight Shuriken you first.
Yep. So, going to take that 2 prizes. What are we going to see here? Maybe 1 Sableye, 1 Comfy, or 2 Comfies?
2 Comfies for sure. You can't charge up your Lost Zone with the Comfies. Or chorus, I guess.
Ben's at 6, right? If he does chorus, that's 8. Lost Vacuum, 10.
That's what he needs. He's already used 1 Lost Vacuum. Ben only plays 2 copies of that Lost Vacuum. So seeing that, Rag is confident in killing both Comfies, and that is definitely the right choice because right now the Cramorant, all the Cramorant can do is spit instantly if he's stuck in the field, and Ben also needs to use one of his switching options as well.
Yep. So are we going to see that reverse Moonlight Shuriken again?
Reverse Moonlight Shuriken would not be a bad play here. I think Ben is probably going to go for that line of play, or Ben is going to be looking at the Raikou V. 200 HP is enough, is low enough for a Roaring Moon EX to knock it out with that Calamity Storm attack.
Yep. So if I'm Ben, I see that Raikou V being played down. Do you want to flood your bench again? I wouldn't.
I would not, but sometimes you
you
don't
have
have
no
a choice, so
choice, yeah.
no choice, ma. Right?
No choice.
But I think in that set, it's fine. Roaring Moon just needs to come down. You just need to charge 3 energies to it. You have enough enough in the lost zone now. And all you need to do is attach to the Roaring Moon, gust out the Raikou, and smash. But I think Ben has used all his gusting options.
Yep. So Ben is likely going to play that Nest Ball, right? But what does he find from that Nest Ball?
I think he still find a Moon.
Find a Moon? Or do you find Iron Hands? Do you want to start using your Iron Hands?
Iron Hands is not a bad option here, but if by benching the Iron...
'Cause he
Actually, no,
does-
Iron Hands is safe.
It's safe. He does have that lightning. There is it.
Yeah, Iron Hands is completely safe because the thing is that Rag has put 2 Giratina Vs into his lost zone. He does not have a bench Giratina V right now. There's no way for him to take the knockout on the Iron Hands. Ben is in the clear.
SVO6.
For SVO6 Twilight Masquerade, do check out Trainer Web if you're in Singapore to sign up for the next expansion battle event. Most shops will be hosting it.
Yep.
So go check out with your local card shop. Go join their WhatsApp groups, as I believe most of the registrations will be done there. If you do, you stand a chance actually to walk away with one of these beautiful gym promo cards. These are the brand new gym promo stamp, by the way, exclusive to Southeast Asia.
It's random, right? You're not guaranteed a Zard or a Greninja, right?
But these are definitely the chases, man.
These are the chases?
These are the chases. Like,
it's a Zard.
It's a Zard, it's a Greninja, both two very, very cool Pokemon.
So you get a pack, right?
You get a pack of three.
Three random cards inside.
Three random cards inside, and they all have this exclusive gym stamp promo.
This one, right?
This one right here, yeah. So this exclusive gym stamp promo is exclusive in English to English cards for our region, by the way.
Only in
Asia. This is the first time in Asia.
Yeah.
First time in Asia. So anyways, enough from us. We will be cutting to a break. We will catch you guys
for the finals.
For the finals in a bit.
See you.
Learn how to play the Pokemon card game in just 9 minutes. I got my first pack of Pokemon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokemon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokemon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokemon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokemon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokemon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokemon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck! Have fun! Rock, paper, scissors,
go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokemon that say basic?
Basic Pokemon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokemon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokemon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokemon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokemon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. If a Pokemon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. Oh, I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokemon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have one Nemona and one Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only one supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokemon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokemon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokemon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokemon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokemon EX. Knowing how to use Pokemon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokemon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokemon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokemon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with Low Sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokemon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. Wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
so abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea. Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokemon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokémon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards. Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose!
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck, have fun. Rock, paper, scissors,
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2!
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack.
Oh,
I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way, you can also attach energy to your bench Pokémon.
In that case, I'll attach a fighting energy to Riolu. Now I'll use Sprigatito's Scratch Attack. That's 10 damage to Zangoose.
That's the spirit.
I attacked, so it looks like my turn is over.
Here I go. First, I'll evolve Quaxly to Quaxwell. By playing Pokémon on top of each other, they evolve and will keep getting even stronger. Next, I'll attach one water energy card to my Quaxwell. I'll also use my Nest Ball item card. This allows me to choose one basic Pokémon from my deck. By the way, you can use as many items from your hand as you like during your turn. The Pokémon I'll put into play is Mimikyu EX.
It looks powerful. Professor, what does the EX in the name mean?
Good question. This card is an especially strong one, and it's called a Pokémon EX. Knowing how to use Pokémon EX cards is a shortcut to victory.
Pokémon EX? Wow, I want to try!
Let's get back to the battle. Zangoose, use Slash.
Sprigatito's HP fell to 0.
When a Pokémon's HP drops to 0, it gets knocked out. Since I knocked out Sprigatito, I'll take one prize card. When the Pokémon in the active spot is knocked out, it gets discarded along with all the attached cards. Then you'll pick another from the bench and place it in the active spot.
You're good. This time, I choose Riolu.
Let's go over the rules once more.
The battle's only just begun. All right, I drew Lucario EX. Lucario EX can evolve from Riolu. I'm going to evolve my active Riolu. Now I'll add fighting energy to Lucario EX.
Wow!
Lucario EX attacks with Low Sweep.
Zangoose has a weakness to fighting type, so it takes double the damage.
60 times 2. That means 120 damage. I knocked out Zangoose, so I'll take a prize card.
Pokémon EX cards have powerful attacks and high HP. On the other hand, if one gets knocked out, they give up 2 prize cards.
I get it.
Moving on, for my next turn, I think I will evolve Quaxwell into Quaquaval and use that to fight back.
Well, I won't be backing down.
But before that, let's go over the rules again for you. First, the rules for battles. And this is how you win. Let's resume the battle. From here on out, you'll play without my advice. It's a real match now.
Okay, I just know I'm gonna win. There's no better time than now to start playing the Pokémon trading card game. Level up your Pokémon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokémon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokémon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokémon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokémon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokémon tools.
I see Pokémon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokémon tool can be attached to one of your Pokémon in play. Only one tool per Pokémon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokémon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokémon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokémon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokémon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokémon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokémon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokémon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokémon gets knocked out, its Pokémon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokémon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokémon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokémon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokémon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokémon. Now, what if your active Pokémon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokémon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokémon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokémon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokémon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokémon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokémon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokémon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokémon, you will be out of Pokémon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokémon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to the stream.
Welcome back to the stream, indeed. Well, before we carry on, y'all must be wondering why the heck am I wearing these Michael Jackson gloves? You know, the white glasses. No, you're not worthy of these gloves, man. Do you know why?
Okay.
Do you know why you're not worthy?
Why?
I'm not worthy of these gloves.
Show me.
Because with me right now, using these gloves, we've got the beautiful, look at that, Pluck finalist Champao right here.
It's a promo stamp.
It's a promo stamp.
Champao.
I know you guys probably can't see it. Maybe you can see it on stream.
Yeah.
There's a Singapore Championship stamp right here. There.
All right.
Right.
Six. Limited.
Only 6 in the world.
Okay, so this is for the finalists, right?
This is for the finalists. And then, of course, we've got the beautiful, once again, Champion trophy. All right, so this is slightly different from what we did last year, right? Last year around, they had like top 8 final stamp, all stamped at the cards. This time around, they don't.
Only for finalists and champion, right?
So only finalists and champion gets these Champaos, I believe.
So
yeah,
there's only two per division, right?
Yeah,
so juniors 2,
6.
seniors 2, masters 2.
Yeah, I thought top 4 gets it, but I don't see the trophies for top 4 for that.
Oh, but I mean, it's not encased nicely in this.
Look at this. This is gorgeous, you know. And I heard actually this was actually drawn by a Malaysian artist, actually.
Is
so
it?
This is done like locally as well. Okay, not locally in Singapore because we are in Singapore.
Okay, it's
now,
Southeast Asia, man.
Southeast Asia, it's still
Southeast
home.
Asia represent.
And this is absolutely gorgeous. Can you imagine putting the card that you won inside this trophy?
You should leave the Champao inside.
Really?
It's meant to be inside.
Well, I mean, I'd rather put my Tina here or something, you know?
Why don't you put this inside? No.
Well, anyways, besides these trophies, right, we're really, really excited because I think the final, for right now, all the matches that we're going to be streamed are the finals for the juniors, the seniors, as well as the masters divisions.
So we have 3 more games upcoming.
We have 3 more games, or potentially 5 more games.
5.
Yeah,
Masters.
Masters
Okay, so juniors and seniors are best of 1.
Yep, juniors is best of 1.
Masters, same thing, best of 3.
Not same thing, but yes, best of 3.
Same as the previous games, yeah.
Yeah, best of 3. So super excited to see the matches that are upcoming because the stakes are incredibly high. In addition to getting that beautiful plaque, the beautiful trophy, you also get a round 1 buy. A round 1 buy at Worlds, as well as free accommodation and free travel as well.
Okay, but all the players that are going to play, right?
What?
All the players that are playing now have already secured their invite to Hawaii.
Every single player that you're going to see on stream has indeed secured the invite to the World Championships. So we're super excited to, and we're going to congratulate, I think, our upcoming 2 juniors, Iverson as well as Haruki, who will be streamed right now. So we're going to hit straight into the game with Haruki being rank 1 and Iverson being rank 3. 2 extremely exciting decks to play. One that we're not strangers to.
So Haruki's going to run the dessert. He's piloting the dessert. And Iverson
is piloting what I very fondly call Arc Pile. Right? So what the heck is Arc Pile?
Arc Pile revolves around Arceus, right?
Yes.
Arceus, Vulpix, Gudra, and Neuven.
Oh my god, I didn't even see the Neuven in there.
Oh my god, one line of Neuven EX in his list.
Arc Pile is supposed to be very, very flexible as long as you can run the games. And it seems like Iverson is definitely going to be able to run the game as we see the Vulpix V and the Arceus V bench and ready to go. Vulpix V has the incredibly powerful, Vulpix V Star has an incredibly powerful attack, which basically nullifies, Snow Mirage, which basically nullifies damage coming from Pokemon with abilities.
Correct. So if we know, right, the Zard deck runs on Charizard, right? Charizard has an ability to charge 2 fire energy when it's evolved.
3.
So that's the problem. The Charizard EX isn't going to hit into the Vulpix.
Yeah, but it looks like Haruki actually has multiple different attackers, right?
He's running one Delphox. Okay, he has a Radiant Charizard, but the Radiant Charizard also can't hit into the Vulpix. It also has an ability.
Exactly. But at least you still be able to do damage with the Delphox. But also, keep in mind that once the Vulpix actually leaves the active spot, he can be hit again if he gets gusted out. So if you do like a boss
Prime Catcher?
Boss Prime Catcher, sorry. Yep. A boss Counter Catcher, you still can kill actually the Vulpix V.
Yep. But Iverson does have one tool card up his sleeves.
What is this?
This leafy camo. Do you know, have you ever seen it yet?
Okay, so that's a very interesting tool card, right? Because the tool card allows prevents your opponent from actually gusting out one of your the bench Pokemon which has the leafy camo attached to it. So
Correct.
if Iverson gets everything he needs, Haruki's in for a tough spot.
Yes. That Vulpix is here to stay.
That Vulpix is here to stay indeed. Well, Haruki, speaking of good starts, Haruki is off to an amazing start with a Nest Ball as well as a Buddy Poffin. He starts with a Bidoof, but doesn't matter. One retreat cost, no problem.
So Haruki's not running the Pidgeot line. Just pure Bibarel as his main engine for drawing cards.
Oh my, I love this, right? Bib Zard. So this is not the variant of Zard that you guys have been seeing on the stream. The variant that we usually see is paired together with Pidgeot EX.
Yes.
And we mentioned just now, if you have Pidgeot EX, you have Bibarel, why not both? Haruki's decided not to play the Pidgeot EX. Oftentimes when people are choosing between or choosing to abandon the Pidgeot, it's because they do not want a two-price liability on the bench.
Yeah, that's right. But he is also running this card, this Scovet. So Scovet has an ability, right? It shuffles your whole hand and you draw one card.
Yeah.
So when you draw that one card, then you use the Bibarel because Bibarel allows you to draw up to 5 cards.
So it allows you to cycle through your cards.
Yes, that's right.
We see right here that Haruki has used...
So the Nest Ball, the Buddy Poffin taken for 3 Charmanders onto the bench. Well, he really wants that Zard up.
He really wants that Zard up indeed, and I think that's definitely the right call. We see that Iverson's actually playing this very, very, very well as well, because the thing is that Alolan Vulpix, the Soul Alolan Vulpix is going to be a bit of a problem if he's able to bounce back this Arceus V-Star with a Turo or a Terran's Care. Oh, sorry, in this case he plays, in this case he does play the one copy of the Turo and the one copy of the Terran's Care, so he's definitely going to be able to pick up this Arceus V-Star.
He hits the V-Star. He has the Ultra Ball for the V-Star.
Yep, he hits this for the Ultra Ball for the V-Star, so he's going to use the Ultra Ball to discard away his Noibat, which is completely useless in this matchup, as well as the Metal Energy for an Arceus V-Star.
So it's going to start swinging 200 damage and then building
180.
Or 180 because of the DTE, right?
The DTE, double
then
turbo
3
energy.
energies on that Vulpix, and then we're going to start seeing that Vulpix come into play.
Exactly. All Iverson needs to do really right now is to play the Terran's Care Tour to pick up that Arceus V-Star. By the way, Iverson has not used Starbirth yet, so he can very easily find the Turo or the Terran's Care next turn.
Yep, that's right. And we can see that Hero's Cape on that Vulpix as well. It's going to be a very tanky Vulpix.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, right? So Alolan Vulpix has 240 HP, which is very, very, very low for actually a V-Star Pokemon. But with the Hero's Cape, it brings him up to 340 damage, which is comparable to a Charizard, actually.
Yeah, almost. So Iverson taking the first prize on that baby Charmander. How does Haruki then respond in that case? He does need to Rare Candy up into the Charizard though.
He does need to Rare Candy it up to Charizard, and he needs to hit right now. And even if he does hit right now, the question is whether or not he's going to be able to finish up the game with Delphox, because I think that is his only attacking option at this point. We do know that the Leafy Camo Poncho is not going to be able to be attached to the Vulpix as he has the Hero's Cape on it.
Yep.
So, so for the players who don't know, you can only attach one tool card to one Pokemon at any given time, unless you have a ability that says elsewise.
Okay, Haruki does have that Rare Candy Charizard coming up. With that Inferno, his ability is
Inferno Rain.
Inferno Rain, right? He's going to find that 3 energies, or maybe he can take 2. Okay, 3 energies, 2 onto Charizard, and probably 1 onto that Charmander.
Exactly. By the way, we cannot sleep on the Charmander. Charmander, people look at it and they're like, what the heck, this Charmander is so cute. He's just used as an evolution fodder for the Charizard, but no, Charmander hits for 30 damage. Heat Tackle is actually an attack. It's actually used a lot. That's why we say Heat Tackle Gaming.
Yeah, Heat Tackle Gaming.
Okay,
so we see Haruki actually opts to use the boss order, right, to catch up the Vulpix V-Star. And then dealing 210. But once that Vulpix starts swinging back, right, the Charizard kind of hit into the Vulpix.
Yeah, so what we really want to see what we want to see for Iverson is the Turo or the Terran's Care on this Arceus V. Once he does that, he's essentially locked Haruki out of the game, but Haruki needs to keep using Heat Tackle or bring in the Delphox. The Delphox still can do 120 damage, but without Delphox being charged up from the charge at EX, that is one option less. You have to manually attach for 3 turns.
Actually, Haruki does have another out here.
What is this out?
He does play that technical machine Devolution. Does it work here?
Oh my, technical... It works perfectly.
It works, right? He finds that tool, devolves this Vulpix V-Star. It goes into the base Vulpix. It's gone.
But it prevents prevents attacks from Pokemon. So and Haruki has the Arven.
It's not an attack, right? Devolution of Pokemon is not an attack.
Haruki had the Arven. I thought he had an Arven in play. It seems like he has the Iona there. So he still definitely will be able to cycle through his deck if he so chooses. If he chooses to do so, he attaches the Choice Belt on the Charmander. That's gonna be swinging for 60 damage. So 200. That's almost enough. He just needs the Lost Vacuum.
On that cape, right?
He plays or the Devo. Yeah, the Lost Vacuum and the Devo. He doesn't play the Lost Vacuum, but he plays 2 copies of Devolution. Are we gonna see some Devo gaming right here, right now? In fact, if
the Devo game comes out, it ends here.
If he draws, if he manages, well, he doesn't seem to have drawn the TM Devolution for Haruki. But if he does get it next game, I wonder if Iverson even sees this coming. He does not bench the Arceus.
He has a chance. He has a Scoville in hand. Scoville Bibarel. We'll talk about this. This engine. Reset your hand into 1 card. Use the Bibarel, draw another 4.
And the beautiful thing about Squova and Bibarel, right, is that you're not shuffling your deck. You're not randomizing your deck. You are cycling through your deck, right? So any card that you see on your hand is not being randomized. It's going to the bottom. So the odds of you drawing the card you need actually increases. And what Haruki is doing right now is the right play. He's thinning out his deck. He's increasing his odds to draw the 2 TM Devolutions. Haruki, this is the reason why we see Haruki in every single regionals final so far.
Skilled player indeed. But he does opt to use the Ultra Ball and throw away the Delphox. So this Delphox is not an option right now.
Delphox does not need to be an option. He draws into... Oh no, he draws into the Forest Seal Stone, which would have been extremely pivotal because if he had benched the V Pokemon, he could have Forest Seal Stoned into the TM Devolution. He's now caught between a rock and a hard place, but
the Charmander is still swinging for 60.
60 damage into the Vulpix, and that's all he needs next turn. Because all Haruki needs next turn is the Heat Tackle on the Art of the Charmander, and the Vulpix will be dangerously low.
Yep, that's right. Iverson, you better bench another Pokemon.
He has to. So it's 200 right now. The Vulpix has on total. What's that? So that's 210. 210 plus 60 is 270 damage. 270 damage. He has 340 HP. He's left with 70 HP left.
Yep. So that's still a lot.
That's still a fair amount. I mean, Haruki still has to go through this, but if he manages to just Devo, that's game.
Yep.
I wonder if Iverson knows that he plays CM Devo.
So Haruki actually playing 2 types of technical machine: the TM Devolution and also TM Evolution.
Yeah, TM Evolution allows you to, once you use your attack, you can choose up to 2 bench Pokemon and choose to evolve them. Fun fact, by the way, Charmeleon is also an attacker.
Yeah, that 2 energy,
Combustion,
right?
50 damage.
He's running the Heat Tackle.
That's 90 damage. That's all he needs. He needs 70 damage, remember?
Yeah, that's
so
nice.
All Haruki needs is the Charmeleon. But Iverson rightfully, I think, thinks that, oh no, my Vulpix is actually in danger. I'm going to bench a second one.
Yep, so opting to go for that Vulpix. Would you have gone for the Arceus again? It's kind of a build-up again, right? You have to rebuild up that whole first and second turn.
Yeah, look, here, I think I would have definitely gone for the Arceus here because, I mean, Arceus allows you to recharge up your Pokemon if the first Vulpix be knocked out. Because right now, Iverson actually has to charge manually 3 turns and he whiffed his energy attachment this turn.
Yep.
So he will only be able to attack 3 turns later. Haruki sees this opportunity as a chance that he pulls another Buddy Pop in. He does have the Luminion, actually, so he's going to be able to find supporter from that.
So he's choosing not to choose a Pokemon because he needs to bench a V Pokemon in order to use the Forest Seal Stone.
But right here, wouldn't you just Luminion Arven into TM Devo to Devo the game? He also does attach, he's thinking about attaching Forest Seal Stone, opts not to, which is probably the right call. Right now, he needs to find the Arven, yep, for the TM Devolution and the Counter Catcher potentially. But Counter Catcher won't work on this Vulpix because of the Leafy Camel Poncho, I believe. So the question is,
Leafy Camel is just to block supporters, right?
Is it just supporters?
Supporter card. So
Counter Catcher works?
Yep.
Haruki uses the Arven to find a rescue board as well as a counter catcher. He wants to kill this Vulpix.
Where is it? Show us the TM Devo.
I think it's actually pretty smart, right? Because you don't want to be necessarily ahead in prizes. Because all you want to do is you want to smack this Vulpix one more time, and then think that he's safe, and then Devo.
Then do that Devo, right?
Yeah, and now,
take 4 prizes one shot.
And take 4 prizes at one shot. Indeed, Vulpix actually does have an attack based off the number of energies I think that your opponent has. If we can get Vulpix V on the screen, but for now, oh wow, Haruki just pulls off another Red Candy Zard. He's going to be able to kill this Vulpix V. And by the way, Zard, once again, tanky boy, right? He's going to be able to absorb damage.
He's going to be able to absorb almost 3 attacks from that Vulpix, right?
He's going to be able to absorb... Oh yeah, 3 attacks. It's 160. So this is going to be a long game, but may not be that long. We see Iverson down to 2 Vulpix, and this one Vulpix is going to go down.
So Haruki is going to take that first 2 prizes of this Vulpix V.
But we do see, however, that Haruki does not have a Charmander left on the board.
Does he need to? Doesn't need to.
He just needs the Devo, I guess.
Yep.
Haruki is showing us...
I'm pretty sure the Devo is in the prize.
2?
Not he would have done it by now.
Now, I mean, look, like I said, it makes sense, right? You want to be able to get maximum value from your Devo. There's no rush in doing so. He identifies that he can kill this Vulpix V before it evolves into Vulpix V Star. Saves him one more step, so kills the Vulpix V. Takes 2 prizes, and then now Iverson's left to find 1 more Pokemon. He sees a Goodra. Goodra is commonly used by one of our good friends, the good boy, the top deck boss.
Top deck boss, yeah. He's best at running this Goodra V.
Best at running this Goodra V Star. He has the current attack of Rolling Shell, which does 140 damage. And during opponent's next turn, this Pokemon takes 30 damage less. When it evolves into the V-Star, Goodra V-Star actually has the Rolling Iron attack, which does, if I'm not wrong, 200 damage, and actually reduces the damage that it takes from opponent's Pokemon by 80. This
is tanky.
Is a tanky boy, and think about it. Zard heading into this, 210 minus 80. You're not doing a lot, man.
Yeah, that's right. So we do see Iverson actually taking out Haruki's Bibarel.
Which is a very smart move.
So take out the engine.
Yep. And Haruki just bosses.
It's going left, right. Okay, it's too fast. So
this game is going extremely fast.
That Goodra is out. We won't see that Goodra V-Star.
The Goodra was here. The Goodra's gone.
So now, just Charizard versus a Vulpix. If he can Devo this Vulpix, it is game.
He has the Arven.
It's in prize.
Is it really the last 2 prizes?
Because Haruki does not have any other attackers that does not have an ability. The Delphox.
Well, he can use the Super Rod. He can use the Super Rod to fetch the Delphox
he plays
back.
2 Super Rods. But without a Charmander, right? You're going to manually attach 3 energies into Delphox?
I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice. But I think he's just going to go for the safer play. He's going to go for the Charmander and 2 Fire Energy, recycle back with the Super Rod, and then he's just going to Heat Tackle to Oblivion.
But Delphox is weak to water. Vulpix is a water Pokemon.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's shuffled back to Charmander.
Okay.
So Charmander, he's just going to Heat Tackle, die, and then Heat Tackle again and win.
That's one play, I guess.
That is definitely a play. We'll see whether Haruki decides to...
This is juniors. I mean, 2 young kids now fighting for the spot of national champion. It's a big shout out to them.
Yeah, it's a huge shout out to them, and congratulations once again, Iverson as well as Haruki, for making it to the World Championships in Hawaii, where you'll be joining the rest of the Masters and Seniors divisions as well.
So they will be the 2 kids that will be representing Singapore this year.
Yeah, for sure, in the juniors division. Haruki is currently first in CSP as well, so no matter the outcome, we will only be sending 2 juniors to the World Championships this year.
So the whole system is that the first and second for nationals goes to Hawaii, and also the top in CSP rankings also gets an invite to Hawaii, right?
That is absolutely correct. The only difference is that in the Masters, there are top four in CSP will actually head up to the World's finalists, to the Worlds. But the thing is, the beauty of it is that you can you need to pay for your own flight and your own accommodation, but if you win, it doesn't matter. And we see the Arven being played, we see the Nest Ball being picked, we see the Devolution being picked, we see that Haruki has identified his win condition. He will bench the Charmander.
Where is that Devo?
We'll see the Charmander. It's definitely enough damage. Am I missing something here? So
I'm a bit confused. Hold on.
There's 270 damage on the Vulpix, right?
Yep.
If you Devo it, 270 damage, just enough to knock out the Vulpix, because the Vulpix only has 190 HP, so that's 200.
Snow Mirage only blocks damage.
Oh, it's not enough damage. It's 290 HP. So you can't Devo it now because of the Hero Escape.
We totally forgot about the Hero Escape.
Totally forgot about the Hero Escape. That makes perfect sense. And sorry for ever doubting you, Haruki, on stream. But it's all good. We're back in the game. We see Haruki has set up the second Charmander. He will be attaching. He will be using his V-Star Force Seal Stone to find a single fire energy, and he knows.
He knows he needs that extra 20 on that Vulpix.
He knows he needs the extra 20 on the Vulpix. He does send out the Charmander. And he does use Heat Tackle. Can Iverson identify the win condition here? He does 10 damage to himself. Iverson will use a Professor's Research.
He doesn't have the Iono. No Iono here, no Judge, nothing to disrupt Haruki's hand. Haruki does have that TM Devo in hand as well.
All seems super bleak. Let's see if Iverson is able to identify a separate win condition or an alternate win condition with this only Vulpix V-Star left on the field. All hope seems extremely lost for Iverson as he looks through Haruki's discard pile, trying to see whether how many energies are left, seeing if there's a way for him to get rid of the Charizard with the energy. He just passes.
No, he knocks out the Charmander. He knocks out the Charmander.
Haruki sends out the score vet of the rescue board. It does not have a retreat cost. He retreats into the Charizard and goes, and
good game to Haruki.
Called.
There is your national champion, juniors national champion, Haruki piloting the Charizard EX Dex with Bibarel.
Bipzard is back, or at least a variant of Bipzard is back. Super happy to see Haruki play this out. You know, I was speaking to him a little bit before the game started, and I was like, "Hey man, I'm pretty sure you know what deck you're playing against. You know, how confident are you?" And he was like, "Easy." I was like,
"Easy?"
What?
But honestly, right, going into the game, right, Arc Vulpix is not an easy game for Charizard.
It's a direct counter.
Yeah, it's straight counter. Charizard is supposed to lose this matchup.
Charizard is indeed supposed to lose this matchup. But look, Haruki is and has always been the #1 junior in Singapore ever since he flew to Singapore shores about a year ago.
Yep.
And he's that for a reason, right? And the confidence is not misplaced.
Correct. I mean, he's running 2 TM Devos. Maybe he encountered this matchup before. He knows the play.
He definitely knows the play. You know, the Okanushi family. So Haruki, we've got Sosuke, who's also recently joined the seniors this year, as well as Fumiyuki.
Yuki is our masters, right?
Yeah, they're all family friends of ours.
Yeah.
You know, they come down to the shop, goodness gracious,
Two
games.
cute little boys.
2 cute little boys, and then they destroy you. How does that make you feel?
They are in juniors, right?
Yep.
They can beat people in masters.
Yep.
So it's not an age thing.
Nope.
No, it's not an age thing, right?
Nope, not an age thing. It's definitely a skill gap. We're definitely weaker than them.
Yeah. Buck up, guys.
But look at this, you know, once again, congratulations to you, Haruki. Haruki, we had no doubt that you would do extremely well. And this is going to be his second Worlds, by the way. He competed in Worlds in Japan,
last year.
Yokohama. So he's once again Singapore's representative for the national champions. So congratulations.
Yep. So next up, we have our seniors finals round. But before that, we are going for a break first. So catch you soon.
Take care.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards. But cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, What are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokémon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokémon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokémon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokémon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokémon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokémon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokémon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokémon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokémon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokémon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokémon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea. Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokémon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
game in just 9 minutes! I got my first pack of Pokémon cards! Thing is, I have no idea how to play the game.
What did you say? You don't know how to play with your Pokémon cards.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Kay, a Pokémon card scientist. But you can call me Professor Pokecard like everyone else here.
Professor Pokecard?
Let's see. Now that's a pretty nice deck you've got there. Just you wait. I'll make you into a Pokémon card master in no time.
What?
The Pokémon trading card game lets you battle using your favorite Pokémon. And the fastest way to learn is just by playing. You can battle me and I will teach you everything.
Okay.
You have a Sprigatito and Lucario EX deck. I will face you with my own Quaxly and Mimikyu EX deck.
I won't lose.
A deck is made up of 60 Pokémon cards, as you can see here.
So that's what a deck is.
After you finish shuffling your cards, place your deck here.
Right.
Start by greeting your opponent. Good luck. Have fun. Rock, paper, scissors.
Go! Yay! Looks like I won this part.
Then you can choose to go first or second.
Then I'll go first.
Now you see, the first step is to draw 7 cards from your deck.
7 cards.
That will be your hand.
Wow!
Do you have any Pokémon that say basic?
Basic Pokémon. I have 2.
Place the first basic Pokémon you will battle with in the active spot. If you have any other basic Pokémon, place them face down on your bench.
I'll put this Pokémon in the active spot, and this one on the bench.
Next, take 6 cards from your deck and set them face down without looking at them. Put them in the space marked prize cards.
Why do I have to lay 6 cards there?
Every time you knock out an opponent's Pokémon, you take one of these cards as a prize, and then you can add it to your hand. Whoever takes all their prize cards first wins the game.
Now I see.
Let's go over the battle setup one more time. Okay, let's start the battle. Turn over the cards in the active spot and bench.
Right! Sprigatito, I choose you!
I'm going with Zangoose.
Fine then, because I'm gonna win!
First, you must draw 1 card from your deck.
Yes, it's Riolu!
Riolu is a basic Pokémon, so you can put it on the bench.
Right!
Oh look, you have energy cards.
What's energy?
During your turn, you can attach just 1 energy card from your hand to one of your Pokémon. If a Pokémon has the right amount and type of energy attached to it, it can use its attacks. Why don't you attach energy to the active Sprigatito?
All right then. I will attach 1 grass energy card to my Sprigatito. So does that mean my Sprigatito can attack now?
It is able to attack already. But when you go first, remember that you can't attack on the opening turn. That means your turn is over.
Okay, I'm all done with my turn.
Okay. I will start by drawing 1 card from my deck. I'll attach this psychic energy to Zangoose. This white mark means that any type of energy works for this attack. Now my Zangoose has all the energy it needs to attack. I will use the slash attack. That's 40 damage to Sprigatito. When your Pokémon takes damage, you place damage counters on it. This makes it easier to remember how much damage it's taken.
Oh man, only 30 HP is left.
I finished attacking, so now my turn is over.
What do I do now?
Hey, Ren, you have cards in your hand that say Trainer in the upper right.
I have 1 Nemona and 1 Switch.
There are many kinds of trainer cards, such as supporters or items. They're all useful cards that can help you in battle. Why don't you try using one?
Okay, I'll play my Nemona supporter card. What does this do? I can draw 3 cards from my deck.
Once you've used a card, put it in your discard pile. Important to know, only 1 supporter card can be used per turn. And remember, the player who goes first is not allowed to use a supporter card on their opening turn.
Right. I'm not done yet.
By the way,
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm here together with Ruben.
Yep, and I'm here. You are Brian. Right.
Croissant, I go by Brian or Croissant. Both names are completely okay. But we are not here to talk about this. We are here to talk about the senior division finals.
Yeah, the limelight is not on us today.
Yes, exactly.
We're going to have our seniors players now.
Our seniors players, we have Aiden versus Jasper, I believe.
Yep. So we just crowned, previously, we just crowned our juniors national champion.
Once again, congratulations to Haruki.
Yep. And now we are going to be playing to see who takes home the senior national champion.
The senior national champion title. No matter how you put it, it still sounds so dang good, eh?
The national title sounds nice.
Sounds really nice. Yeah, I mean, you flexed it a couple times.
Yeah. I mean, I was one of them. I got to flex it. It was a hard-fought fight, man.
It was indeed. I mean, with what, 3 other juniors?
What?
What?
Okay, look. So today, right, we had how many juniors and seniors we have today?
So today we had 23 juniors, we had 24 seniors. But in the past, I heard there was a significant amount of less players.
During maybe the 2012 era,
Yep.
there was maybe 3 juniors, 6 seniors.
So you got to Worlds as a?
Masters.
Oh, as a okay, sorry, I thought it was you. Got to Worlds as a
I'm
junior.
old. I'm old and washed up.
But, talking about communities growing, just within this past year, it's been incredible, right? We've had, we originally had 240 masters, I think about 240 masters last year in 2023. And this year for nationals, we have 342.
It's growing at a rapid pace.
Our community is growing. So if you're at home, you're watching us, and you're like, hey, I kind of want to get into the competitive scene, this is the best time, man.
Reach out to us. Reach out. We are the best people to teach you the game.
Reach out to us. We're more. You can contact us at the Southern Islands on
That's
Facebook
right.
or Instagram as well. We'd be more than happy to reach out to you guys. We'd be more than happy to walk you guys through the game, give you guys some tips as well, and of course invite you guys down to play at a casual game, whether it's at a local card shop near us or near you.
Yep. I mean, during the break, right, they'll be playing all that videos to teach you how to get started in a game, what are the basic attacks, what is the retreat cost, what are the abilities and all that.
Yeah, so we can definitely help you guys out with that. But enough about that. We are here to talk about the seniors finals. We have Aiden, who is going to be piloting the Ancient Box deck. But what is Jasper piloting?
Jasper is going to pilot Charizard EX again.
Charizard EX versus Ancient Box. This is a matchup which is favored for Charizard. But let's see as we head straight into game 1 of the senior finals.
Yep, that's right. So Jasper going first, and we can see, whoa, Buddy Puffin.
Buddy Puffin is truly a buddy when it comes out during turn 1.
So no donk this turn, right?
No donk this game, thankfully. But let's talk a little bit about the matchup. This is the first time we're seeing Ancient Box on stream. We saw its counterpart, Moon earlier. OG was piloting that. Unfortunately, OG ripped to OG, but it's fine. For the Ancient Box, what do you see that stands out from this list, Ruben?
You know what I like? That elephant-looking Pokemon.
Great Tusk. Great Tusk. The past form of Donphan.
Yep. So the ancient version, right?
The ancient version of Donphan, indeed. What does Great Tusk do?
So Great Tusk actually allows you to mill your opponent's deck.
Yes.
Two energy costs, right? Land Collapse, right? Discard the top card of your opponent's deck if you played an ancient supporter card this turn. So you got Professor Sada as a supporter card, right?
Exactly. Not to mention, actually, as well, he actually plays the 1 card of Cobalion.
What, Cobalion?
Cobalion is attacked specifically against the Charizard. Because the thing is that against Dark-type Pokemon, he has that ability which allows you to do 30 more damage to any Dark-type Pokemon using your Pokemon. It doesn't even have to be in the active spot.
So we can see here, the Charizard list, standard, with Pidgeot EX, with Bibarel, the standard line, right?
Okay, it's a hybrid Zard.
But the Ancient Box, tagged against the Charizard.
I mean, it's a smart call, right? I mean, we saw earlier for the Masters, Charizard was 30% of the Masters of the meta share, and this is common throughout all divisions, right? We see Zard being a primary force. We saw Haruki piloting it earlier. We see now Jasper piloting the Zard. They both. I mean, Zard is a good deck, so teching for the Zard makes perfect sense.
I mean, if you think that Zard is going to be the meta, right? Going to day 1, do you expect to face mostly Zards?
Yep.
Yeah. So obviously you're going to bring a deck that wins Zard. Do not bring a deck that loses against Zard.
Yeah, because look, if you bring a deck that's losing against Zard, you're putting yourself in an uphill battle.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, but right here inside in the game right now, we see Aiden playing the Stardust Vitality. He manages to discard 2 Darkness Energies into the discard pile using the Ultra Ball, which is beautiful because now he's able to charge up 2 Roaring Moons with 1 Dark Energy each, and then draw 3.
Yeah. Pokestop, discarding, looking through, Nest Ball, Moon, and
Pokegear.
Pokegear.
That's a win, right?
That's a win. That's 2 cards.
Because look, Ancient Box players, they do not want more than actually 2 Moons right now. Do you know why?
No, tell me about it.
So as an Ancient Box player, you want to put 2 Moons because you don't mind having the other Moons in your discard pile. Because we're using Roaring Moon's first attack, Vengeance Fletching, deals more damage with more Ancient cards in your discard pile. If they're on your bench and your opponent doesn't take a knockout, that's 10 less damage you're doing. And every damage counts for the Ancient Box versus Zard matchups.
Correct, because Zard is so tanky, right? 330.
So 330, let's do some quick math, okay, Ruben? Walk me through this. My math is horrible.
Okay, come on, let's go.
330 HP.
Yep.
Base damage is 70.
Okay.
How many ancient Pokemon does Roaring Moon need?
70, 330, you need
24.
20, no, 26.
26? You said that's what I said. I have bad math,
You
man.
need 26 ancient cards in your discard to fully knock out a Charizard EX. Wait, okay, we talked about this, right? This A-spec card called the Awakening Drum being played by Aiden right now.
Awakening Drum allows you to draw more cards for every for every ancient Pokemon on your field. So right now he actually played Awakening Drum for only 2 Pokemon. I think he really just wants to find that Dark Energy in order to start taking a knockout on the Charmander, and he manages to do so by finding the Earthen Vessel instead.
Yep. So he does discard that Flutter Mane though.
That's fine. More energy, more ancient Pokemon in the discard.
Yep.
More better, right?
I wish they did do the counter though, so I can see how much damage that Roaring Moon is doing.
Indeed, but from the screen we can see that he roughly has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in the lost zone. He's doing 130 damage, but in fact he doesn't need any ancient cards in the discard pile in order for him to take a knockout on the Charmander.
60 HP.
60 HP. He's going to die just from the base damage, right?
Yep. So Aiden drawing the first prize of the game.
Aiden taking the first prize in the game, but this is what Zard is expecting, and this is what Zard wants, because all he needs to get 1 Zard on the board, and then he's going to play that very, very infamous 2-row play.
Yep. So Zard now, being 1 prize down, he's going to do 210. But
210?
The damage doesn't really matter in this case.
Nope, you're taking a knockout and everything.
Yeah, that's right.
The important thing for Jasper here is to be able to take a knockout every single turn. He rightfully throws away the Rotom, using the Ultra Ball, but he throws the Collapse Stadium away as well.
Okay, the Rotom is not needed in this play, right? But you do need that Collapse Stadium because you want to limit your opponent's bench. Ancient Box works on this by having a good bench.
Not only that, you want to use the Collapse Stadium to collapse away damage Charizard.
That's right. Or even Collapse Stadium away that Luminion.
Or collapse away the Luminion, exactly. By throwing away the Luminion, by throwing away the Collapse Stadium, you have 1 less option to get rid of. But it seems like Jasper is still fine for now, as Aiden still needs a lot more ancient Pokemon inside the discard pile in order for him to take the knockout on the Luminion. Right now, if we're not wrong, like I said, 6 in the ancient discard pile. So that means he's doing 130 damage. He needs 4 more ancient Pokemon in the discard, ancient cards in the discard pile, which he should be able to get next turn.
Yep. I still think that Zard is favored in this matchup.
Oh, heavily favored.
Yeah. So we see now Jasper taking his first prize using Charizard EX to knock out that baby Roaring Moon.
Yeah, so the baby Roaring Moon goes down. I mean, look, Aiden needs to find another Roaring Moon. He has 2 in his discard pile right now. He needs to find 1 more and then potentially try to go for a Counter Catcher. No, he can't use Counter Catcher, so he has to use a boss to boss the Luminion in order for him to take the knockout there. With that being said, he only plays 1 Boss's Orders, so things are getting really, really, really tight for Aiden.
Wait, he only plays 1?
Yeah, most ancient decks only have space for 1 because you're constantly trying to get rid of the ancient Pokemon, your ancient cards through either using what we see here, Explorer's Guidance, or Stardust Vitality.
Yep. But Baby Moon, you're gonna at least 2-hit or 3-hit the Charizard, right?
2-hit is the general, is what you want.
Yeah, so 2-hit is the ideal.
Ideal.
Yeah. So can he do it? I mean, I need to see how many ancient cards are in the discard. But definitely this Baby Moon is going down in the next turn when it goes back to Jasper.
Yeah, I mean, ideally he needs to bench another Radiant. He needs to bench another Royal Moon. Or he needs to bench another Pokemon because the Cobalion being trapped in the active is not going to do him any good. Rightfully so, he plays the Nest Ball, finds another Royal Moon, completely expected.
Do you think we'll see the Great Tusk coming to play here?
Against the Zard deck. So Great Tusk, the reason why Great Tusk is actually teched into the Ancient Box deck is because Great Tusk is good against the Mirror. Ancient Box goes through the deck like nothing, right?
Yep.
And like turn 5, they have like 5 cards left. So that's when you spring the Great Tusk them, and then you mill them out, and then you just win the game.
So that's the funny thing, right? As the Ancient Box player, you want cards in your discard, but you do not want too many cards in your discard. That leaves you open to your opponent getting to mill your cards away. And we all know, right, if you can't draw a card in your next turn, which means your deck is empty, you lose the game.
Alternate win conditions. This is finally one of the few cards that we see in the format which is actually viable to play as an alternate win condition. Usually you just see the beat to death kind of style that we're seeing. Well,
for the Charizard, right?
For the Charizard. But milling and burning the cards, burning resources is also another way, aka the control style, my personal favorite style of playing the game.
Can you just play the game normally?
I can't, unfortunately. I've tried. Well, it seems to have worked out, I guess, this season for me. But control is still very much tender to my heart. He mills away the Radiant Greninja, which is very, very, very harmful.
That's painful. That is very, very painful. Okay, you want that Radiant Greninja in order to get you more cards into your hand by discarding energies, using its ability.
It's one of the few ways that actually Ancient Box is able to continue drawing and continue getting resources in their hand for them to play the game. But it's okay, he has that 2 copies of Super Rod, so he will be able to shuffle the Radiant Greninja back into the deck as and when he needs so. But I believe he's calling for the Vengeance Fletching attack, doing
130 damage on that Charizard EX.
Then number feels a bit
130,
wrong.
so you need what?
No, because he was already doing 130. So 130 plus the Cobalion on the back should be at least 160. But he threw more Ancient Discard pile. Ancient Discard pile has increased, so he should be doing more damage. So we're waiting for confirmation. Okay, we see about 230 damage. That's actually a massive amount of damage right now.
Okay, I mean, assuming it's correct, right? So that leaves the Zard with 200 HP. So he needs to build it back up, ramp that damage up to 200 in order to take a knockout on the Charizard EX.
No, he's doing 230.
He's doing 230. When it's 100, yeah, sorry, my bad.
But on the other side, we see the Bibarel coming down. Jasper's gonna be able to refill his hand. We do see a Turo actually, so Jasper's going to be able to Turo this Charizard if needed. But the question is, does he have a rare candy in order for him to evolve the Charizard to continuously take prizes?
Does Aiden play TM Devo? Does his list play?
No. TM Devo. So basically, for Ancient deck strategy against Zard is for them to constantly play Explorer's Guidance in order for them to accelerate the Ancient Discard pile so that they will be able to take one-hit knockouts after 2 to 3 turns.
Yep. So no plays like Haruki using that TM Devo to win the game?
None of that. But I mean, that's huge.
Oh, we do see the Professor Turo being played, but it's for the Luminion. Maybe he wants to use the ability again.
Look, I mean, using Professor Turus and the Luminium still makes sense because you're removing a 2-prizer from play, which is what you'd be doing if you Turo up the Charizard, which is perfectly fine because, I mean, if you didn't have the rare candy, you still need to take a knockout still have to take a knockout this turn, right? So Aiden's actually feeling pretty comfortable because he knows that Jasper just has to Turo up the Luminion in order for him to remove that liability, but he's going to be able to swing at this Charizard and take a knockout.
Yeah, definitely. So we do need to see Jasper being able to bring up another Zard. If not, he is stuck. But with that Luminion in hand, he can find supporter cards, maybe a Professor Research, draw more cards.
But the thing is, if you play the Luminion, you're putting the 2-prizer back onto the bench again, and once again, you have that loop of giving yourself more liabilities.
Let me look at his list. He does not play Professor Research. He has 3 Arborns.
Does he have the Pelpat there?
No.
Does it have the Pelpat?
2 Iono. He does play Airy though. But Airy doesn't work in his case.
Airy actually works perfectly. Because the thing is that Airy, you can Airy away 2 Super Rods, and then Aiden has no way of
But what if you see his hand and then you only see ancient cards.
But the beauty of that is that you can see his hand. It gives you information. As a competitive player, Ruben, how big is it that you get to see your opponent's hand?
It's massive. I can plan my next turn. That's right.
Exactly. So people often look at Eri as a card to discard 2 item cards from your opponent's hand. However, Eri also has the first effect. You get to look at your hand.
Yep. Having information about your opponent's hand is massive.
Monumental almost. It's game-changing. That being said, Aiden has used his Pokegear. He manages to find Professor Sada's Vitality from there, but without having another Moon on the bench, he would not be playing that this turn. I believe he's already got a charged up Roaring Moon, ready to go, ready to take prizes.
Yep. Sada is not going to work here, right? So we see an Ultra Ball throwing away Ancient Booster Capsule.
It doesn't matter because Zard can just
Zard's going to one-hit that thing anyway.
Exactly. You want those into the discard pile. You don't want those attached on your Roaring Moon.
Yeah.
Well played by Aiden.
So, Professor Sada, will we see it this turn? Or do we want to see an I don't know.
He plays Iono?
Does he?
No, I don't believe so. There's no space in the deck for Iono. He plays a Penny though.
Penny.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Penny's actually used in case his Radiant Greninja gets stuck up in the front and all the energies either in his discard pile or attached to his existing Pokemon.
Take it back.
That way he can just take it back, correct.
Yeah.
Or for Pokemon, if he's playing against, let's say, a Lost Zone box and the camera spits into the Roaring Moon, you can just Penny out the Roaring Moon.
Take it back, right?
Take it back, does not matter. Penny reads that you are able to pick up any basic Pokemon and put it in your hand with all cards attached.
Yeah. So, Penny or Turo?
Depends, right, on what kind of deck you're playing. Definitely Penny in a deck with only basic Pokemon.
Yep.
Turo is extremely useful for Pokemon decks like the Charizard because Charizard allows you Charizard plays with evolution Pokemon, right? And your main attack is
you can just take up the whole line.
Exactly. You had to pick up the whole line, but all cards attached to it does get thrown into the discard pile.
Yeah. So we do see that Roaring Moon taking the knockout on the Charizard EX, leaving Aiden down to just 3 prizes. So now, Jasper, getting the Ultra Ball, the Charizard Rare Candy, does have it in hand.
He does have it in hand, indeed. He's going to be using the Infernal Rage to attach 3 fire energies. Put 3 fire energies on the board. He opts to put 2. Very smart, as most decks only play 6 fire energies, so being very, very tight with the energy counts is super, super important.
In the past, Charizard decks used to play like what, 9, 10 fire energies?
Really?
Yeah.
I only played the Arrow 6.
No, I played 9, 10 when it was playing with NTV.
Yeah. That's true. But I mean, I think by playing 6 fire energies, what it allows you to do is have increased flexibility in terms of the cards you have in your deck.
But you do have to play it very tightly.
But it's worth it because look, by playing tightly, you're able to get Eri. You're able to have Eri in your deck, and Eri is incredible, especially against Lost Box, right?
Yep.
If you use Eri and you get rid of 2 Super Rods or 2 Mirage Gates, chef's kiss.
So we do see that Iono being played right now to disrupt Aiden's hand. Aiden's going to draw 3 cards, and Jasper's going to draw 4 cards. Charizard EX is going to do 270 damage in total, but doesn't matter. Going to knock out that Roaring Moon. 3-3, we're all tied up.
3-3. The question is, does Aiden have enough ancient discard pile to take the knockout on the Zard? Is he able to one-hit the Zard?
Aiden has an Ultra Ball, Dark Energy, and a card.
Because Aiden also needs to play the Sada this turn, right? Yeah. If he doesn't have the Sada, when he got Iono'd, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have the Radiant Greninja. This is the problem, and this is what we mentioned earlier. If you do not have a Radiant Greninja in your deck, you're stuck.
He passes.
He just passes just like that.
This is Jasper's opportunity to turn the game around, right? That Iono was pivotal. So Iono, we know that is the card to disrupt your opponent's hand.
And that is messed up, man. Jasper has played the Arven. He has found a Hero's Cape. The Hero's Cape is going to be attached onto that the Charizard, I believe. Later in the game, he's going to be able to find. So he's going to be a very beefy boy at 430 HP.
Yeah. So Moon or Ancient Box. If you had Moon, right, you could Thornton into that big Moon.
Dude, no one plays Thornton in in Moon except for OG, man.
That guy is special.
Special indeed.
Alright, we see that Heroes Cape being played down 430 that HP on that Charizard EX and taking a knockout on that baby Roaring Moon. So now Jasper down to 2 prizes. Does Aiden draw anything out of that? He draws a Super Rod. It doesn't work, but okay. he can attach, right?
Aiden is currently at a loss because right now the thing is that Roaring Moon Vengeance Fletching requires you to have 2 darkness energies attached to it. So
it doesn't work. That fire doesn't work.
Fire energy is not going to be good for him. It's not going to work. He does play the Super Art to try to get back more Roaring Moons, but the question is, will he be able to find a Nest Ball? And honestly, man, I would just be shuffling back to Greninja at this point. And if he has a Nest Ball, play the Nest Ball.
But, okay, Super Art, right? At this point where you want to be drawing into supporter cards, do you want to put back energy and Pokemon cards?
Yeah, that's the thing. But I mean, without putting back your Roaring Moon, there's just no way. And it seems like this game is going to be over sooner than we expected. He is just gonna pass it over to Jasper, and Jasper, all he needs to do is announce Burning Darkness, and Aiden will be attackerless.
Yeah. So it looks like Charizard is going to take the seniors final.
But we'll see what's gonna happen. Yep, we'll see what's gonna be happening. Whether Aiden has identified an alternate win condition, perhaps by either bossing out the Bibarel potentially.
Leaving it stuck, right? I mean, Iono also doesn't work in that case because Jasper has the Bibarel. He can draw cards.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Jasper is still very healthy in terms of his fire energy count. We see at least 1 more fire energy left in the deck, which was definitely going to allow the Bibarel to retreat, even though if he bosses it out. Bibarel is going to be using Industrious Instances to draw 2 cards to make his hand a total of 5, and then announces Burning Darkness for a knockout on the Roaring Moon.
Oh, Aiden draws into the Power what's that? Pokegear. Right? So, Pokegear, final supporter, but what can you do now? He only plays the Sada, right? He only plays the Explorer's Guidance.
Yeah, he only plays the Explorer's Guidance, and Jasper is down to 1 prize left. All Jasper needs to do really is to take a knockout on the Cobalion. I think Aiden is trying to look out for the boss right now. We see the Penny, we see an Explorer's Guidance, but no boss. No boss, and it may be a little bit too little, too late.
So who can take out this 430 HP Charizard?
Yeah, it's gonna be extremely hard for an Ancient Box to do that. You're not gonna be able to reach that high of a number, right?
Yeah. What's the max damage you have seen from an Ancient Box?
Typically, it's 330.
330?
Yeah, they plan with Charizard in mind.
Correct. But 430, nobody has that plan in mind, right?
Nobody has a plan in mind to deal with a 430 HP Charizard, and Charizard is just gonna be continuously chunking out damage whilst taking damage himself.
Does Aiden play Lost Vacuum? No.
Aiden, the Lost Vacuum is typically not seen in the Ancient Box decks. But we will see what Aiden is going for. There's only 4 minutes and 51 seconds left in the clock. And even if time is called, Jasper will be winning based off the price difference. Aiden did manage to find a Nest Ball, but he's going to be able to bench this a Roaring Moon. No Greninja here today.
It's still in the knockout zone for that Charizard EX. Not able to tank that damage from Burning Darkness. So what can we see here? It looks grim. It looks grim for Aiden.
Yeah, it looks a little bit grim on the side of Aiden, but Aiden decides to continue on the game. He's playing the Urban Vessel to get rid of the fire energy.
You know what they say, right?
Energies.
Always push through.
Who says that these days?
Everyone.
Really?
In life, push through, man.
I just kind of
played
rolled over and played it. What? But anyways, we see Aiden discarding that fire energy, attaching it to the darkness, and he announces Burning Darkness for the game. And that is the end of the series. Congratulations, Jasper, for winning the senior finals for the Pokémon Championships Singapore 2024 with the Zard.
Yeah, so Zard taking home both seniors and juniors finals, right?
Yeah, but guess what? Masters has no Zards.
Masters no Zards?
Masters has no Zard indeed.
So now we're only left with the Masters finals for the next stream, right? The next game.
The next game is indeed going to be the Masters finals. We are super excited to cast it. And we're going to see the match of the day. Lugia versus Super Tina. Man,
interesting.
Dude, not going to lie. The deck Super Tina is super favored against Lugia.
Really?
Super favored against Lugia.
But out of top 16, right? We only had 1 Lugia, and he pushed through all to reach the finals.
But Super Tina is also very, very small deck share in terms of the whole format. We saw Super Tina, in terms of top 16, only having 1 showing so far. So that makes it about 3%, and I honestly feel that that's an accurate representation yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, with Super Tina, with that Raikou V, Iron Hands in play, Lugia is looking at a hard time.
Yeah, it looks like we may be seeing some fried chicken, some fried chicken action later.
You mean fried, mean electrocuted?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fright with electrocution.
Yeah.
Well, enough from us for now. We are off to take a little bit of a break. Do join us for the Masters Finals happening real soon. Catch you guys later.
Catch you later.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Pokemon Championship Singapore stream. Once again, I am joined with my co-host Ruben.
Yep. Thanks, Brian.
So
the last game, right?
Last game of the day, Masters Finals. So let's quickly show you guys what is at stake. Once again, we've got the Championship Champals, right? Look at this beautiful, beautiful Champal. It looks like a regular artwork, but the key difference is that you have the stamp.
The stamp, right? The Singapore Championship stamp.
The Singapore Championship stamp, exactly.
So means that means there's only 6, right?
There's there should only be. Actually, I realized top 4 has the stamp.
So 4
times
3.
4 times 3
12.
is 12. There's only 12 of them in existence in the wild. So for you hardcore collectors who are looking for a master set, well,
limited edition cards.
Very limited edition. All right.
So champion one in nice yellow. Gold.
Nice yellowish gold. And the
silver.
I'm actually more of a fan of the finalists, not going to lie.
Really?
Yeah. I'm more of, I mean, I have like the other ones.
I wish this was mine though.
I do wish that as well. Well, not only do they get the Champal, they also get a one-round bye, the coveted one-round bye at the World Championships. They also get 54 booster packs.
Yep. Right, and they also win a champion shirt.
Yeah, the champion shirt is a very, very nice looking shirt with all the different energies.
That's
around.
only one.
Well, one since they started printing it, which is 2 years ago, so 3 in existence.
Are you sure it's the same design?
I'm pretty sure it's the same design, or very similar to one at that. But moving on, let's go and check out the leaderboards for today. It is going to be, we're going to show, I guess, the route that Bjorn as well as Rag, Rag is the card and Bjorn is Lugia Bot, has taken to reach here, to reach the stage.
So this is their journey through top 16. And how will they fare? Who will take home the winner spot, right?
Yeah, so Lugia, on Bjorn's side, he had to face a great Tuscamel, followed by a Super Tina. He actually beat Super Tina once already. And then he had to fight the Moon OG in the quarterfinals.
Correct. So, Rag, he had to go through I Love Bunny, right?
He had to go through Gerard first. He had to go through 2024 national champion, who's unfortunately not the national champion. He had to beat the Zard.
I mean, don't put that name right.
Let that be a lesson, definitely. But he beat the Zard, and then he beat a regular Tina, followed by...
Then he beat the Lost Box.
He beat Lost Box. He beat Ben.
Yep, to reach that finals. So we have Lugia versus Super Tina.
Yeah, man. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the matchup. Hey, so as we go straight into the Masters Finals first round, remember that this is a best of 3. They have 55 minutes to play this best of 3 round. And let's talk a little bit about the matchup before the players start. So for the side of Rag, for the Super Tina, right, this is super advantageous for him.
Yeah. It's super advantageous because Super Tina is running electric Pokemon.
Super Tina is running the Raikou V as well as the Iron Hands EX, both of which require 1 lightning energy for Raikou, 1 colorless and 1 lightning. For Iron Hands, 1 lightning and 3 colorless, both of which can be used, both of which can be charged up with Mirage Gate. One requires 1, the other requires 2.
Then the first thing, Lugia is weak to lightning. Same as the Archeops, the engine is weak to lightning.
The engine is weak to lightning indeed, and it seems like, unfortunately for Bjorn, he starts with just the Minccino, and he attaches a given energy in the Hero's Kit, and he passes.
This is not looking good for him. Where is his Lugia?
Yeah, so the thing is, he used the Mezagoza to try to find a Pokemon, but that is a coin flip, right? If you roll heads, you can find any Pokemon. If you roll tails, you can't find a Pokemon. However, it seems that both players have rolled tails, so they aren't able to find Pokemon on both sides. It seems. Oh no, sorry. It seems like Rag managed to get ahead, so he manages to find a second Comfey.
Yeah, the dice, I guess, rolled out of the video, right?
And the dice did roll out of the screen, but we do see him searching for the Comfey, so he must have hit the heads.
Yeah. So without that Lugia, that's very painful because you want a second turn Lugia V-Star to use its ability to find the 2 Archeops.
Yeah, not having a Lugia on the field right now is definitely going to hurt, but it's definitely not over for Bjorn. And luckily for him, he did have that Hero's Cape, so he was able to. He's definitely going to be able to tank 1 hit from a Cramorant should Rag find that.
Yeah, so that means Minccino is now at what, 160 HP?
160 HP.
A little bunny.
That little, I call it a rat actually, but the rat does have a little bit more room to live, a little bit more air to breathe. As we see Rag playing the Nest Ball, likely going to either find the Radiant Greninja or the Cramorant for this turn. Poking actually the Minccino is going to be useful. He does opt for the Radiant Greninja play, a bit slower, but definitely gets him to see more cards.
Yeah, so Rag actually also throwing his Sableye into the Lost Zone. He only plays one. So we're not going to see any Lost Mine this game.
But that's totally fine. You know, this game, the priority is not the Sableye. The priority are your Lightning Energies. The priority is your Raikou. The priority is your Iron Hands EX. You know what the name of the game is, and keep in mind, by the way, the Iron Hands EX, right? If you do charge 2 electric energies, you can use Arm Press to take a knockout into Lugia.
And that's 160?
160 times 2?
220.
220, exactly. So let's go back to Rag's side of the board. Radiant Greninja, as you see on the screen, is really, really useful. As we mentioned before, utility, concealed cards, damage, Moonlight Shuriken. Moonlight Shuriken is devastating for beyond side of the field.
Yeah, definitely, because you're going to be able to take out all the Mincinos.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Flower selecting again. What is he going to take? We already see 4 in the Lost Zone. We have the Cram engine is up.
The Cram engine is up, but
no
Rag
Cram
passes because he just does not have another retreating option. Beyond is going to be pretty happy with this. He does not
He
rolls a Tails yet again. He's not able to find a Luminion or Lugia at this turn. The question is, will Beyond scoop and go to the next game? I wonder if he can come back from this.
I think he only has 4 energies and a Flutter Mane.
All right, Flutter Mane is huge.
Okay.
Flutter Mane is huge.
In this game, is Flutter Mane key to victory?
Flutter Mane is one of the keys to victory. It enables Bjorn to buy time. With its Midnight Fluttering ability, as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent's active Pokemon have no abilities. So what this means is that Rag is going to be able to use concealed cards, but he's not going to be able to use Flower Selecting. But Rag has found the alternate way. He's just bossed out the Minccino, and he will then now be able to use Flower Selecting.
Looks like this Mesogoza isn't letting anyone take any Pokemon cards. Everyone's just rolling Tails.
Tails, no Pokemon being found. That's completely okay, as Rag has managed to get rid of that Flutter Mane. The Flutter Mane is now at the back, and with a Jet Energy is able to promote the second company for another Flower Selecting.
So Flower Selecting engine's back, and we do hit the next checkpoint, which is 7 in the Lost Zone.
8.
So, is that 8?
It's going to be 8 right now.
So, Mirage Gate is up. Can he... Moonlight Shuriken is not going to take the KO, right?
No.
Unless he lost Vacuum. Lost Vacuum away the Hero's Cape into Moonlight Shuriken, and that's game, right? Will we see that play right now? Does he have the Water Energy in hand?
I saw actually 2 Lightning Energies, so I was going to say that he's not going to be able...
So we do see 2 Water Energies in the deck.
He has one more, but we're not sure if it's going to be in his hand or it's going to be in the prize. We see 2 in the deck. I do not believe... Oh, he has one in the hand. Okay, so he's going to be able to attack this turn, should he want to, but he's already a 10 attached for the Jet Energy.
That's right.
So he will need 2 Mirage Gates in order to charge up for this Greninja, plus a Lost Vacuum. There's a lot of cards, and I don't think Rag should be taken to play.
Yeah, but if Bjorn doesn't draw a supporter card next turn, his hand is still stuck. He's going to leave it with these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and as we see, Rag has used the Force, has attached the Forest Seal Stone. We may actually see the play. We see the Lost Vacuum coming out. We see the Forest Seal Stone in play. He's going to be able to use, the Forest Seal Stone in order for him to find one card, any card in his deck.
He also lost Vacuum away the Hero's Cape, so Minccino back to its normal HP.
Is back to 60 HP. All Rag needs to do is find a way. He has the Prime Catcher as well. He's going to be able to Prime Catcher out his Greninja. The question is, does he find the second gate? He uses Super Art to charge back 2 energies into his deck.
This is insane. Can he pull it
off?
off?
Seal Stone.
Okay, he's counting his number of Mirage.
He finds his outs. That's it. He has 2 Mirage Gates, 1 Water Energy, and a Prime Catcher.
That's...
Yep,
okay, Water. Oh. Opting not to go for the Moonlight Shuriken. Isn't that game?
That's game. But he opts to charge to his Tina instead.
Okay. Looks like we're in for the next turn from... Bjorn not opting for that Moonlight Shuriken.
This is a chance for Bjorn to come back, right? Because the thing is that if Reg just opts
He
to
had that.
shred.
Wait. Am I looking at it wrong? Flutterman has how many HP?
No,
90,
Flutterman
right?
has 90 HP.
Minchino, 60,
60.
right? If Moonlight Shuriken went through, it's game, right?
It's game.
Okay, but... Alright, we see a heads now on the Mesogoza. The game will continue because you're now being able to find that Lugia. But with that Giratina on the field, it is also not looking too good.
It's not looking too good, but it's also not a big problem. Remember that Super Tina is not able to find the Giratina V-Star from his deck. He's not able to tutor it out because they do not play an Ultra Ball. Forest Steel Stone has also been used, so it is impossible for Reg to tutor out of Giratina V-Star. For Beyond, he needs to set up that Lugia V, or he needs to find the Luminion for supported this turn. He needs to be able to continue playing on this game. Right, so the Mesogoza hits was huge for him, and due to a misplay from Reg's side of the field, he will be able
That
to...
was a massive
That was a massive misplay. He would have been able to take the game one right away.
So now, Giratina on the field right now, 3 energies. Shred, 160. It's not going to hit through the Lugia, right?
Not going to hit through the Lugia, but he does opt to play the Luminion, which is perfectly fine, right? Because you want to use the Iono to disrupt the hand, and that is perfect right now. It evens out the board a little bit more. Yes, Giratina V is on the board, but we'll see whether Reg is going to be able to draw it into his remaining 2 Giratina V-Stars.
That's right. So we all know that Iono is very disruptive to a Lost Box deck, or rather Super Tina, because you want to use flower selecting to actually build up your hand. Okay, so Iono being played here. Both players are going to shuffle, put their cards on the bottom of their deck, and draw as many cards as your prizes. So Reg going to draw 5.
Keep in mind,
draw 6.
By the way, Reg has played Boss and Prime Catcher.
He has no more outs.
He only has one more boss. He plays 2 bosses.
It's 2 boss.
He plays at 2 bosses, so that means Reg is down with 2 of his gusting options. So he's not going to be able to boss out that Luminion unless he's able to land that one single boss. And from his hand size, we see he's got a Raikou, he's got a Nespo, he's got a Switch card, he's got a Chorus, I believe, and a Beach Court. He does not have the Giratina V-Star, nor the boss.
So the Luminion, the Lugias are safe unless he top decks
Boss.
Top
deck boss. Even so, right? You have the boss. You don't have the V-Star. He'd be a little bit Gucci, but keep in mind that Reg does have a little bit of leeway because he's going to be able to use the Switch card to get his Comfey out and continuously flower select.
Yep, that's right. So, but if you don't stop the Lugia engine, it's going to run wild.
It is going to run wild. This is a huge opportunity, but keep in mind, Reg had the game in hand. He gave it away. He now has his flower select between the Cramorant or the Roxanne. It's a little bit of a tough choice, but I do value the Roxanne a little bit more. But Reg thinks differently. Reg decides to keep the Cramorant in his hand and throws the Roxanne away. He is not planning to let this go to the late game.
Maybe he just wants to go all the way. Maybe he just wants to not let Beyond take that 3 prizes.
Which is perfectly fine if you just close the game slightly earlier, but don't worry, we're not here to harp on about the little problems, but we do see actually the Minchino using Call for Family earlier. That's why you see the Lugia as well as the other Minchino on the bench. We do see the Beach Court come out, and he hits the Minchino with the Gift Energy. So Bjorn is going to be able to draw 1 from the Gift Energy, and then now he has the opportunity to promote probably the other Minchino as he has free retreat with the Beach Court.
Yep, so, but Bjorn also has a problem. He does not have Archeops in the discard.
He does not have Archeops in the discard, but he just drew his Lugia V-Star.
Okay, so that's
one piece down.
1 piece of the engine.
That's 1 piece down.
He needs to use a Jock.
He needs to have a Jock this turn.
Does he have a Jock?
Will he be able to play the Jock? He has the boss. He has 1 Archeops, so he's definitely going to have at least 1 Archeops inside his discard pile. But the question is whether he's going to opt to use that. No, he opts to use Iono instead. Hopefully, hopefully drawing 2 Archeops in an Ultra Ball for some Ultra Ball Archeops action. If he's able to
do that, that's insane.
Huge. We see 2 and 3 energies, 3 energies, a Lugia V.
I don't see any.
It's really, really unfortunate, but with the V-Guard energy, actually, it prevents a knockout from the Giratina V-Star.
Yep.
Giratina V-Star's lost impact attack does 280 damage, but V-Guard negates 30 of that
So
damage.
only 250 is going to go through.
Only 250 is going to go through. So Reg needs to use Raikou, but guess what?
Cramorant?
No. Bench locked.
Now it's bench locked. No more lightning Pokemon being able to take out the Lugia V-Star. Unless he can find... I don't know. Giratina V-Star coming in?
Giratina V-Star, he already used the 4 Seal Stone, so he
No
can't
more V-Star.
Requiem.
So this leaves it open for Bjorn to find his... He needs to find the options. Okay, hits.
He gets either a Chinchino or he gets the Archeops. He finds the Archeops. The question is, does he have a way to discard this? I can't believe what I'm seeing here right now.
Look at Bjorn's deck. It's thin.
Bjorn's deck is getting really, really thin. He has the Archeops in his hand. Does he have the Ultra Ball to discard it? He does have an Ultra Ball to discard it. This is going to be 1 Archeops down. The question is, will Bjorn use the Summoning Star for just 1 Archeops? In my opinion, I don't think he should do that. It's a little bit risky right now, right? Because if he has 1 Archeops in the field, all Rag needs to do is bust out the Archeops
and the engine is dead.
But the thing is, Rag has 2 Gusts down. He has 1 left.
Correct. So we do see that Ultra Ball being played. So now 1 Archeops in the discard together with that Lugia V-Star. You don't need that Lugia V-Star anymore.
You do not need it. All you need is the 1. But the thing is, all you need is the 1 if he's able to pull off the Summoning Star.
That's right.
He needs to be able to pull off the Summoning Star this turn. And right now, with the Lugia V-Star in the active spot, he does use the Summoning Star. He uses the Summoning Star for just the 1 Archeops and potentially a Chinchino.
Okay.
All right.
I think that's all right.
It's still a little bit risky, but I think it's a calculated risk, right? Because you know that Rag has used 2 gusting options out.
Yep. And you're behind on prizes. You're behind 3 breeders. You need to get this running.
You do.
You need to start taking prizes.
Correct. That's for sure. And I think Bjorn is hoping that he's going to be able to take the knockout of Giratina V, because if he does take the knockout of Giratina V, all right, he does not have the gusting option, no problem. He just takes 1 knockout in the requirement, and we still have a game on our hands. Rag needs the Raikou.
I mean, Bjorn, what a comeback from when he only had just 2 Pokemons on the bench and nothing there. Now his bench is flooded, full bench. Oh, we do see that Raikou V being played down by Rag.
We see the Raikou V playing down by Rag indeed, and he does in fact have the Mirage Gate for the 2 energies right now. He does attach the 2 energies to the Raikou V, and it looks bleak for the situation of Bjorn. He does have 40 minutes and 45 seconds left, so he does have enough time to finish 2 different games if he so chooses to do so. But Bjorn, it seems like he's sticking it out for a little bit as he wants. My guess is to opt to take a return knockout with either the Chinchino or the Snorlax.
But you're not being able to beat out the Chinchino.
Yeah, the Chinchino is only going to be able to special roll for 140, at best 210.
Yep.
It seems like Raikou is just going to come out and use a Lightning Rondo to take the knockout on the Lugia. There's definitely enough damage. We see 5 Pokemon on both sides. There's 220 damage times 2.
400.
That's 440 damage minus the V-Guard energy, so 410 damage is still definitely going to be a one-hit knockout.
Rag is just left down to 1 prize. So
right.
Even putting out a 1 prizer now. The Giratina on the bench, 160.
Yep,
and
rightfully so. Bjorn scoops and decides to go next.
So 40 minutes left. Can Bjorn make a comeback to win the next 2 games? Rag, that Super Tina, taking game 1 in comfortable fashion.
I mean, that's the thing about Super Tina, right? Super Tina is literally built to have outs and counters to the Lugia, right? So you have no doubt that Bjorn really tried his best. And to be honest, he had an awful start.
It was his energies. And yeah, that's it.
But that's the thing, right? When you're playing Lugia, you have to take note of that, because you're playing on something like 16 energies.
Let me see. 4, 12. That's another 3, 17.
So you're playing 17 energies.
19.
19 energies, right? 19. What? 19 energies? That's like close to 20-30%.
That's 1/3 of the
19 energies. So you're about you're bound to draw into energies, right? But I think even with 19 energies, generally Lugia will be able to. If Lugia sets up, Lugia is unstoppable.
Correct. So that's the thing. Once it's set up, nothing can stop it.
Correct. So the thing is, whether or not Bjorn is going to be able to use that Ultra Ball Archeops play. But you know what? I think being on stream is a little bit of a curse to Bjorn.
Is it?
It's a little bit of a curse, because I mean, Bjorn was also being streamed, I think, at the Nationals last year, and I was casting his match. And when I was casting his match, he was just drawing dead as well. He's playing Lugia as well.
Yes, he was also playing Lugia, right? And he was against a Mew VMAX deck, which just drew into that 3 cards to donk him.
Exactly.
That was painful.
That was very, very painful to watch indeed. But that being said, roads to victory for Bjorn. Go.
Yeah, so roads to victory,
Roads to victory.
Flutter Main.
Okay. What else?
Just Flutter Main, heroes keep the Flutter Main in 90-30, 90-30.
20. 90, 20.
Or 90-20, sorry. Just 90-20 all the way.
I mean,
Don't even let that flower selecting come into play.
That's one way. The other way that I see it, right, is that he's going to be able to use his Chinchinos, to use special rolls and kill key targets, right? So whether it's the Giratinas or whether it's the Raikos or the Iron Hands, if he's able to do the 1-for-2 price trade, you are looking pretty comfortable. On the other side, Rag's road to victories, all he needs is the Raikou and the Iron Hands as we go straight into Game 2 of the Masters Finals with Raikou starting on Rag's side and a Luminion start for Bjorn once again.
No Lugia V again. This is a problem when now the Raikou V is staring down at you. Luminion is just weak to lightning, right? The weakness is lightning.
The whole deck is weak to lightning, basically. All his 2-price Pokemon is weak to lightning.
This is a problem. It's the stream curse.
It's the caster curse. The caster curse is in full effect right now. It's super effective against Bjorn. Bjorn is trying his best to stay in the game. He has attached a Vigor energy, so he does take 30 less damage from V Pokemon. But notice that Rag does not have a Comfey on his side of the field.
So no flower selecting.
No flower selecting. Who needs Flutter Mane when your opponent doesn't even draw his Comfeys, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, Rag could go the route of this at manual attaching the Raikou.
He could very much just manually attach, and this is exactly what we see here. We see attached to the Raikou and a pass. We do finally see the Lugia come down.
He top decks the Lugia V.
Top deck. With that being said, we also see that Bjorn does have the Professor's Research. He will have to discard 2 energies from his hand, but that is definitely worth it. We do see a boss go down as well. He does play 3 copies of the boss, so he still has 2 other options. We'll see what he gets from these 7 cards.
I see a Great Ball though.
Great Ball is super good for him to find Pokemon, and it's exactly what he needs. He needs to find a second Lugia potentially, as if Rag has the boss and a Lightning Energy, it's over.
Okay, Archeops. But can he discard it?
Archeops is looking really good. It doesn't matter if he doesn't discard this turn because Lost Box does not generally run Disruption.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, if he maintains his bench, right, the Raikou V can't take a knockout on that Lugia V.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's 4. So 4...
20...
It's 5, so 100. It's only doing 100 damage, so it's 200 damage. So Bjorn cannot bench anymore. He does retreat the Luminion, so there's no way for him to take a knockout on the Lugia, but he still can take out the knockout on the Luminion. But Rag needs a Lightning Energy and a boss. Let's keep that in mind. He plays the Artisan to find his Comfey probably. There we go. The question is whether or not Rag is going to find the other pieces in his hand.
Did you see a Lightning Energy in his hand?
I unfortunately did not catch a glimpse of that. But with with picking a flower selecting, this tells me that Rag is going to go for a flower selecting play, either with the switch card that he does have in his hand or attach the Jet Energy. Rightfully, if I do want to take a knockout on the Luminion, I do want to find the boss, but I think Rag is probably going to go for the slower play and play the chorus instead. Remind me again what this chorus do?
Chorus, look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Take 3 cards into your hand, the other 2 go into the Lost Zone. So that's the way to build up your Lost Zone, right? Every time you play a chorus, you know that's guaranteed 2 cards in that Lost Zone.
We see the boss.
Flower selecting into that boss.
We see the boss, the top deck boss come out, but Rag decides, you know what, even though we see the boss, we don't have electric energy, we have no way to charge the Raikou, it's
chorus,
fine, we're just going to chorus.
Chorus, no Lightning Energy as well. So, what do you do here? Are we going to put down another Comfey? Flower selecting again.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? I think Rag has decided to slow down the game pace. He does bench the Giratina V, which is fine as well. He wants an alternate attacker to kill the Lugia or to hit another one of his big Pokemon.
Not as fast as the start that I think Rag wants to have, but it's still okay given that Bjorn is also having a slow start.
Yeah, I mean, but Beyond Start is looking a lot more healthy than it did in Game 1, so we may actually have a game on our hands. The question is, does Rag have that last card in his Lost Zone? Does he have the last Comfey? If he does, he's going to be able to swing for the Cryoman and initiate the price trade.
Yep, then he's going to take first prize. So Lost Vacuum on his own stadium, throwing away the Iron Leaves, bringing his Lost Zone to 5 cards.
Bringing his Lost Zone to 5 cards. So Lost Provisions, that's activate. He uses the switch card to get his Cryoman to the front, and he will initiate the price trade with Spit innocently.
That's right. Bye-bye, little rat.
Bye-bye, little rat. Bye-bye, little guinea pig. It's a little fluffy thing, okay? It's cute. That's what matters.
Yeah. So going on to Beyond, does he have that Lugia V-Star to start that whole engine running?
Yeah, he needs a Lugia V-Star. He also needs 2 Archeops. We know that he has 1 in hand. Rag does spit innocently for the first prize. But the question is, does Beyond have the Lugia V-Star? And does Beyond have a way for him to discard 1 more Archeops? We will see really closely. Beyond does use the capturing aroma. Please give him a tails. A heads. He gets the heads. He's going to be able to find the Archeops. The question is, does he have a way to discard this Archeops, or the 2 Archeops in his hand?
Ultra Ball, Archeops. That was a dream, right?
Ultra Ball, Archeops is the dream. We'll see whether the dream is going to be alive. Beyond will
he have it? I do see a Lugia.
He has a Serena. He has a Serena. So Serena, what Serena does is that you can choose to discard up to 3 cards from his hand and then draw up to 5. So by using the Serena, he can discard the 2 Archeops, and we're gonna have an online Lugia engine. Archeops
full
is
running
online.
one.
Primal Turbo is online. We'll see whether Bjorn is gonna be able to activate this right now. He does. He's going to draw 3, 2 Archeops is in. Summoning Star is definitely going to be used. We'll see Luke.
Flip that V-Star marker.
Flip the V-Star marker. We're going to see 2 Archeops on the field very, very soon.
That's it. V-Star, Summoning Star.
Summoning Star is used. 2 Archeops is on the field. So Primal Turbo.
Yes. Primal Turbo, probably going to put it all on that 1. Okay. I was going to say they're going to put it on Minchino, right?
Yeah, no, but look, I think doing this on the Lugia is perfectly fine, because the thing is that you know that the Raikou is there threatening it, right? So you only need 1 lightning energy to take a return knockout on the Lugia. I actually like this play, because what it allows Bjorn to do is like he's challenging Greg. He's like, hey, look, you can knock out my Lugia, but if you do, I'm drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the gift energy, right?
That's the gift energy attached, indeed. But I was actually talking about, Primal Turbo. Primal Turbo is a really, really good ability, right? So it allows you to search your deck for up to 2 special energies and attach it to any of your Pokemon. Keep in mind, though, that the 2 energies that you search out have to be attached to the same Pokemon.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Archeops was supposed to be a stage 2 Pokemon, right? And it's not easy to bring it out. It was from a fossil Pokemon.
Fossil Pokemon.
But with Summoning Star, you can just put it straight on your bench using that ability.
That is true. That's why Lugia was actually released together with Archeops, in the same set, Silver Tempest. However, we do see the Forest Seal Stone coming down. We do see Rag naturally drawing into that lightning energy. He opts to attach it, and he will likely take a return knockout using the Lightning Rondo. But first,
Mirage Gate. Put it on to that Giratina.
Likely will be the Giratina, but hey, look, there's a lack of green in Rag's deck right now.
Is it all... I didn't see any green... Oh. Okay. Comfy now with 2 water energies. What's his plan here? Moonlight Shuriken?
Moonlight Shuriken using the Comfy is a very unique
No, he
play.
can spin attack for 20.
No,
he can't. He's
one psychic, one water. My guess is that he probably wants to use Comfy as an active pivot, right? And what I mean by an active pivot is that he's going to be able to retreat it once now, and he's going to push up the Comfy next turn, and then retreat it again without having to worry about what energies are going to go on the field.
All right.
So as
Lightning Rondo.
Yep, Lightning Rondo into the Lugia. So Rag is down to 3 prizes. Bjorn will be able to draw, I think, 1 card or 2 cards. 1 card. And now it doesn't matter. He does not need the Lugia V. All he wants to see are more Chinchinos on the field for him to take the special roll knockout.
Yeah, that's right. So with just 4 energies, right? You're going to see a return knockout on that.
3
Raikou.
energies.
3 energies?
3 energies.
3 for 210.
210.
210. Raikou is just 200.
Yeah, Raikou is actually really, really soft, and we do see the 1 energy attachment. So even though the deck plays 19 energies, you still need to be really, really careful with your energy count, and you need to be sure what energies you're attaching to it, because you don't want to charge the wrong energy types to the Minchino and then suffer later on in the game. We do see an Iono being played.
Yep, that's right. Disrupting Rag's hand again. But Bjorn does need to put down another Minchino, right?
Bjorn needs to put on another Minchino. Bjorn needs the Chinchino as well to evolve. But it seems as if he's going into the Mesagoza Gaming again. He does
not draw into it.
It's unfortunate, but Bjorn is not going to be able to find the Chinchino. He's not going to be He's not going to be able to use Chinchino to attack and take a knockout on the Raikou. Things are looking once again really grim for.
Okay, he has an Ultra Ball though.
He does have an Ultra Ball. Okay, I take back my words.
Yep. So he's going to be able to attack, but what if Rag takes the return kill? Then Minccino is offline.
Yeah, it's still looking kind of grim for him. But what Bjorn is going to be able to do is he's going to be able to charge up, I guess, the Luminion for a free pivot later on in the game. He does still have the Snorlax, though.
Yeah, that basic Snorlax.
Basic Snorlax is all you need to swing for 180 damage, right? It's not enough to kill the Raikou, but it's enough to kill almost anything on Rag's side of the board, minus
Except
the
for
Tina.
the journey. Yeah, the Tina. So we do see that knockout. Now we are even on prizes, both at 3.
Yep, and yet we see another Tails with the Mezagoza.
It's cursed.
It's cursed. We only see the one Mezagoza.
We only saw 2.
No, we only see one Mezagoza for Bjorn's side of the field. So he's flipping coins on both fronts, drawing into it as well as rolling for the Pokemon choice. Rag does use the Chorus experiment in order to see 5 cards, put 2 in the Lost Zone, and draw 3 basic effectively.
Yep. So technically, Lost Mine is also active right now if he wants to, but 120 dropping onto the Archeops or the Luminion, not exactly ideal. Yeah, you're going to try and take the knockout on that Minccino in the front.
Yeah, the Chinchino.
Chinchino,
The Chinchino is going to be able to take multiple prizes, and all he needs is just one more energy to actually take a knockout on this Giratina. On Rag's side of the field, I don't actually see a way for him to take out the Chinchino just yet. He needs to be able to have a Mirage Gate to attach to the Tina in order for him to swing with a shred.
Yeah. Maybe you were saying like this now. He didn't have that grass energy.
Yeah, the grass energy.
We do see one in the Lost Zone, right?
Yeah, we see one in the Lost Zone, and we see that he has 2. He has the Giratina V-Star in his deck. We see the Raikou going back in. We see electric energy going, and we see
I saw grass there though.
Yeah, we do see the grass, but he opts to go for the lightning energy as well as the Raikou instead, as he wants to be able to take the knockout on the Luminion, I believe, with the lightning rondo as well.
So price mapping, take 1 Chinchino, take 1 Luminion for that 3 prizes.
Yeah, exactly, right? So he rightfully finds the Cramorant. He's going to retreat the company, so the extra energy attachment using Mirage Gate earlier did actually pay off. So he's going to have to pivot from the company into the Cramorant, and then he's going to be able to use the Cramorant to take the knockout on the Chinchino.
Oh, we do see he did draw into that Giratina V-Star. Jet energy on the Comfy for another flower selecting. What does he draw from here?
He draws a Nest Ball and a Jet, I believe. They're definitely going to get rid of the Nest Ball.
Will he... I mean, it's obvious, right? The Cramorant is going to come out and take a knockout this turn.
He opts to Lost Zone the Jet Energy instead. And he will bench the Raikou as a final threat, kind of, to be honest. Say, hey, look, I think I've got you, checkmate.
It's just a threaten, like, it's here.
Yeah. I've got the Giratina V-Star, I've got the Raikou, and I'm going to use Cramorant to spit into your face right now.
Yeah. What a way to say it, right?
Add insult to injury, man. So, Cramorant does use spit instantly for a knockout in Chinchino, and we have Rag down to 2 prizes.
So that gift energy coming into play here, beyond being able to draw into a full hand of 7.
Full hand of up to 7 cards. Yeah. So we do see Beyond having an active... he has to promote someone, right? So he's probably going to promote the Archeops in this case, or alternatively he would promote the Luminion, yep, because it already has an energy attachment.
It counts like a free retreat, right?
It's basically, well, quote-unquote free retreat.
Yeah.
So
what does he do? Snorlax? Snorlax? Just Snorlax?
Yeah, I think Bjorn has to use
this
the
Mezagoza curse is real. For Bjorn. I don't think he has taken any cards from Mezagoza.
One. He took the Archeops earlier. But with the Luminion up in the front, it's useless kind of starting the Luminion because its Luminous Sign ability only activates when you're playing it from your hand. Bjorn's options are extremely limited right now. He does find the Snorlax using the Ultra Ball that he used. he's going to be able to charge up the Snorlax. The question is, does he have his therapeutic energy left in his deck? Therapeutic energy says that all special conditions, all paralysis as well as sleep does not get affected in the Pokemon that this energy is attached to.
Yep, but even without that energy, right? Just put 3 and pray.
Yeah, put 3 and pray is likely the way to go from here. But we will see whether he even has 3 energy in his deck. Remember, at the start of the game, he was discarding a lot of his energies, either with the research, with the Serenas. Actually, not the Serena, but just the research, getting rid of all the energy may have bit him in the butt. We do see that he does have 3 energies there. We see a double turbo energy and a gift energy attached to that Snorlax. And his board state.
So Snorlax is going to do 160 right now.
Snorlax is going to do 160.
180 minus 20 from that double turbo energy. Going to be able to KO that Cramorant. Okay, we do see it. That hero Snorlax that I was talking about, right?
Yeah, the hero Snorlax 280 thick boy. We see an Iono being played. Bjorn's going to draw 4. Zikard Rag is going to draw 2. As we see the thick boy go up to the field, if Rag is able to draw the boss's order, it is game over. If he gets the boss's orders as well as the Mirage Gate.
Yep, that's the 2 cards that he needs. Will he be lucky to draw that 2 cards? So flower selecting.
Sorry, before you go on to that, I want to mention that Snorlax's Stumping Snore ability, Stumping Snore attack requires him to roll 2 dice actually. So he has to roll 2 dice to wake up, and he needs both dice to be hits.
In order to attack again.
In order to wake up, yes. Without the therapeutic energy, unfortunately, Bjorn is only going to be able to attack once for now. But if he gets a double hit later in the game, it will be okay.
Is there any other way for him to retreat out of this active? Jet energy?
Jet energy probably is the only way for it.
Yep, so maybe Jet on a Lumineon, go back in front, retreat. So any Pokemon, right, that is in the active and is affected by conditions that retreats into the bench, those conditions are gone.
Gone. So we see Rag actually being able to top deck the chorus. He does manage to draw into the boss as well as the Prime Catcher. So Bjorn's chances is going very, very slim, but Rag still needs to draw into the market. He does find a Mirage Gate and the electric energy though. He has
plays
2,
right?
He plays 2. He has 1 in hand, so he's not able to actually use the Mirage Gate to find the electric energy to charge the Raikou for the Prime Catcher finish on the Luminion. But if he has
Any
one more
other
energy
energy
next, any other energy works. But he just passes because he knows that he doesn't have any more energy left.
The Snorlax doesn't wake up.
Snorlax does not wake up, but does Bjorn have a way to kill the Raikou? That is a hesitant capture aroma, so he can only find an evolution Pokemon, evolved Pokemon. He finds the Lugia V-Star to try to thin his deck. He's trying to use Mesagoza. Unfortunately, it's a Tails. Yet again, Bjorn's chances are going very, very slim. How many Ionos has he used so far? How many Ionos does he play?
He plays 3 Iono.
I believe I've seen 3.
I've seen 2.
2 gone, so he still has one more chance. That is the last Iono. The boss and Prime Catcher goes back underneath the deck.
That's right. So now both players are drawing only 2 cards. And Bjorn passes because the Snorlax is still sleeping. Does he wake up? No.
Nope.
2 tails.
2 tails. Double the insult.
We need a Pokeflute right now.
We need the Pokeflute right now, indeed. Oh, we see the Super Rod get picked up from the flower selecting. I believe that could potentially be game because all Rag needs to do is use the... Oh no, he doesn't have a gusting option.
Yeah, he still needs that Prime Catcher.
He still needs to find that Prime Catcher, but Super Rodding it back to the deck was set up for a guaranteed attack from the Giratina V-Star as well as the Raikou, and all he'll need to do is find the boss's orders. The question is, how many energies does Rag cycle into his deck? He chooses to opt all 3 in, and he will be using the Mirage Gate to filter out 2.
Yep, so Mirage Gate now going... I would think he will probably put it on the Raikou V, right?
It's definitely one is going to be on the Raikou V, one is going to go onto the Tina. I expect to see the grass energy and the Tina and the water energy on the Raikou.
No, he put it in the Comfy because he can't get it out of that active.
He needs to get it out of the active. But the thing is that if you're able to find the Prime Catcher, it does not matter anymore. Rag, we'll see what's his decision. Is he going to just pass here with the energy in the front, or he retreats to find another flower selecting on the Comfy?
But Rag's deck is thin. I think it's down to less than 8 cards.
Nah, and with the Prime Catcher being found from the flower selecting,
that is Prime Catcher, the ace spec coming into play.
Congratulations, Rag. You are crowned as our national champion of 2024. Congratulations once again.
So Super Tina, like you said, a homemade deck from Singapore, taking it home for the Masters Finals.
Yeah, Super Tina, I am proud to see it win the whole thing, the whole event. We have a national champion for this year.
So you, Tina fanboy, are you happy or not?
I am really happy. I'm just a little bit bittersweet, I'm not going to lie. You know, Bjorn has tried very, very hard. He tried last year. It's just unfortunate. I think something to do with streaming.
Maybe, yeah, maybe you... So the thing is, we didn't stream him, right?
We didn't stream him at all.
Only
he just
at the
kept
finals.
winning. Yeah, only in the finals, and this is what happens.
Maybe that's his curse.
Maybe it is the stream curse. But anyways, enough about that. Super Tina, great deck. Dude, that's all I can say, right? Super Tina is a good deck. The trick is in piloting it.
Yep. I mean, it's not easy to pilot, right?
No, it is not easy to pilot. Super Tina is a deck that you need literal scalpel precision in order to pilot the deck properly. And, you know, even then, it does have room for forgiveness. We saw Rag make a few misplays earlier in the game, but he was able to claw it back.
Yeah, especially in Game 1 when he had a win in hand.
Especially in Game 1 when he had the win in hand. But look, it doesn't matter. We are done for today.
Yep, so Zard, Super Tina.
Zard, Super Tina. I'm pretty happy with the results. Super Tina is a good deck. It's my deck.
Your deck.
It's Zard's deck. It's Clifton's deck. But once again, huge shout out to everyone who's been watching us. Thank you guys so much for coming down, for watching us online.
It's been fun.
It's been really, really good.
Had a great day, man.
We had a great day of a lot of Pokemon.
Yep. And congratulations to all the national champions again.
That's for sure. And with that, that is Ruben and Brian signing off. Take care.